Hi, welcome to the course. In this course, we'll be dealing extensively with Tailwind CSS. As you might probably have known, Tailwind CSS has become a popular tool in the world of web development. And this didn't happen by mistake. It comes as a result of the ease and speed that Tailwind CSS brought into web development. Before the advent of CSS frameworks and most importantly Tailwind CSS, working with the conventional CSS has been a tedious exercise, especially when you are working on larger projects. But with the advent of Tailwind CSS, it has brought ease and speed into development. So this course is designed to take you from a beginner to an expert in Tailwind CSS. So in this course, we start from the basics and then we gradually move on to more serious stuffs. So by the end of this course, you would have understand the fundamentals of Tailwind CSS, and then you will be able to set up and customize Tailwind CSS to suit your personal project needs. Also, during the course, we are going to be building responsive layouts. You see how easy it is to build responsive layouts with Tailwind CSS. And the most important part of the course will be developing real-world projects with Tailwind CSS. So you won't just learn Tailwind CSS theoretically, you'll be learning it practically. We'll be applying all we've learned in practical real-world projects. So before we go into the course proper, let's talk about the requirement of the course. The course requires you to know a little bit of CSS. That's all. You don't have to be a master in CSS, but you just have to know the basic CSS properties and their functions. Properties like positioning, display, typography, layout, box model, shadows, and stuff like that. So that's all the requirement for the course. In the next video, we'll be going through the structure of the course and then we have an overview of all the projects we undertake during the course. Alright, without further talks, I will see you in the next lesson. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the structure of the course and then we also have an overview of the project we'll be taking at the end of the course. So in the root folder here, we have the reference folder and the starter folder. The reference folder is currently empty, so as we proceed in the course, every project and examples we take and we embark on, I will make a copy of them into the reference folder so that by the time you are taking the course, you can easily make reference to whatever examples we have done during the course. The starter folder is our major work area. The course is slightly divided into three major sections. The first is the tutorial section, the second is the mini project, and the third is the project. The tutorial section is where we go over Tailwind CSS. This is when we learn the length and breadth of Tailwind CSS. So this first part is majorly about typography. And then in the second part, we have spacing, background, padding, and stuff like that. In the third part, we look at states, we look at modifiers, we look at how to style children from the parents, we look at responsive design, we also look at implementing dark mode. In the fourth part of the tutorial section, we look at display, positioning, container, flexbox, grid, column span, row span, and stuff like that. In the fifth part, we look at box shadow, opacity, filters, transform. That's where we talk about rotating, translating, skew, things like that. We also talk about transition and animation. So that's about the tutorial part of the course. And then the mini project, we'll be taking on a series of mini projects just to have a head start with Tailwind CSS. We start gradually from a responsive card, then we take on pricing table, then we take on image gallery, registration form, comparison table. And then in the major projects, we have a NovaFit smartwatch landing page and we have an Urban Trends e-commerce store. Let me iterate that the course is subject to update. So probably by the time you are taking the course, the outline there might have been updated. At every time there is an update, the course will be updated. So whenever you are taking the course, we actually be having the latest updates. Now let's take a look at our project. This is the first mini project. It's a responsive card. If you take a look at it, as the screen is increasing, then the card is also adjusting to the width of your viewport. This is the first mini project, just to have an head start. Then we proceed to a pricing plan. All the projects are responsive. If you take a look at it, as you increase, as your viewport increase, so the project is also adjusting to the width. The third project is the image gallery. We implement an image gallery that is also responsive. All the projects are responsive. So this is the image gallery. We also have the registration form. We implement the registration form with series of input validations, and all the validations are implemented with just Tailwind CSS. We will not be using JavaScript. So that's about the login form. Then we also implement a feature comparison table. So this table compares various features of different plans. Then the first major project we take on is a landing page. Before we proceed with the rest of the course, let me reiterate that the course is actually a paid course, but I'm releasing it here for free. So the rest of the project, the landing page, the full e-commerce website, they are only available on the paid course. So to get the full course, I'll be dropping the link in the description below. With the link, you can get the full course, which includes the tutorial, the mini project, and then the project. Also, you have access to future updates and then certificate of completion upon completion of the course. So that's that about that. All the projects are responsive, as I said. So we take on a landing page for NovaFit smartwatch. So the nav links are also linked to each of the sections. Here also we implemented a frequently asked questions section, and this is also implemented with Tailwind CSS with a little bit of JavaScript. We also be implementing a full e-commerce store. Here we have the Urban Trends e-commerce store. So we have the main section here. We have the category. We have featured products. We have the testimonial section, which is actually a carousel. So this one is implemented with Swiper.js. Swiper.js is a third-party library. So we have the CTA and we have the footer. It's a full e-commerce store. So this is the product page. We also implement this. This is the product page. We have the about section. We have the contact page. We also add this Google map. We have the user button here that also leads us to several pages. This is the login page that contains the login form. It also contains a create account form where you can switch between login and create account. A new user will be prompted to create account while an existing user can use the login form. We have the wish lists. dashboard, the user dashboard. We implement this using Tailwind CSS. We have the account page where the user can update his or her details, then save changes. So we have the shopping cart page. Also, we have the product details page. We'll be implementing all this. So all this will be implemented with Tailwind CSS, but this feature is actually implemented with Swiper.js. So this is the checkout page where the user can input their address and other details. This is the checkout page. That's all for now. As I said earlier, the project is subject to updates. So there's the possibility that I will be adding more projects or more sections in the nearest future. So I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be taking an overview of Tailwind CSS. So before we start building with Tailwind CSS, let's take a step back to understand what Tailwind is and why it has become such a popular choice for web developers. Before the advent of CSS frameworks, not just Tailwind, if you want to create a website, let's say a very big project, to style it, you have to use custom CSS. And working with custom CSS with large projects can be a daunting task at times. Even making changes to an already built website can be a daunting task because CSS is global and whatever changes you make at the top can affect something else along the line. So here comes the big question. What is Tailwind CSS? Tailwind CSS is a utility-first CSS framework. By utility-first, we mean that Tailwind gives you a collection of small single-purpose utility classes that you can combine to create any design you want. You use these classes to style elements directly in your HTML file. Unlike other traditional CSS frameworks that give you pre-designed components, Tailwind gives you low-level utility classes. These classes are like building blocks with which you can create any design you want. With Tailwind CSS, to a large extent, you don't have to write custom CSS. Instead, you can use pre-built classes that do just one thing, like adding padding, margin, changing background color, and stuff like that. You can use utility classes to do this without writing custom CSS. This makes your code more consistent and very easy to maintain. So let's take a comparison of when you use custom CSS and when you use Tailwind CSS. Here we have this simple design with custom CSS. We have an image, we have a heading, and then let's say we have a paragraph. So to do this with custom CSS, you have to first write out your HTML layout, then give it classes, go to your CSS file, and then write your custom CSS. You can see the lengthy process it takes to achieve just this simple design. Now let's take a look at what it looks like to achieve this with Tailwind CSS. So to achieve the same result, this is all what you need to achieve this design with Tailwind CSS. So these are what we call utility classes. We have MX Auto Flex, Max Width, Small Item Center. We get to what all this mean during the course. I think the difference is clear using custom CSS and using Tailwind CSS. Here with Tailwind CSS, you only have to write your HTML layout and style it with the utility classes. You don't have to write any custom CSS, and that is the beauty of Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS will scan the utility classes that you use in your HTML file and generate the custom CSS for you. You don't have to write any CSS, and this makes working with CSS very, very easy. But Tailwind isn't just about utility classes. Even though Tailwind has a large pool of utility classes, you can also make changes to these classes to suit your own personal project. So why do people choose Tailwind CSS? One of the biggest reasons why people choose Tailwind CSS is how it speeds up development process. You don't have to come up with class names or write a lot of custom CSS, just like in our previous example. Here you have to come up with class names even after writing your HTML layout. You have to come up with class names, then go to your CSS file and then write your custom CSS targeting the class names or ID, whatever the case may be. So with Tailwind CSS, you don't have to come up with any class name. You only use the pre-built utility classes, and with this, it speeds up your development process in an unimaginable way. This makes your project easy to modify and upgrade without thinking of breaking down that thing elsewhere. You also don't have to worry about CSS specificities. Another thing with Tailwind CSS is that it is highly customizable. Almost everything in Tailwind CSS can be customized. This gives you the flexibility to make your project look exactly how you want. And that thing why Tailwind has become a popular choice is how easy it is to build responsive designs with Tailwind CSS. Tailwind's utility classes, they are mobile first and they are responsive by default. This means you can easily create designs that work on all screens without needing to write separate CSS for mobile, for tablet, for desktop and stuff like that. So as I've said already, Tailwind CSS also reduces the need for writing custom CSS. It reduces it drastically. Though there are cases that you need to write custom CSS, but they rarely occur. We will go deep into Tailwind CSS, we explore all its features and how you can use them to build beautiful and responsive websites. Whether you are working on personal projects or you are freelancing or building projects for company, Tailwind CSS is a valuable tool in your toolkit. In the next video, we'll be setting up our development environment. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be setting up our development environment. And the first thing on the list we'll be needing for this course is a web browser. For this course, I'll be using Google Chrome, but you are at the liberty of using your preferred browser. So the next thing after the browser is a code editor. For this course, I'll be using VS Code, but you are free to use any code editor of your choice. So to download VS Code, just go to Google or your preferred search engine and search for VS Code. I want to believe the official page will be the first thing that will come up, but if not, just look for code.visualstudio.com. Click on it, and then you see a download button here. Actually, I'm using Windows, so if I click on this, VS Code will be downloaded. But if your own operating system is not displayed there, you can just click on the download link. Then it takes you to the download page where you have the option of downloading different versions. You have the option for Mac, you have for Ubuntu, Debian, you have for Windows. So if you click on it, then VS Code will be downloaded. After downloading, you just install it. The installation is straightforward. I already have it installed, so I won't be downloading again. The next thing after the code editor is Node, which comes with npm. Just like VS Code, just go to your search engine and search for Node.js. So you look for nodejs.org, click on it, then it takes you to Node.js homepage. There you can download Node.js. I already have Node installed also, so I won't be downloading it. There's a possibility that you already have Node installed. If you already have it installed, you don't need to download it again. To check if you already have Node installed, you can go to your command prompt. To verify, just type node-v. So if you already have it installed, it will display the version of Node.js you have installed. And by installing Node, you automatically install npm. So if you type npm-v also, it will display the version of npm you have installed. As you can see, I have version 10.5.0 at the moment. Installing Node will automatically install npm for you. The installation is also straightforward. Just click on the download and then install. The next thing we'll be needing after installing VS Code and Node is Tailwind IntelliSense extension. Let me put this on full screen so you can see it very well. If you are using VS Code, just click on this button. This is the button for extensions. Click on it. Then search for Tailwind IntelliSense. I already have it installed also. So you search for Tailwind IntelliSense. This is it there. If you don't have it installed, just click on install. Then it will be installed for you. Tailwind IntelliSense is actually important for this course. With Tailwind IntelliSense, it enhances your development environment with Tailwind CSS. Whenever you are using the utility classes, it displays the possible options. It also highlights errors, possibly if you want to duplicate utility classes on the same element, so it will highlight it for you. The next extension we'll be needing is Post CSS language support. Post CSS. I also have it installed there. So just search for Post CSS language support. So if you don't install this extension, Tailwind will be giving you some funny error notifications. So just install it and you'll be fine. Next extension we'll be needing is live server. We'll be needing this for our development. So as we are making changes to our files, live server will be giving us alt reload. I've already installed it also. Live server. So all these extensions that I disabled, they are extensions I use personally, but won't be needing them for this course. So just search for live server and then install it. The next extension we'll be needing is Prettier Code Formatter. This extension will format your code for you and display it nicely for you. Next one is Auto Rename Tag. This one is not important, but it makes your workflow smooth. Whenever you want to rename an HTML element, you just have to rename one and it rename the other one for you. Then this extension code spell check. It's also not essential for Tailwind CSS. Just the extension just check for spelling errors, just like you have in your word processors. I already have it installed. Code spell check. Yeah. If you make any mistake during typing, if your spelling is not correct, the code is going to highlight it for you, just like you have indenticator here. Indenticator is not an actually English word. It's the name of extension. So that is the work. That is the work of this highlighting you have here is the work of code spell check. But this one is not part of code spell check. This is another extension, error lens. If I disable this error lens, it's also not needed for this course, but I use it personally. You can see that the displayed error message is not there anymore, whereas code spell check is still doing its own work, but the error lens is now there again. If I enable it now, it's going to highlight the message for me. The next one we'll be needing is highlight machine tag. It highlights a machine HTML tag. If you're on one tag, it will highlight the next one. It's also a useful extension. And then the next one is indenticator. This one is not important. It is not necessary for the course. It just highlights inside which HTML element you are working on. Then the last part is to download the course files. We'll be needing these files for the course. I already added the link before this video. Just click on the article before this video and then you see the download link there. The link is going to direct you to GitHub, and by the time you are viewing this page, the reference folder will be here already, just like I have here. I have the reference folder here, but because it is currently empty, that's why it is not on GitHub. But by the time we finish this course, I would have populated the folder. Whatever example or project we took during the course, I will duplicate them here so that you can easily make reference to them whenever you are taking the course. So from this page, click on the download link, click on this button, this code button, and then you download. So clicking on this is going to download the course files. So my download is done now. This is the file we have here. So you extract it. Yeah. So after extracting it, we have this folder. As you can see, you have the start and you have the readme. So you just have to open this with VS Code. So you can open this in different ways. You can simply drag this folder on top of VS Code and it's going to open it for you. So opening it, you have the starter folder where which should be our working area. But by the time you are viewing this video, you have the reference folder also where you can see all the examples we've done during the course. So here we have, just like I said in the course structure, I said the course is divided into three: the tutorial, the mini project, and the project itself. So we have all this here. Another way with which you can open your folder with VS Code is to first open VS Code and then drag and drop your folder there. So that's it. Different ways with which you can open it. That will be all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this video, I want us to do a little setup to our VS Code. So if you check the project folder that you downloaded, you will see this readme file there. And I added a few settings. So what you do is you click on this to go to settings, and then you select Prettier as your default code formatter. That will enable Prettier to format your code as you are working in each of the files. So what you should do is type format here. Yeah. So in this default formatter, you should select Prettier. Here we have Prettier. That will activate Prettier to always format our code. The next is you should check this format on paste. That will make Prettier to format your code whenever you do a copy and paste. And also select format on save. So whenever you save your work, Prettier will also format your file. The next is enable this word wrap. This will ensure that words do not extend outside of your working area, so you don't have to be scrolling left and right. That is the function of this word wrap. So here you can just type wrap. Yeah, I already have it on. So by default, it's off. You should turn it on. And then the last one we'll be doing is tab size. This one is actually not necessary. This is preference. By default, we have it as 4, so you should change it to 2. By changing it in your project files. So this is the tab size. If you check here, you see that from here to here is 2 space. We have 1, 2. By default, it is 4. So by default, this one will be wider. But now that it is 2, I prefer this. This is preference. You can actually leave it to the default value. So that will be all for the settings we'll be doing. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video, I want to show you the Tailwind CSS Playground. Actually, Tailwind CSS gives you like various options with which you can work with Tailwind CSS, and one of them is the Tailwind CSS Playground. So to get to the official website, just type tailwindcss.com. That will lead you to this page. Then click on the docs link. After clicking on that, you will see a playground there at the sidebar here. So click on the playground. Yeah, this is the Tailwind CSS playground. The playground is like an integrated development environment in your browser where you can prototype ideas. You can also develop your website here, but I doubt you will ever want to do that. The playground is just for probably maybe you have an idea that you don't want to set up a project yourself, you just want to prototype the idea and see how it feels like. So you can always come to the Tailwind CSS playground and test out your idea. Everything you can do with Tailwind in your normal development environment, you can also do it here in the playground. This will be the input CSS file, and this will be the configuration file. You can also do your own custom configuration here. So yeah, you can try out whatever you want to do. So what you are seeing here now, is the code here. So you can easily clear this out and type out your own. Let's say here we have a div with a height of 100 view height. Let's give it a background of black. So you can see, you can do whatever you like here. Let's say we have a button here that has a background of blue. So this is the work of IntelliSense, the extension we were talking about the other time. So let's say we have click me. This is the button here. You can give it color white. You can give the button a padding of 1 rem. You can also give it other radius. You can centralize it using Flexbox. So you can see that pretty much everything you can do in your development environment is also what you can do here in the Tailwind Playground. So that's that for Tailwind Playground. The next video will be looking at how you can get started with Tailwind using the CDN link. Welcome back. In this video, I'll be showing you how to get started using the Tailwind CDN link. So just like I said in the last video, there are various methods with which you can work with Tailwind CSS. One of them is the Tailwind CSS Playground, which we've seen in the last video. So to get started using the CDN link, you open your project. So you have this here. Then you can go to the tutorial folder, the source. The reason for having this source folder is because we'll be having few other configuration files here by the time we get started. So go to the source folder. You can take on the first one where you have the utility first, just to demonstrate Tailwind using the CDN link. Then you go to Tailwind documentation, tailwindcss.com. Okay, so you see get started with Tailwind CSS, and then this one is for working with the CLI. We'll be considering this in our next video, but here you see the play CDN. Just in case you are looking at this with a larger screen, I'm having it like this because I've zoomed in so you can see it very well. So you go to the docs and then you come to the installation part here, installation. So we have the installation here. So click on play CDN, then you see this CDN link here, this script tag. Copy it and then you place it in your file. So with that, you can build your website using the CDN link, but you have to take note that using the CDN is just for development purpose. It is not advisable to use this for production. You should only use this for development purpose only. If you want to have your proper website that will be deploying in your production, the CDN link is not advisable. So with this, you can do what with the CDN link, you are ready to get started with Tailwind CSS. So we can start this using our live server. It's one of the extensions that we installed when we were setting up our dev environment. So with this, you can do whatever you want. You can say, so you can also give this background of red 500. You can give it a height of 100 view height. So you can have paragraph here. Let's say we have lorem 50. So this, we can give this a font color of white. These are Tailwind utility classes, and they are made functional using this script tag, this Tailwind CDN script tag. But you have to take note that it is not advisable for production. So you can also give this background of, let's say, blue. You get to know more about these utility classes during the course. So that's that about the Tailwind CDN link. In the next video, we'll be setting up a proper project using the Tailwind CLI, which will be what we'll be using throughout the course. See you in the next video. Welcome. This video will be installing Tailwind CLI, which is what we'll be using mostly for this course. Just like I mentioned earlier, you have the option of using the Tailwind CSS Playground. You have the option of using the CDN link. But in this video, which is what you'll be using mostly in your own personal project, will be installing the Tailwind CLI. So, but before we do that, if you look at this project structure, you see that we have so many nested folder structure here. So I want us to open only this tutorial folder for now, since we are not working on the mini project and the project for now. We are still on the tutorial. I want us to open only the tutorial for now, so we have lesser nested folder structure. So to do that, you just only have to drag this. You click on it and you drag it into the working area. Another way of doing that is you can close the VS Code entirely, open your folder, open starter, then this you just drag it to your VS Code. That will open VS Code with only this tutorial folder. As you can see now, we have tutorial, we don't have starter, we don't have mini project and the rest. To install Tailwind CLI, the first thing we do is to initialize Node. One of the beauty of VS Code is it has a built-in command line interface. So to open that, you can either click on this button or you can press Ctrl tilde. For Apple users, that will be command tilde. Tilde is the button in front of number 1. VS Code will automatically open the command line inside of your working directory. That is the current folder we have. But if you are using your built-in and command interface, maybe CMD, it will not open it automatically into this folder. You have to change your working directory into the folder. So, but VS Code is going to do that for us automatically. And now the next thing you do to initialize node use, you type the command npm init, then -y. That will initialize node in the current folder we are in. Make sure that you are in this folder. If you are in another folder, if your command line is open in another folder, your node will be initialized into that folder. So ensure that you are in this current folder. If you check this, you see that. If you check this, you will see starter, you will see tutorial. That means our command line is in this current folder. Now to install Tailwind, let's go to the Tailwind documentation. So from there you see installation, which is where we are directly, and then we see Tailwind CLI. The first thing to do is you install Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. We will not be needing the CLI in our production, so we only need it during development. That is the work of this D flag. we'll be installing Tailwind CLI as a dev dependency. So you copy it and paste the command in the command line area. That will install Tailwind CLI for us. If you check your package.json, which was created by initializing node, you see that it is still empty, but by the time Tailwind is successfully installed, we're going to have it as a package in our package.json. Yeah, Tailwind has been installed. So currently we have version 3.4.10. And after installing Tailwind, you see that we have this node modules folder for now, which is why I added this git ignore file, so that whenever you are pushing your code to git, the node modules folder will not be included in the push. Now the next thing we'll do is we need to initialize the Tailwind CLI, which will create the Tailwind configuration file. So you copy that and you paste. That will initialize the Tailwind CLI, and it's going to create the Tailwind configuration file for us. This is where we do every customization we need to do with Tailwind. And then the next thing is we add this part to our content. The function of this is to tell Tailwind that this is the folder we'll be working on. Scan this folder and compile the custom CSS. So now we add this. If you're having a separate folder structure from what we have here, you make sure that what you add to this file is correct with respect to your own folder structure. Because now if you check, you see that the source and Tailwind configuration file, they're actually in the same folder. So whatever part you provide there, it must be relative to the Tailwind configuration file. This pattern is telling Tailwind that it should scan both the file that are directly in this folder and also the subfolders. It should scan everything. And then this is telling Tailwind that it should scan all the files that have this either HTML extension or JavaScript extension. So that is the meaning of this. You save that. So the next thing is we are going to create an input.css file, and then we have these directives. Inside of this source, ensure that you are in this source. So you create input.css, right click on this and then click on new file. You can also do that by clicking on this and then click on this button. So you are going to create a new file and you call it input.css. This will be the entry point for Tailwind, and then you add these directives. Paste. So with these directives, it will enable Tailwind to inject whatever utility classes that we use in our project, and it will compile it into the output file that we are going to specify. So now we are going to run this command. This command is telling Tailwind that check our input file, which is input.css, compile all those classes into our output.css file. You don't have to create this. By running this command, Tailwind is going to create the output file for us. The output file is what we'll be including in our project. That will be the styles that our web pages will be using. And this watch flag is telling Tailwind that as we are working, you should continually watch for changes. So whenever you make changes to your file, Tailwind will watch it and then recompile your output.css. But we are not going to use you can use output.css according to your preference, but we'll be using style.css. I think that one is kind of generic. So you copy this command and then you paste it here. But what we are going to do is we change output to style.css. Style.css. By running that command, so Tailwind is going to check all of your files that are in this part that you already specified to be scanned. So Tailwind is going to scan all of them and it's going to generate your output CSS file. With Tailwind, you don't have to write custom CSS yourself. Tailwind is just going to scan your file and then it will generate the styles for you. So that's what we have in the style.css. You may be wondering that we've not done anything in the project and we already have styles here. So actually, Tailwind has some base types for having a uniform cross-browsing outputs. So it has some base types. We'll talk about that in the core concept section. If you look further, you see that there are some styles that have been included. These styles is because I already included some out of the box Tailwind utility classes. So what Tailwind actually do is that it will scan all your file and check does it have any utility classes. So if it find any of them, it's going to include them in the output CSS file. This is input, the output is going to be styles. So I included some out of the box utility classes for your own reference. You are going to see all of them when you download the course file, which I know you've already done. That will be all for setting up Tailwind CLI. Now let's get into the course proper. In the last video, we run this command to run our CLI so that Tailwind CSS can scan our files in order to generate the custom CSS for our project. But there are times that you will have to kill your terminal or close your VS Code, and in such instance, that means the process will also be exited. So whenever you want to start working again, you have to run this command once again. So anytime you are working, anytime you are making changes to your project files, you will need to always run this command so that Tailwind CSS will continually watch for changes and then generate your custom CSS. But as you can see, the command is kind of long a little bit, so it might be a little bit hard to be typing this command every now and then. I want to show you an alternative to run this command. Rather than typing all this, you just have to run a short command and it's going to run this for you automatically. So to do that, you go to your package.json file and then you go to this script part of your JSON file. There is possibility that you have this test script there, so you can easily change this to dev. If you don't have anything there, you can also type it out. So change this to dev and then copy your command. This command, you copy it out and then paste it. As you can recall, we are using style here. Instead of output.css, we are using style.css. So you save that. Now, instead of running this command, all you have to do is you run npm run dev. So running npm run dev is going to run this command for you. So this is just the same as running this command also, but in a short form. So as you can see, Tailwind is continually watching our files now for any changes we make. Then it's going to generate our custom CSS automatically. To exit the process, you only have to press Command C or Control C. So yes, that will exit the process. And if you close your VS Code also, it will exit the process automatically. So in order to run this command again, just type npm run dev and you are good to go. So that's that for that. Now let's get into our work proper. Hello guys, in our previous videos I know you have heard me talk about utility classes severally. So what exactly is utility class? What are utility classes? So in this video we are going to explore the concept of utility first CSS, which is the core idea behind Tailwind CSS and what makes it different from other CSS frameworks. Utility first CSS is a way of writing CSS where you use small single-purpose classes to style your HTML elements directly in your HTML file. Each class does just one single task, and in this way, it simplifies and speeds up development process. So for example, to style your element conventionally, you have to link your CSS file. So take note that we'll be using our style.css in styling our pages. We won't be using the inputs.css. The inputs.css is the entry point for Tailwind CSS, and that's what we use to write our custom CSS and anytime we need to write custom CSS. So, but to actually style our pages, we'll be using the style.css file. So now back to utility classes. Let's say we have a paragraph with, let's say we have 50 words. Let's start our live server. Okay, here we have our page here. Let me zoom in so you can see this very well. Let me zoom in the browser also. Okay, now, so using Tailwind CSS, we use utility classes to style our elements. So let's say we want to give this paragraph a background. We do that with page black. As you can see, we can also change the color to white. And then we can give it a padding of, let's say, 1 rem. As you can see. So all you have to do is write utility classes to style your elements. You don't have to switch between your HTML and CSS file. Tailwind is going to scan your document and look for utility classes. So whatever utility classes it found in your file, it's going to compile the output CSS for you automatically. So like this now, this is an example of utility class. This class now bg black, it does only one function, and that is to add background to your elements. This text white, it does just one function, and that is to add font color of white. And you see this P4, it does just one function, that is padding of 1 rem to your elements. That is the main idea of utility classes. Each utility class does just one function. Each class is focused on a specific task, making it easy to understand and use. The term utility is used because these classes provide a useful single-purpose piece of styling. They are simple, they are reusable, that you can combine together to create complex designs without needing to leave your HTML file or write custom CSS. So as you can see, we can combine multiple utility classes on a single element to create whatever design you want. Now let's look at the benefits of the utility-first approach. One of the benefits of utility-first approach adopted by Tailwind CSS is that it speeds up your development process. Just like you saw in the previous example we did, the process of development is faster. You only have to specify the class, and Tailwind is just going to compile your CSS for you automatically. You can style your components quickly without switching between HTML and CSS files. And another benefit of utility classes consistency. Utility classes, they are predefined. They ensure consistent padding, margin, color, typography, layout throughout your project. And then utility classes makes maintenance easy, and they also make your code reusable. Since you are using utility classes, your CSS doesn't grow as much with your project because you are using the same utility class all through your project. This makes your code easier to maintain and reduce the chances of style conflict. Another big benefit of utility classes is responsiveness. Utility-first CSS simplifies your responsive design. Tailwind CSS provides utility classes for different screen sizes, so you can easily create responsive layouts. Let us quickly illustrate that before we move on to our next topic. Just as we have here now, we have, for example, we have padding of 1 rem here. You can see on large screens, we want the padding to increase to, you can see 1 point, or let's say 2 rem. 2 rem is going to be P8. As the screen increases, so the moment it gets to large screen, the padding is going to change to, okay, I've zoomed in so we couldn't get to that screen breakpoint. Let me zoom out a little. So you can see now here we have the padding to be 1 rem, but the moment it gets to large screens, the padding is going to increase to 2 rem. You don't have to write media query, you only have to use these responsive utility classes. And you can also say that from large screens, you want to change the background to red. So on small screen, the background is going to be black, but as soon as you get to larger screen breakpoints, it's going to change to red. So you can see how easy it is to build responsive layouts with utility classes. There's so much more you can do. This is just a simple illustration of how easy it is to build responsive layouts with utility classes. In summary, utility first CSS is all about using small, single-purpose utility classes to style your elements directly in your HTML. This approach speeds up your development process, it ensures your design consistency, it simplifies responsive design, and it promotes code reusability. Now let's get into our tutorial proper. See you in the next video. Yeah, in this video we'll be taking a look at font family. So how can you apply font family with Tailwind CSS? Okay, alright, I have it open there. So that is our item number 2 in the first section, font family. Let's say we have a paragraph here with, let's say we have rem 30. So let's start this with live server. Yeah, okay, don't forget to link your CSS file. To apply font family using utility classes, you start with the keyword fonts and then you specify the name of the fonts you want to apply. So to change the font family of this now, by default we have 3 font family out of the box given by Tailwind CSS. So we have sans, we have serif, and we have mono. I think sans is the default. Let's see. As you can see, so this is font sans. Let's have another one with, let's say, mono, and then lorem 30. Yeah, so this is sans, this is mono. We can also look for, I think the third one that is given out of the box is serif, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so this is font sans, this is mono, and this is serif. These are the 3 font family that Tailwind CSS gives us out of the box. If you over the utility classes, you see this is one of the functions of Tailwind Intelligence extension that we installed in the beginning of the course. So whenever you over utility class, it's going to give you what that utility class will be compiled into in your custom CSS. So font sans will give you this font family, and font mono will give you this font family, whereas serif is going to give you this font family. In cases whereby you want to add your own custom font, probably, which is very likely that you won't be using these fonts that are provided out of the box. So to add your own custom font, let's say intern fonts, you can search for Google Fonts. Here, Google Fonts. So let's say we want to add inter, or okay, we can do with Roboto. So click on which fonts you want to use. Then here you have get font. There is possibility that your own might be at the top if you are on wider screens. It can be at the top here if you are on wider screen, but now that I'm in small screen, so it's here. You click on get font, then get a embed code. So you have import. You can also use link, but let's use the CSS import. So you copy this and then you paste the import link in your input.css. Note that you don't have any business with the style.css. The output CSS will be compiled by Tailwind CSS, so you don't have any business with this. Whatever custom CSS you want to write, you write it in your input.css. So we are going to paste the link here. By the time Tailwind compile it, it's going to compile the output into the style.css. So let's see, let's save this now, and let's check our style.css. Let's go to the top of the file. So you can see that automatically Tailwind has compiled the link into our output.css. Now to finish adding these fonts into our project, the next thing we do is go to tailwind.config.js. There are two options with which you can do your own custom configuration to Tailwind CSS. You have the option of applying it directly in theme, but whenever you apply any custom configuration directly in theme, it's going to override the default Tailwind classes, or let's say default Tailwind properties. Now we're applying Roboto, right? Okay, so we can say Roboto. Then we have Roboto sans serif. You write it. You have the option of writing it as an array like this. Sans serif. This is one option. Then you also have the option of writing it all as a string. You have this option also. And you also have the option of using a CSS variable. But to do that, that means you have to define your variable in input.css. So you can come here and say, to define CSS variable, you use the root selector, and then you define, let's say we have robot. So we can copy this. Yeah, so to use the CSS variable, then here you say var Roboto. That's the name we assign to it in the CSS variable definition. So you have option of using either of these three. You can only use one of them. You can't use all of them together for the same font family. Well, so we can go with the first one. We don't need this. I just use that to show you the options that you have in defining your font families. Now that we've defined Roboto as our font family, so if you come here, let's say we have a paragraph also with lorem 30. Let's go to our okay. So this is the one we are dealing with now. So if you type fonts, you see that you only see Roboto here. The other time we have the option of sans, serif, and mono. But because we applied the custom configuration directly in theme, so this one will automatically override the default, the out-of-the-box font family that Tailwind CSS provided for us. But if you want to add this one in addition to the ones that Tailwind CSS provide automatically, so you have to put this in extend. You have to put this in extend. By putting this in extend, that means you will still have the option of the ones that Tailwind CSS provide out of the box. Now you can see we have sans, we have serif, mono, and this one that we just added. And this applies to whatever custom configuration you'll be doing in the future. Whenever you add it to theme directly, it's going to override the classes provided by Tailwind out of the box. But to extend it to add your own in addition to the ones that are provided, you do that in extend. So you can say fonts Roboto. Yeah, so now we have our fonts Roboto here. That's that for font family. Now we can go to font sizes. In this video, we'll be talking about font sizes. So how do you use Tailwind CSS to apply various font sizes to your web page? Don't forget, as usual, we have to link our CSS. And then let's open this with live server. All right. But before we proceed, I want us to make little adjustments to our configuration file. If you can observe, you see that my CLI is kind of sluggish, and that is because I have a lot of utility classes that I've written out here for you so that when you're working, you can easily make reference to them. You have a lot of them across our work files, so that's kind of slowing down the CLI. So I have lots of utility classes, and the way Tailwind work is it's going to be scanning all of your files, and whatever utility class it come across, it's going to compile that in your output CSS. So what we are going to do now to ease off the burden on the CLI is we are going to be more specific in our configuration file. So we won't be scanning for all of our files, we'll be scanning for only the basics folder for now, since that's where we are working on. So go to your config.js. On the file path pattern, we are scanning all the folders and subfolders in the source folder. So here we are going to scan for only the basic parts now. So here we are going to have O1 basics. So with that, Tailwind is not going to be scanning all the folders and subfolders in sort. It's going to scan for only the files in this basics folder. So let's save. And just to be on the safe side, you may have to restart your CLI, but that is not actually necessary. But to be on the safer side, you may have to restart it. Now let's go to our font sizes. To apply font size using Tailwind CSS, you have to start with the keyword text. Then you specify the size of fonts you will be using. And out of the box, Tailwind gives us these font sizes, like extra small, that one corresponds to 0.5 rem, small corresponds to 0.875 rem, that is 14 pixels, base corresponds to 1 rem, large 1.25, and so on and so forth. So let's say you have your paragraph to be, let's say you have 20 words. So by default, your font will be text-based, which is 1 rem. So to apply various font sizes, you can say you want it to be small, that is 12 pixels. Or no, small is 40 pixels, that is 0.875. As you can see, the IntelliSense is telling you that text small corresponds to 0.875 rem with line height of 1.25 rem. So if you save that, you can text out extra small. You can see. So you can also you can test any of these sizes. We have 9XL. 9XL corresponds to 8 rem. If you save that, you see how big it is. And each of these font sizes has their own corresponding line height. For example, 9XL have line height of 1, that is 8 rem also. If you use small, or let's say extra small has a line height of 1 rem with a font size of 12 pixels. In a situation where you don't want to use any of these classes provided, any of these values provided by Tailwind CSS, possibly the font size you want to use is not in any of these lists, so you can also use arbitrary values. So we have Lorem 30. So possibly you want to use a font size maybe 30 pixels. So to write arbitrary values, you write that with your square brackets, and then you write out the values you want to use. Okay, this is one of my extensions that I'm using, pixels to rem. It's converting pixels to rem. You see the extension here, pixels to rem. So whenever it comes across a pixel value, it converts it to rem. That's not part of Tailwind. In writing arbitrary value, you use square brackets. Tailwind is going to interpret that in your output CSS. As you can see, font size of 30 pixels. You are not limited to pixels. You can also use rem, but that would be too big for you. You can see that would be too big. You can go with, let's say, maybe 2.8 rem. You see now. So whenever you want to use a value that is not provided out of the box by Tailwind, you use square brackets. Now to customize your font size, possibly, in this list now, the list stops at 9XL. Possibly you want to add a bigger value. Maybe you want to use 10XL, 12XL, that's extra large. So to do that, you come to your configuration file and then you use this property to customize your font sizes. So you come to, as I said in the last video, if you write directly in theme, then you know that you're automatically overriding all the values provided by Tailwind CSS out of the box. So let's say we have 10XL here, and you give it a value, let's say, for example, let's say 20 rem. So writing it directly in theme is going to override all of Tailwind classes provided out of the box. If you check now, you see that this one doesn't give you any value again, doesn't give you any class. So writing that directly in theme as overriding the Tailwind classes out of the box. So to add it to existing classes, you use the extend. So you can come here and say font size. Now this is going to add 10XL to the existing classes provided by Tailwind. Now if you come here, let's say we have a paragraph with text 10XL. And next we have lorem 20. If you hover over this, now you see that 10XL is now 20 rem, which is what we define here. If you like, you can make it 25 rem. So saving that, this one is going to automatically theme to 25 rem. But if you compare this, the custom one we just defined, if you compared it with the out of the box classes, you see that these ones have line height by default, but the one we just defined doesn't have line height. So to add line height to it, make this an array. So the first value is going to be the font size, while the second value is going to be the line height. We can give it line height of, let's say, 30 rem. So now let's confirm. If you hover over it now, you're going to see that now it has a line height of 30 rem. You can also make your line height to be a relative value. So you can make it, you can say the line height should be, let's say, 1.5. So if you hover over it now, you see that the line height is 1.5 times the value of the font size. That's that about font sizes. Let's get to the next part. Welcome back. Now let's consider line height. You can leave that there in case we need to make reference. Line height. Let's see if I've already linked the style.css. So the utility class for line height is leading. There are cases that you won't want to use the line height provided by Tailwind CSS. Maybe you want to give your paragraph a fixed height. Possibly, let's say you give this text, you give it font size of, let's say you give this font size of 2XL. The line height for 2XL is 2 rem with a font size of 1.5 rem. But maybe you don't want to use that, you want to have a fixed line height. There are utility classes that Tailwind provided for line height, and the keyword is leading for line height, leading, and then the value of the height you want to give to it. So leading 3 gives you a line height of 0.75 frame, which is 12 pixels, 4 16 pixels, 5 20, on and on like that. And then you have leading none, which is line height of 1, leading tight with line height of 1.25, leading snug 1.375, normal relaxed and loose with line height of 2. So each of these have their own corresponding line heights. Maybe you want, like this one now has a line height of 2 rem. You may want to give it a line height of, you want it to have the same line height as the font size. That is leading of 1, and that corresponds to leading of none. So you can use leading none, and that is going to, you can see now that the text they are closer to each other than the other time that it's using a leading of line height of 2 rem. You can also use line height of loose, which is going to be times 2 of the font size. You can see the text are more spaced from each other. So that's that about line heights. So this give the elements a fixed height. No matter the value of the font size, the line height will be fixed. If you make this extra small, given that a line height of 2 is 2 multiplied by the font size, so now we have font size of 12 pixels. So that means the line height will be 2 times 12, which is 24 pixels, you can see now. So this gives the elements a fixed line height. And there's also a shorthand for combining the font size and the line height. So, and that goes by, let's say we have 30 words. So the shorthand goes by the font size first, then followed by the line height. So this is the shorthand for font size and then a fixed line height. So we can give this line height of 5. So by default, text more is going to have a line height of 1.25 frame, but if you give it line height of, let's say, 7, that is going to change it to 1.75 frame, and you are at the liberty to use any of these values. You can say you want to use line height of loose, which is nice 2. So you can see this is the function of Tailwind IntelliSense. If you save that, you see to achieve the same result as this, we can have extra small, and this is going to be loose. So you see now that we have the same result. We can also use arbitrary value for line height, and that goes by arbitrary value always comes with angle brackets. So you can say you want to have a line height of 2.6, even a paragraph of 30 words. So you can see anytime you want to write arbitrary values in Tailwind CSS, you use angle brackets, square brackets. So you can say you want to have a line height of 4 times the value of the font size. You see now. And to customize line height, you go to your configuration file, and then you either use theme.lineheight to override every class is provided by Tailwind, or you use the extend to add to the existing classes. So let's have a look at that. You can go to Tailwind. Since we don't want to override the classes provided by Tailwind, so we'll be using the extend. Then you have line height. This is going to be colon. So okay, in the line height we have here, we have loose. You can say we want to have extra loose. Let's say extra loose. So you give it a value of, let's say, 3. If you be having words like this, you have to put them in quotation. If it's a single word, let's say maybe extra loose like this, you don't have to put it in quotation. But if you're having kind of word like this, it should be in quotation. Now you can access this with your Tailwind utility classes. You can say you want to have this as, let's say, you can have, let's say, 40 word at this time. So now that we've defined extra loose, so if you check the options, we have extra loose, and this is not given by default. It is the class that we just defined. And if you check the value, it's going to be 3. If you change it to maybe 5, save that, then this is going to be 5, as you can see. So that is how you configure your line height. So now let's go to font weight. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. So in this video, we'll be talking about font weight. How do you use Tailwind to apply various font weights to your HTML elements? So let's say we have 10 words in this paragraph. So to apply font weight, you use the keyword font, the same keyword you use for font family. So you use keyword font and then you specify the weight of the fonts you need. So okay, let's start this with live server. Okay, now we have it opened. So by default, our weight is always normal, which is 400. So we have these classes provided out of the box by Tailwind CSS. You have thin to have font weight of 100, extra light 200, light, normal, medium, semi-bold, bold, extra bold, black. So you are at the liberty to use any of these font weights. You can say font bold. That is going to give your text a font weight of 700. To have, let's say, semi-bold, that is font weight of 600. You don't have to memorize these classes. With continuous usage, they are going to be part of you. Extra bold is going to give you 900. So you can see that's how you apply font weight. You can also customize it. Nearly all utility classes with Tailwind are customizable. That's one of the beauty. You can customize your font weight going to your configuration file. Then you can say font weight. So maybe you want to have, let's call this extra. We have extra bold to as 900. You can say you want to have extra bold. But most of the time you don't need all this, just so you know how you can do that in case you need to do it. So you can say you want to give this font weight of 1100. So now if you go to, let's say we have 15 word. Now if you say fonts extra, you see this is the one we just defined. Extra bold is going to give you a font weight of 1100. So there is no weight as extra bold, but we can also override the name. As we can overwrite the name that is given by Tailwind CSS. This black, we can change this font black to the extra bold. So to do that, just give this 900. So font black is not going to exist anymore because we've overwritten it. So this one is going to correspond to font weight 900. That's that about font weight. Now let's talk about text align. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about text alignment. So out of the box, Tailwind gives you these classes: left, center, right, justify, start, and then to align your text, which is basically all the alignments we have in CSS. So let's say we have a paragraph with, we can say 30 words, or let's say 25. Okay, I want it outside. It should be inside. Let's start with live server. Okay, to start your live server with shortcut is Alt L-O, and to stop it is Alt L-C. I'll be using the shortcut most of the time. So to align your text, by default, your text will be aligned to left. To align it to the right, you just have to use the keyword text. The same keyword you use for font size. So you only have to provide the value and Tailwind will automatically know if you are talking about sizes or alignments. So to align it to the right, you can say text right, and that is going to give you right alignment. You can see you have all this option. You have justify, that's going to justify your paragraph. You can see. And then you have text start and text end. These ones are mostly noticeable if you are conversant with directions. So text start is going to align your paragraph at the start of the direction. You know, we have, let's say we have directions to either be left to right or right to left. By default, we have left to right. So start with is going to align your paragraph at the left because it is left to right. But if you have a direction of right to left, that means start is going to align your paragraph to the right. You can see, though this is not common text direction, I think they use this with Arabic writing or something like that. So, and text end is going to align your paragraph to the end of the direction. Text end. Because we are currently using right to left, so end is going to be at the left. But if you go back to the default value, which is left to right, so you see text end is going to align your paragraph to the end, which is right in this case. Now let's talk about font color. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about font colors. How do you add colors to your fonts, to your text using Tailwind CSS? But before we go into that, I want to show you something very quickly in Tailwind documentation with colors. Color. Okay, here we have color. All right, so out of the box, Tailwind gives us this huge collection of colors to pick from for whatever design you want to implement. You can see we have an extensive color pool here. You can choose any of the shade of the colors. By default, to use any of these colors, you have to specify the shade, except for black and white. Only black and white does not have shade, but what for every other colors that are provided by Tailwind CSS out of the box, you have to specify which shade you want to use. For example, if you want to use color red, it's either you use red 100, 200, 500, up to 950. So as the shade increases in value, so also the thickness of the colors. So if you want to use green or emerald, lime, so we have all these colors provided out of the box with Tailwind CSS, and I can show you that you can create awesome designs using just these colors, but you also have the liberty of creating your own custom colors. So these colors are applicable to maybe font color, background color. You want to apply color to your border, so you can use any of these colors. Now let's go back to our font colors. Okay, let's start this with live server. All right, so let's say we have this paragraph with 25 words. So to add color, you start with text and then you state the color you want to use. Let's say we want to give this paragraph a color of red with shade 500. So you can see we have shade 500. You can also use green. You can use any of the colors provided by Tailwind. So, but for black and white, you don't have to specify the shade. Black does not have shade with Tailwind. And you can also is white. We are not going to see that now. Let's give it a background of black so you can see. So you see we have font color of white. We can also use arbitrary values. Let's say we have this paragraph. So you can use arbitrary values. Possibly the color you want to use is not provided, is not part of this color collection provided by Tailwind. So you can use arbitrary value. You can say maybe you have text. Then, as I said, arbitrary value always comes with square brackets. Then you specify the color. Let's say we have, I think this is a shade of gray, if I'm not mistaken. All right, this is supposed to be text. So you can see. So to use arbitrary color, you just use angle bracket and you provide the color you want to use. So you save that. You see. You can also customize your colors using the Tailwind configuration file. Whatever configuration you want to do is always done with tailwind.config.js. So you know that if you use theme directly, it's going to override all the values provided by Tailwind. So let's say this is, we can call this primary. Let's say you want to use this as primary color. So let's give it, you can say EFE. You have to put that, you have to provide that as a string. So you see that if you come back here now, if you come back here, you see that you've overwritten all the colors provided by Tailwind out of the box. You see this does not give us any color again. Now if you say text, if you say red, you are not going to have any suggestion because you've overwritten them in the configuration file. So to extend it, to add to what Tailwind gives us out of the box, you come inside extend and you can say colors. So this is going to preserve all the values given to us by Tailwind. Now you can say, let's say you can say text primary, which is what we defined. So this is the one we just defined. Okay, you can't see it, but it's there. You can also change the value. I just pick the value at random. I don't actually know what it's corresponding to. So it's also there. But I know this is white, while this is black. So that's about font colors. So I provide link here to see the colors that are provided by Tailwind. So you just have to click on the link. And then, okay, this is for font colors. You use the keyword text and then you have the choice of picking from all these colors. You have gray, you have slate, you have zinc, you have stone, you have orange, you have amber, and the list goes on and on like that. The list is quite extensive. You are at the liberty of picking from any one of them. Don't forget to always add your shade, except for black and white. Now in the next video, let's talk about text decoration. This video will be talking about text decoration. Always note that you need to link your CSS file, but to save us the stress of doing linking for every video, so I already linked them. But don't forget to do that whenever you are working on your personal project, and you always link the output file to your project. Don't link the input file. So let's say we have a paragraph. Let's say with 10 words. You can open that with live server. Yeah, so for text decoration, where you have underline, overline, things like that, you have line through. So To add underline, to add text decoration of underline, you only have to use the keyword underline for overline and then for line through. So let's say we want to give this text decoration of underline, just type underline. That is going to underline. If it is overline you want to use, you're welcome to use it. That's going to put the line at the top. Okay, we can't see that. Let me give the body padding of, let's say, 2, right? That will help us to see. So now you can see this is overline, and you also have line through. You see, that's line through. And you can also offset your underline, but this works for only underline. You can give the underline offsets. You can say underline. Okay, no, let's keep that so that you can have it as your reference. Let's create the example here. Don't forget that you can always make reference to this in the reference folder. So let's say this is as a text decoration of underline. You can also offset your underline with whatever value you want. So you have 0, which is 0. This is 1. Give you an offset of 1 pixels. This 2 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Let's use 4 pixels for our illustration. So you can see your underline has been offset. If you use 8, it's going to offset your underline by 8 pixels. If you override, you're going to see. And you can also use arbitrary value if you want to use 20 pixels. So you can see nice offset of 20 pixels. Okay, you can also specify the thickness of your decoration. So you do that with this utility classes. Decoration 2 will give you thickness of 2 pixels. Same goes for 8 pixels. And then you can also have arbitrary value. Okay, let's illustrate that. There we go. So let's say let's say this as underline. So to give its thickness, say decoration, then it probably want to give it 2 pixels thickness. You can see. Let's make this. Okay. I can just make this 2 so it doesn't create confusion. You can see now that this has more thickness than this. You can also, I think there is 4 out of the box. So you see, and you can also use arbitrary value. See, that's 3 pixels. We already illustrated arbitrary values there. So you can say 5 pixels. Okay, by default, your underline will always inherit the color of your text, your font color. Every of your text decoration, let's say overline. Every of your text decoration will always inherit the color of your text. Let's say we have a text color of red 400. You see that your decoration will automatically inherit the color of the font. But to give it a separate color, okay, and I have it here. To give it a separate color, just have to say decoration, then you specify the color you want to give it. So let's say blue 400. That's going to give the decoration a separate color that is different from the color of the text. And you can also change the styles of your decoration. Let's say you have the line. You can say you want to give it style of either dotted, dash, double, solid, or wavy. at the liberty to use any of those. So you can say decoration wavy. It's going to give you, see that you can use dotted, and you can also use double. See, you don't have arbitrary values for this because Tailwind has already provided the class for all the decorations we have in CSS. Alright, that's that for text decoration. In the next video, we'll be looking at list style type, your another list and ordered list. See you there. In this video, we'll be looking at list style type. Let's say we have another list with 3 list children. Let's call this item 1. Then we duplicate this. Let's call this 3. And let's call this 2. Then live server hot hello. Alright. As you can see that this is different from the conventional default CSS style. And the reason for that is that in the base styles for Tailwind, by default, Tailwind has modifier other than on that list. To change the list style to none and then remove the padding, we can confirm that if you go to our compiled CSS. Let's search for list style. Okay, as you can see, we have other list, another list, and menu. By default, Tailwind has make this list style to be none, margin to be 0, and padding to be 0, which is what you are seeing here. So to change that, you can come to your file. In the other list, another list, you can say class, you can say your list style type should be, you can say disk. I will give it disk, and you can also say decimal. We are not seeing that here because the padding is 0. So you can also set the pad, you can revert the padding back to what it used to be with conventional CSS. You can see now that we have the list to be disk and not none. If you remove this, then you are not going to have this. So you have out of the box, Tailwind gives you disk and decimal. But you can also use other type of style type. So you can use upper Roman, but that is not provided out of the box. So I'm going to use arbitrary value. You can say upper Roman. As you can see, you can also say lower Roman. You can also say, I think we have square, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's about this style. Out of the box, you have none, you have disk, you have decimal, but you are at the liberty of using any one through the arbitrary values. Let me duplicate arbitrary value so you have that for your reference. You can say disk. Don't forget that by default, through the base styles, Tailwind has make the style to be none by default, margin of 0 and padding of 0. So that is because for most cases you'll be using your another list or other list. You may not be needing this style type for most cases. For example, maybe in your navigation and stuff like that, you won't be needing the style type, but you can easily revert the changes using Tailwind utility classes. And if you want to remove that, generally you can go to input.css and then you add to your base layer. You can say add layer and base. So you can see another list, and that another list thing, list style. You want to revert it back to what it used to be with conventional CSS. You can say padding. You are reverting it margin. You also revert it to what it used to be conventionally. You have an error here. What's the error? What is the cause for the error? Okay, yeah. It's supposed to have semicolon. Sorry, I'm used to Prettier doing that for me. So doing this here, that means in your file, you don't have to do any of this as you have reverted it back to the default values. So you can see you've reverted it, but without that, so the default value of Tailwind will be applicable, which is style of none, padding 0, and margin 0. So what else do we have for the style type? Okay, you can also customize it using the configuration file. So to do that, you go to your config, then you say list style type. So by default, Tailwind give us disk and decimal, so you can also add others. You can say upper Roman, and then you have upper Roman. You can also say lower Roman. You can say lower Roman, but since you have this like this, so you have to put it in. So you have lower Roman. There should be comma here. Okay, so if you come here, you can say, all right, let's use this. Okay, so you can say under list with a list item, let's say 4 children, and each of the children has item. So we have it like this. So now you can say class, and you can use any of the one that we've designed, we've configured. So you have upper Roman, you have lower Roman. Then don't forget to revert your padding, so you can, or you can say padding of let's say 10. That will give you 40 pixels. So as that, you don't have to use reverse, you can use any value. Then you have 40 pixels, that is 2.5 rem. And you also have style positions, either inside or outside. You can do any of this. You can say list inside. That's for this inside, and the default value is outside. The default value is outside, but you have inside. That's the position. If you override, you are going to see the style position inside. So that's that for that. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll do a little talk about customizations in Tailwind CSS. So as you can see from the previous videos we've done, we did a few customizations. So just for us not to be repeating the same steps over and over again, whenever you want to do any customization, pretty much all classes, or let me say a greater percentage of Tailwind utility classes, can be customized. So whenever you want to do any customization, you just head straight to your tailwind.config.js file, and then you either do your customizations directly in theme, or you extend it to add more functionality to the default values provided by Tailwind CSS. So whatever class you want to customize, you can head straight to Tailwind official documentations. Then assuming you want to customize font size, just come straight down, you see where they talk about customization there. Whatever class, majority of the classes can be customized. You just, this one cannot be customized. Let's check text color. So just go to the documentation, then you look for the property for each of the utility classes for customization. So let's say this style type, go to down, and then you see where they talk about customizing your theme. So you can also check for border width. So to customize this, just go straight down, and then you check for the property to customize the utility class. Just take note that whenever you are doing your customization directly in the theme, you are overriding the default values provided by Tailwind. But if you want to add your own to the existing ones, you use the extend property. So that's that about customization. Now let's get to the next video. So in this video, we'll be talking about padding. Before we talk about padding, I want us to talk about spacing. Spacing, so in the Tailwind documentation, you go to customizations, then you see spacing. So most of Tailwind utility classes, they share the same value of spacing, like margin, padding, width, mean width, max height, all these properties, gap, insert space, translate, scroll margin, scroll padding. So all these properties, they inherit the same spacing values. Like possibly you'll be seeing me writing P4 whenever I want to add my padding. If you want to add margin, you can also use M1, things like that. So most of all these properties, they use the same spacing values. So whenever you want to probably customize the value for your padding or for your margin, you won't be making your customizations with respect to either padding or margin. You'll be making it with respect to spacing. Spacing is the figures that is shared with all these properties, and Tailwind provide like a good number of default values for our spacing. Like a unit in Tailwind is corresponding to 4 pixels, which is 0.25 rem. 1 unit is 0.25, 2 is 0.5. I hope you can see this. Oh, sorry. So 1 unit is corresponding to 0.25 rem, 2 0.5, 3 0.75, 4 is corresponding to 1 rem, as you can see. All these values, they are shared by padding, margin, gap, insert, translate, and stuff like that. They have to do with figures. If you want to make any customization, you customize your spacing in either team or in extend. So you can say, as you can see here now, the last value here provided by default is 96, which is corresponding to 24 m, 384 pixels. So you can say you want to provide your own value, possibly 98, 100. Maybe you want to give that to possibly 26 rem or 98 or 30 rem, according to your own preference. So you do the customization using spacing. Okay, let's take a brief example. Let's go to tailwind.configure.js. So here you can come to, you can say spacing. So spacing, you can, this one ended at 96. So you can say you want to have, you can say 98. You can assign that to possibly 30 rem according to your own preference. You can say you want to have 100 and give that possibly 32 rem. All this is dependent on your preference. So providing this value in the customization, then you can now use any of those in your styling. Okay, let's say we have a value, let's say we have a paragraph with 25 words. Let me start with lifestyle. All right. So by default, you have from 0 to 96, but in our configuration file, we've defined 98, we've defined 100. So you can use any of those. Let's say possibly 98. That is a padding of which value we gave it 30 rem. So you can also use 100. We gave it 32 rem, but by default, if you, let's comment this out. So you are not going to have 98 nor 100 again. You see, it's stopped at 96. So that is that about spacing. Now let's get to our utility classes proper. So to add padding to your elements, that your paragraph or your div, your span, whatever the case may be, to add padding, you use the keyword P, and then you provide the value you want. So let's say this paragraph now, we want to add a padding of 1 rem around the paragraph. So 1 rem is corresponding to 4, just as we see in our spacing value. 1 rem is 4. So if you give it a utility class of p4, we're going to have a padding of 1 rem all around. If you give it 6, that is going to be 1.5 rem, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. So we are not having response now because my CLI is not running. So npm run dev. Let me kill the terminal. Don't forget that you have to get your Tailwind CLI running whenever you are developing. And the command goes by, okay, I'm having this error because I'm currently not in the folder. So to open that, okay, so let's do this. Let me open only this folder tutorial. All right. So here now, I'm in the tutorial folder. So I can now start my npm run there. That will start my Tailwind CLI, and then it will start compiling my CSS for me automatically. Let's go to padding. Padding of 1.5 rem all round. So if you could remember the last time we were working in our configuration file, we set Tailwind to only be watching our basics folder, but now we're in spacing background. Okay, so let me just copy the name of this folder. I won't be making English mistake. So I'm going to give this. So I was more specific for the folders that Tailwind should monitor, should watch. So now I'm in spacing folder. Now you can see that our style has been applied. So little things like this can give you nightmare if you are not careful. Now, so P6 is going to give us padding of 1.5 rem, which is corresponding to 24 pixels. You can have 10, which is going to be 40 pixels, 2.5 rem. All right. That's that about padding, adding padding all around. You can also add your padding in the horizontal direction, that is in the x-axis. And to do that, you can say px. Px is going to add the padding only in the horizontal direction. And then py is going to make it in the vertical direction, that is padding top and bottom. While px is padding left and right. You can also add it to left, that is padding left, pl. And then you have padding right, padding bottom is going to be pb. So we have pad px, that is in the x-axis, py in the y-axis, ps, that is start. And that works with the writing direction. If it is left to right, your start is going to be left. If it is right to left, then the start is going to be right. We can illustrate that. Let's do a little illustration here. So PS is going to be padding start, but by default we are using left to right. But if you are using the direction of right to left, possibly you are from a big country also, PS is going to be at the right. Let's start for padding start and end. PT is padding top, P right, PR is padding right, padding bottom, and padding left. You can also use arbitrary value for your paddings. You can have arbitrary value if any value you want is not provided by default. Let's say you want 15 pixels, so you can use your square bracket and provide 15 pixels. That's going to apply a padding of 15 pixels. You can also use your rem value, possibly to, let's say, 2.8 rem. That is going to apply padding of 2.8 rem. Alright, that's that about padding. Now let's move to margin. let's talk about margin. As you know, margin is almost the same as padding, but margin will give you space outside of your container, while padding will be inside of your container. So to add margin to, let's open this. All right, let's give this background of black so we can see what we are talking about. Let's give it font color of white. All right, these are paragraph. So to add margin to it all around, you use M. Use the keyword M for margin. So you can say M1 is going to give you 0.25 frame, which is 4 pixels. You can see you have a margin of 4 pixels all around. 2 is going to give you 8 pixels. And then you also have MX, which is margin left and right in the x-axis. MY, that is margin top and bottom in the y-axis. Start, same as padding. End, same as padding. Then margin top, margin right, margin bottom, and margin left. Okay. So for MX, that is left and right. For MY, that is top and bottom. You can see. Then empty is going to be top only. ML is going to be left, while MR is going to be right. You can see that. You can also use your arbitrary value, same as we did with padding. To have your arbitrary value, you can say maybe you want to use 30 pixels. So you can see. Okay, you should know that you can customize your values using the spacing property, as we mentioned in the last video. Now let's get to space between. Welcome. Space between is used to provide spaces between the children of a particular element. Let's say you have a container. Let's say you have a container. Let's say you have a container with 2 children. So let's say so the children have 20 words, has 20 words. Okay. So let me open this with live server. Okay, this is one paragraph and this is another paragraph. So to add space in between each of the children, you can come to the parent container and say, if you want to add the space in the y-axis, that is space y. Space y, maybe that is 8 pixels. So it's going to add. Okay, we can give this BG background of blue so you can differentiate. Let's give this background of red. This is the first and this is the second paragraph. So you use space to administer spacing in between each children element. So as me, you want to add a space of 1 rem, that would be space 4. 2 rem is going to be 8. Okay, so that's about in the y-axis, but in the x-axis, you use space x, but it may be, okay, let me comment this out. Okay, space x is used to add spacing in the horizontal axis. You use it to space out the children element in the horizontal axis. This one is looking somehow because paragraphs are block elements. So assuming we give this value of inline, so that's both of them are inline. Okay, it looks somehow okay. Let's use span. I think span will be most suitable. You can also make this flex box. Since we have not got to flex box, you can use span to illustrate this. Let's say this is one span with, let's give it 5 words. You can duplicate that. Okay, this is one and this is the other. So space X is going to administer space in between the children element in the X direction, the X axis. You can give this a color of blue. So you BG blue 5. You can give this BG red. So space X is the one that is responsible for the spacing in between them. You can also give it possibly one rem. Yeah. So that's that about spacing. Space X is going to give the children element spacing in the x-axis. Y space, Y is going to give it in the y-axis. So we can say this is x and this is y. All these classes, they share the same spacing values. So if you want to make customization to these values, you use the spacing property in your configuration file. And under the hood, spacing uses the margin CSS property. So SpaceX use margin right and margin left to achieve the spacing between the children elements. Y space, Y uses margin top and the margin bottom to achieve the spacing between the children classes. So you see, we have margin top and margin bottom. Now let's get to the next one, which is width. See you there. This video will be talking about applying width to elements using Tailwind utility class. And the utility class for applying width is W. So you just write your W and then you provide the value of your width. Let's start this with Nav server so we can see this in operation. Okay. Let's say you have a paragraph with background of black. Okay, let's give it font color of white. You actually don't need to add white color set. Okay, so to apply a fixed width, paragraph is a block level element, so that's why it's spanning the entire viewport. So to give it a fixed width, you use W and then you provide the value of whatever width you need. So 60 is going to give you a value of 15 rem. That's 240 pixels. Okay, as you can see, we fixed the width of the paragraph to be 15 rem, which is 240 pixels. So you can use any value you like. You can use 40. 40 is going to be 10 rem. So you are free to use any of these values for your width. And then to apply parsitic values, so you can use any of these fraction values. 1/2 will correspond to 50%. 1/3 will correspond to 33%. 1/4, 25. 2/3, 66%. And then screen is going to give you a value of 100 view width. This is shortest view width, longest view width, dynamic view width. Main is going to give you width of main content. Max is max content, while fit is fit content. So we can try them with this. Let me copy this. So you can give it width of 1/2, which is 50%. That's half of the entire view width. You can also give it 1/4, which is 25%. Is 25%. Then you can give it screen, which will correspond to 100 view width. So it's going to span the entire screen. And then you can use main for main content. can use max for max content, and then fit is going to fit content. Can give this extra, so it's going to fit the content. But if the screen size is okay, let's reduce the value. Yeah, so if the screen size is higher than the width of the content, then the width is going to stop at the end of the content. That's for fit content. Okay, now let's get to mean width. To apply mean width property to an element, you use mean width and then you provide the value of. So let's say we have a paragraph. You can give it 100 words. All right. You can give it 10 words. So to give a value of mean width, you can say paragraph can increase to any size in width, but it should not be lesser than possibly 40 pixels. Or let's use a higher value, so we can see it in action. Let's use 96, which is going to correspond to 24 rem. So you are seeing the width of the paragraph can increase to any size, but it should not be less than 24 rem. So if our screen is lesser than 24 rem, then your paragraph is going to overflow. That's why we have this horizontal scroll bar here. As in the width should not be less than this. So if your viewport is lesser than the specified value, then you are going to have an overflow. That's about mean width, and you can actually use arbitrary value if the value you need is not provided by default and you don't want to do that in your configuration. Possibly the value you want to use is just a one-off value, so you can provide the value arbitrarily. So you can say possibly 1000 pixels. Okay, so this one is having a minimum width of 1000 pixels. All right, that's so you can see we're having overflow now. Okay, that's that about min width. Now let's talk about max width. All right, this video will be talking about max width. As you know, max width is used to apply a maximum width to an element. Let's say we have a div with background of black. Okay, can give it 200 words. So, and then we can give it font color of white. All right, we have a paragraph here, and by default your paragraph is going to span across the width of your screen size of your viewport. So if you want to add the maximum width, you don't want it to exceed this certain width, so you use the max width property. You can say possibly, you can say 60. You don't want your paragraph to exceed, and 60 is going to correspond to 15 rem. You don't want it to exceed 15 rem in width. This property is mostly useful if you want to centralize your element, possibly in the horizontal direction you apply. Is commonly used in such scenario. You give it a max width and then you apply margin both x direction. So you can say auto. That's going to centralize your elements in the middle of your viewport. So you apply max width. You can also use width for that purpose. You can say width, and then you use mx auto. mx auto is going to apply margin left and right, which is going to centralize your element in the x-axis. All right, so max width is telling CSS that okay, I want this element the element can actually be less than 25 rem, but it should not be greater than 25 rem. Okay, so you are at the liberty of using any of these values. Max width main will give you max width of main content, and you are also at the liberty of using screen sizes, but we talk more about this in our responsive section when we are talking about responsive designs. So this screen, here you have screen small, which correspond to 640 pixels, screen medium corresponding to 768 pixels. These are responsive breakpoints that are used to apply media queries to your design. So if you apply a media query of small, it's going to apply media query to your element at 640 pixels. And so you can use any of those values, that small, medium, large, extra large, and 2XL. You can also use that with your max width. So if you apply max width of medium, it's going to apply max width of 768 pixels. We can also try that out. So you can say max width of medium is going to be 768. So max, oh sorry, I'm talking about screen. We have medium and we have screen medium. The medium here is 448 pixels, while screen medium is 768 pixels. So keyword screen is used to make reference to your screen breakpoint for your responsive designs, while just ordinary medium large has their own respective values. Now if you say you want a max width of screen medium, which is 768 pixels, so you are seeing that your width can be lesser than that, but it should not be greater than 768 pixels. So you are seeing it now. So from A to A is 768 pixels, and the element is centralized because of MX Auto, which is margin in the horizontal axis of either left and right. So if you remove this, then that means your element will not be centralized as soon as it exceeds that screen size. And you can also have arbitrary value. I think by now we all know how to apply arbitrary value. So you can have arbitrary value, you can say max with possibly 150 pixels. So it's going to apply max width of 150 pixels to this. So you can see it there. And you can also use rem value. 150 pixels is the same as 9.375 rem. This one is the work of an extension I have installed, that is pixels to rem. This is the work of this extension, pixels to rem. If you prefer to have your values converted like this, you can also install it, but it's not a requirement for this course. So we have 9.375 rem, and you are going to have the same size as the other time. You can also see 10 rem. 10 rem is going to be 160 pixels. Alright, that's that about max width. Now let's talk about height. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video we'll be talking about height. So to apply height to your element, you use the H class, H utility class. Let's say we have a container, okay, and you can use any of these values. H10 is going to give you an height of 40 pixels. You also have the option of using percentage values. H1/2 is going to give you 50%. 1/3 is going to give you 33%. Also 2/4, okay, you have 2/4 here. Alright, we have it here. 2/4 is going to give you the same percentage value as 1/2, which is 50%. And 1 over 3 is going to give you the same percentage value of 2 over 6. So you are at the liberty of using either of those. Each screen is going to give you an height of 100 view heights, which is the entire height of your viewport. SVH is going to give you shortest view height. LVH is going to give you longest view height. This one are mostly used for your mobile responsive designs. They are used for mobile designs. And HMain is going to give you main content, max content, fit content. So let's do a little illustration of that. Let's give this background of black. Start with live server. All right. So if you apply H10, that is going to give you a height of 40 pixels. So you can see 10 is 40 pixels, 20 is going to be 80 pixels, which is 5 rem. So you are at the liberty of using any of this value. H1 over 2 is going to be 50% of the parent container, which is the body. 1 over 2 is going to give you 50%. We are not seeing it because we do not assign height to the body. We can give the body the height of screen, which is going to be 100 view height. So the body is having a height of 100 view heights, while this div, this container, is having a height of 50% of the parent. Let me duplicate this here for your reference. You can say this is 40. It's going to give you a height of 10 rem, 160 pixels. And you can also use arbitrary value just as we've always done. So you can give this a height. Let me comment this out. Okay, so you can give this a height of possibly 100 pixels. So we are going to see that this is 100 pixels. The mean height and max height, let's just talk about them once and for all. It's almost the same as mean width and max width. So you can use mean height to apply the minimum height to your element. So mean height 1 over 2 is mean height of 50%. So you're actually saying that the height of this element can be greater than 50%, but it should not be less than 50%. So you don't have 1 over 2. Okay, we don't have mean height of 1 over 2. These are the values we can have out of the box. So if you want to use a mean height of 1 over 2, that means you are going to use arbitrary value of 50%. So that will give it a mean height of 50% of the parent value. It is actually impossible to know all this value of hand. So to have your suggestion in using the DLSS, you can just press your control on your keyboard and you hit your space bar. It's going to give you the available options. Right. So these are the available options for minimum height. You can have max content, min content, fit content, dynamic view height, and so on and so forth. And that's same also for max height. Let's see the values that are available for max height. These are the values that are available for max height. You have max height of screen. So if you use max height screen, you are saying that the height can be lower than the height of the viewport, but it should not be greater than the height of the viewport. Let's see that in action. You are giving this max height of screen. Let's say the content is, we have 1,000 words. You are saying the height can be lower than the height of the viewport, but it should not exceed the height of the viewport. So you can see that in action. This is the end of the element, but the content is overflowing. If you add overflow of fading now, then you are not going to see the overflowing content. You can see the height is not exceeding the height of the viewport. That is max height. Moving overflow, you are going to see that the content is going to overflow. If you have content that is, let's say 100, so that is not going to fill our viewports. But if you have 1,000 words. That is going to, the content is supposed to be greater than the viewport, but because you have a max height of screen, that is basic CSS. So the height is the height of the viewports, and you have the overflowing content, which you can hide using overflow of hidden. That's that about height, mean height, and max height. So let's get to the next one. See you there. Welcome back. Tailwind provides a special utility class that combines the value of width and height. Possibly if you want to have the same value for width and height, you can just use the size utility class, and it's going to apply the same value for width and height to your elements. Let's open this with live server. Let's say you have a container, and your container is having background of blacks, so you can see that's in action. So size is going to apply the same value for width and height. If you say size of, let's say 28, which is 7 rem, so it's going to apply width of 7 rem and height of 7 rem. That is the function of size. It applies the same value for width and height. So there are cases, there are scenarios that you want to have the same value for width and height. So instead of writing width separately and writing height separately, they have the same values. So you can just use size to achieve the same results. So you can see they have the same result. So okay, to see that, so you don't think I'm cheating, let's give this background of red. Can say width of 28, height of 28. So you can see now that we have the same results. Size is going to give you both properties, and you can also have arbitrary value. So we can have this. You can have arbitrary value. Let's give this a background of green. You can have arbitrary value for size. Possibly the value that you want to use is not provided. You have these values to choose from. Any of these values, you have min, max, fit, and you have this percentage value. Full is going to give you a size of 100%. So you can choose from any of these values. Let's use 40. 40 is going to be 10 rem. Is 160 pixels. Okay, arbitrary value. Possibly you want to use a value that is not in any of the provided ones by default. You can say 99 pixels. So it's going to apply a height and width of 99 pixels. Okay, that's that about size. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Now let's talk about background color, but I know that you are already familiar with background color because I've used it severally in some of our illustrations. So to apply background color to your element, you use the big keyword, big, and then you provide the color you want to use. So let's give this element width and height of 10 rem. So you use BG to apply color to it, and you are at the liberty of choosing from any of the colors provided by Tailwind. So you see, you have an exhaustive list of colors provided out of the box. So you can say violet. Let's say violet 500. So use the BG class to provide background color, and you can also add opacity to your color. You use the forward slash, and then you pick the value of the opacity you want. 10 is going to give you opacity of 0.1. 15 is going to give you opacity of 0.15. 20 is going to give you opacity of 0.2. It goes on and on like that. 40 is going to give you opacity of 0.4. So you can see this one has opacity of 100 by default. That's 1. Now you have this one has opacity of 40. You use / to specify opacity after the background color. And you can also use the background. You can use the background opacity property to achieve the same results. Let's see that in action so we can easily compare. So we're going to use / for this, and we're going to use the big opacity for this. 40. So you can see either you use this or you use this. I'm going to achieve the same results. Alright, that's that for that. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to deal extensively with other properties that have to do with background. So we talk about background attachment, background position, background size, repeat. Then we talk about linear gradient. So to illustrate, let me start this with my live server. Then I will close these ones. Alright, so to illustrate background attachment, we need a picture. Okay, let's have a div. Then we can set style to background image. So you say URL. And then I have an image provided for us in our image folder for this purpose. Alright, we're going to give this a height of 1/2, 50% of, okay, let me use arbitrary value of 50 view height. 1/2 is not going to work because our body does not have a specified height. But this one is going to give us a value of a height of 50 view height. Now we see our image here. We see our container with the background image. To illustrate fixed, local, and scroll, we need a content that is higher than the height of our view height. So we can have another container here. Let's give it a height of 50 view height or so. 50 view height. Element is not going to interpret that properly because of the square brackets. So we can say 50 view height. Let's give this background of red. Okay, but this is still not greater than now. Okay, so we can have another container here. So we need a content that is higher than the viewport. So we can illustrate fixed, local, and scroll. Let's make this 100. You can say height of screen. It's going to give us a height of 100 view heights. Okay, let's make this green. Okay, now we have a content that is higher than the height of our viewports. Alright, background attachment fixed is going to fix your background. As you are scrolling, the background is not going to scroll with your viewport. Let's test this out. BG fixed will give us background attachment of fixed. So if I save that, our image is not going to scroll with the viewports. Alright, so you can see that now. The image is going to be fixed. It's not going to scroll with the viewport. That is background of fixed. Local is going to scroll with both the viewport and the container. Local and scroll, they are they are kind of similar, but they have a little difference. Background attachment of local, the background is going to scroll with both the container and the viewport. Okay, let's say the container is serving, to illustrate that, let's say the container is having a content of 200 words. So we're going to give it overflow of auto. So it's going to have, so the content is not going to overflow outside, but you can scroll. So we're going to have our scroll bar. Let's say overflow auto. Alright, so this one now has its scroll bar. So big local is going to make the background to scroll with both the container and then the viewport. Whereas scroll is going to make it to scroll only with the viewport. It's not going to scroll with the container. So you can see the image is not scrolling with the container, with the parent container. That is the difference between local and scroll. They are kind of similar, but it's going to scroll with the viewport, whereas it's not going to scroll with the container. But local is going to scroll with both the container and the viewport. So you can see the background is scrolling with the container and it's going to scroll with the viewport, whereas fixed is not going to scroll with either the container or the viewport. You see, it's not going to scroll. That's that about background attachments. Okay, the next one, background position. Let me comment this out. Alright, I'll copy it out. Let me comment this. So we have an empty page. Then to illustrate background positioning. So we have this. Let's make it a height of screen. Alright. So background position, you have top, bottom, center, right, left, and so on and so forth. To apply position to our background image, so you can say BG. You can say BG bottom. I'm going to give it a background position of bottom. You can see. So center is going to centralize our background image. You can see. Then you have other values like right top, left top, this left top, this is right top. You have left bottom, right bottom, and then the rest. Background size. Let me comment this out. Background size, you have contain, cover, or auto. As you know, cover is going to make your image to cover the whole width and height of the container, and it will also maintain the aspect ratio of the image. The image is going to maintain its aspect ratio, whereas it will also cover the whole area of the container. So you can say big cover. So it's going to cover, whereas contain is going to stretch the image to the heights of the container, and it's also going to maintain its aspect ratio. So that's why it's repeating. Let's say no repeat, e.g. no repeat. So contain is going to stretch the image to the height of the container, and it's also going to maintain its aspect ratio. So if the container is bigger than the image, then you are going to have empty space. Whereas cover is going to cover the whole container, and the image is still going to maintain its aspect ratio. And for repeat, I think you can see repeat in operation there. Let me copy this so you can have it for reference later. Let me copy this out, comment this out. Okay, so no repeat is not going to make the background elements to repeat, but by default it will repeat if the container is greater than the background. So the background is going to repeat itself. So e.g. no repeat is not going to make it Wait. And you can say no repeat X. Okay, repeat X is going to make it repeat only in the X axis. And then repeat Y is going to make it repeat only in the Y axis. So you can say BG repeat X. I'll make the background to repeat in the X axis. Alright, let's talk about linear gradients. Let's give the container a height of 15 rem. Okay, so to apply background gradients with Tailwind CSS, you first start with the utility classes of gradient, then you state the direction. Do you want it to go to top right? So you can see it's going to apply it to top. It's going to give to top right. You see bottom right. So you first stipulate the direction. Let's make it go to right first. So we pick the gradients to right. Then you stipulate the color of your gradients. You can say, then you say from, you use the keyword from, and then you state your color. Let's take from black. Then you use the keyword to stipulate the second color. You can say blue 600. So you are going to have a color grade, a linear gradient that's starting from black going to blue. You can say from cyan. You can use any color of your choice. You can say from cyan, then to teal. You can also, from cyan to teal, you can also add another color in the middle. So you use the keyword via. Via is going to add a color in the middle of the linear gradient. So you can say via blue 500. So you are it's going to start from cyan via blue to teal. Okay. And you can also state the percentage at which the gradients will be mixing together. You can say from possibly, let's say 20%. So it's going to start mixing from 20%. Then you can say via, let's say possibly 40%. So this is going to mix at 40%. Then you can say to stop at, let's say 60, or let's say 70%. So let's start about that. Okay, let's see the difference between this and when we didn't add these percentage values. Let's move this on this so we can compare. You see, this one doesn't have any percentage value from via and to, but this one is having percentage value of from 20% via 40% to 70%. And you also have the liberty of removing this. It's not compulsory. So you can see the changes there. Okay, that's that about linear gradients and background properties. See you in the next video. This video will be talking about border. So how do you use Tailwind to apply border to your elements? For example, let's say you have a paragraph. You have a paragraph with 25 words. You have a paragraph with 25 words. How do you apply border to this using Tailwind CSS? The first thing you do is you stipulate the width of your border. So if you use just border, is going to give you a border width of 1 pixels. If you save that, so you can see there is a faint border around it. We still get to the color. So this color is provided by Tailwind as the default value. If you check our output.css file, our style.css, we go to, let's say if you go to the beginning, you see this style there. By default, Tailwind is applying a border color of E5, E7, EB, which is this. It's kind of a shade of gray. So with a border style of solid, that's why if you just apply border width, by default the width is 0. So as soon as you apply a border width that is different from 0, you are going to have border style solid and border color of this shade of gray. All right, so you have the option of 0 for 0 pixels, border 2 for 2 pixels. I'm going to give you border width. So border 4 is going to give you a border with 4 pixels width, right? And you can also use arbitrary value for the border width. You can say you need a border of, you can say you need a border of 3 pixels width. So you can use arbitrary value for it. So you have it. And you can also want to go higher and say you need a border of 10 pixels. I'm going to have it there. Alright, to apply border color, you just say border and then you specify the color you want. Maybe you want a border color of red. So this is how you apply color to your border. What do we have? Okay, you can also use arbitrary value for your color. So you just want to write that, provide the arbitrary value. You can say FED. So it's kind of a shade of gray too. So you can use any value you want. You see. Alright, that's that about border width and color. The next video we are going to talk about border radius and the rest. Okay, so in this video we are going to talk about border style and border radius. Let's create another example for this. Let me open this with Live Server. Okay, let's say we have a container. So let's say we have container of 50 words. To apply border radius, okay, let's start with border style. So let's give it a border width of 4 pixels and then let's give it color of red. So you can see that glaringly, right? So to apply different border styles, you have the option of solid is the default value provided, just as we saw in the style.css. So the border style by default is solid. So you are at the liberty of using dashed, dotted, double heading. So if you say border dashed, so you are going to have dashed border all around. So you can also say dotted. You can say dotted. So you are going to have dotted borders all around. Okay, I omitted a part in the last video. You can actually apply border top, border bottom, right and left. I omitted that, so we can as well get to that now. You are not only restricted to applying borders all around. You can say you only need border top. Border top comes with border T. So that's going to apply border at the top. You're going to see it come up here. So this is it, border top. You can also have border bottom, border left. This is border bottom. Then you have border left. Border left is going to apply border at the left. And then you have border right. You also have border X for x-axis. That is going to be border X. So it's going to apply that left and right side. And you have border Y. That is top and bottom. Okay, that's that about border. Now let's get back to, okay, so to apply border radius, you use the utility class rounded. Okay, we can give this space. Let's come to body. Let's say we give it space y of 4. It's going to apply space in between the children. So to apply border radius, you use the rounded keyword. Rounded is going to give you border radius of 0.25 rem all around. So you can say rounded going to give border radius 4 pixels, as you can see. Okay, let's give this a max. Let's give this a max width medium, so you can see both edge. And then let's centralize it in the horizontal axis and make auto. Right, so you have a border radius of 4 pixels. Okay, and you can use any of these values. Large is going to give you 8 pixels, extra large 12, 3XL 99 pixels. Then full is going to give you full border radius. If you have the same width and height, it's going to be like a circle. But if you have it in this shape, let's test it out. You can see border full. So you see, but it's going to overflow. So you can say rounded large is border radius of 8 pixels. So by default, you have all these values, and you can also use arbitrary values. We want to give it border radius of, let's say, 20 pixels. That's it. So you can use arbitrary value. You can also use rem. You can also say 2 rem, which is going to be 32 pixels. Yeah. So that's that for border radius. And you can also say border radius, you can apply it at the right, at the bottom left, top right, bottom right. You have all those options. So you can say where is the rounded. Okay, you can say rounded top. You can say rounded top large. So you have rounded top is going to apply to top left and top right. Let's see that. So it's going to apply it top left, top right. That's what you are seeing there. Okay, you have rounded start, end, top, right, bottom, left, start. You have it on and on like that. But we don't have X, we don't have Y. That's a mistake. I think the mistake comes from copy and pasting. That is nothing like rounded X, rounded Y. You can only have top, you can have bottom, but there's no X and Y. You can as well add it all round. So you can say rounded bottom. It's going to apply to bottom left and bottom right, until like rounded X. So you can say rounded bottom. So bottom large is going to add it to bottom left and bottom right. So that's that about that. Now let's talk about divide. This video will be talking about divide. So divide is used to apply border in between children element of a container. So let's see that. Let's say we have a container, then we have a paragraph. Let's say this has 20 words. So let's have another one. Let's say this one has 30 words. So divide is used to add border between the children elements. So you can say divide y to divide y is going to give you border width of 2 pixels in between the children element. It's there. You can see it. You can also change the color by saying divide. Let's give it red. So you're going to have a border of 2 pixels with color red in between the children elements. Divide y, we apply border in between in the y-axis. Y divide x is going to apply it in the x-axis. Let's illustrate x. Let's say we have a container, and the container is having 2 span children. So let's say this span has this, and the second span has this. So divide x is going to apply border in the x-axis. So let's say x4 is going to apply border in between the elements. Okay, so this is the divide. We can as well make it colored too, so you see it. Yeah, this is divide x. It applies the border in between the children element in the horizontal axis, in the x-axis, while this applies in the vertical axis. And you can also have different styles. You can have solid, you can have dashed, you can have dotted, double, hidden, and you can also have none to remove divide. Okay, so we can say, let's say we want it as dashed, divide dashed. You can use any of these. You can use solid, which is the default. You can use double, you can use dotted. Alright, let's use double for this horizontal. You can say divide double. This is going to give you double divide. So you stipulate the width of your divide, and then if you want another color, you give it color, then style as according to your preference. Divide y reverse and divide x reverse is mostly used with, let's say, flexbox, where the direction of the flow is reversed. But I don't. Okay, let's do an illustration, even though we've not got it to flexbox. So let's say we have a container that's a flex container, and direction is column. We have flex direction of column. Okay, so let's say it has let's say 3 children. That's 3 children, and each of them, let's say this is child 1. So we have 3 children like this. Let's call this going to give it flex direction of column. Yeah. Okay, so if we reverse this now, so that means 1 is going to be at the base, 2, and then 3 at the top. So this is the situation that divide reverse, or divide y reverse or divide x reverse is useful. If you use just divide here, let's say divide y. If you use just divide, it's going to be confusing. Okay, let's give it color of red so you can see it more clearly. As you can see, the divide is at the top, whereas it's supposed to be in the middle of the children element. So in this case now, you are going to use divide reverse. Just as the children are reversed, then the divide will also be reversed. I have not stipulated the width of my divide. So divide y, let's say 4. So assume if you use just divide without reversing it, so the placement is not going to be correct. It's not going to be accurate because you've reversed the direction of the children. So in any case that you reverse the direction, you are going to use either divide y reverse if you are reversing it in the y direction. But if you reverse it in the x direction, okay, let's say we have the direction as flex row, which is the default. Now that means you are going to use divide x, not y in this case. All right. Now if you have the direction to be row reverse, so that means you need to reverse the direction of your divide also. So the divide is supposed to be between child 1 and 2, and then 2 and 3, not at the start and here. So we are going to apply divide x reverse. So now you are going to have it properly placed. So that's that about reverse. Reverse is used to apply border in between children elements. Welcome. In this video, we'll be talking about outline. Outline is similar to border. Outline is similar to border. The difference is that you can offset outline, but you cannot offset border. Let's say we have a button. Okay. We have a button of click me. Okay, this is our button here. So let's give it. Okay, let's give this outline. To use outline, you have to stipulate the style first. Either you want solid, dash, dotted, double, or none. You know, with border, you don't have to stipulate the style because solid has been applied for border by default by Tailwind CSS. But if you want to use outline, you need to stipulate the style first. So if you say outline, it's going to apply solid. So you are at the liberty of using any of these styles. So you say outline, then outline will also apply width of 3 pixels. Just outline is we apply outline of solid with width of 3 pixels. If you need a different width, you can say outline possibly 2. That's going to give you width of 2 pixels. Let me close this. We can as well centralize this. Let's make this. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me just pardon me. We've not got into Flexbox. Just so you can see this. Attempt syntax justifies syntax. So that we can see this. We can have it at the center of the screen. Okay, let's give this height of 100 view. Now we have our button. Okay, so the difference between outline and border, you can actually offset outline, or you can offset border. You can offset this by whatever width. You can say outline offset. So you have these values by default. You have 1, give 1 pixel. 2, we offset it by 2 pixels. 4, we offset it by 4. While 8, we offset it by 8. So you can see. Let's give this background of let's say blue. So you can see that you can see the offset in action. So this is the button itself. You can as well apply padding. You can say padding X of 6, padding Y of 4. Yeah. So if you use border, your border cannot be offset. So it will be rounded, but you can offset your outline. So without the offset, the outline will be at the tip, but you can offset it, and you can also use arbitrary value. You can say outline offset, and then use arbitrary value. You can say 10 pixels according to your preference. So the outline will be offset. And you can also change the color of your outline. Okay, yeah, you can change the color. You can say outline. You can say outline red 600. So that will change the color of your outline. You can also apply radius to your outline just like border. You can say rounded. You can say medium, large, extra large to extra large. So that will apply radius to your outline just like border. So that will be all for outline. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this section, we'll be talking about state responsive designs. We also talk about dark mode, and we talk about styling children from their parents. Okay, but before we go into the section proper, I want us to create a mini project that we'll use for illustrating these states. So before we go into our development, you should know that it is essential for you to always get your CLI running whenever you are developing, so that Tailwind can continually monitor your files for changes, and whenever you make any changes, it's going to recompile your CSS for you. And we are using this command npm run dev because we have set it in our package.json to be running this Tailwind command for us. If you don't set it here, you need to be running this command every now and then. Alright, I think that is clear to everyone. So we run this command npm run dev so that Tailwind will continually monitor for changes in our files. Okay. And another thing we need to do is we need to change the active folder to this third folder. In our last section we set it to this folder, but now that we have moved to this folder, we are going to set it to this folder. So what we are going to do is we change it to this. I'm going to copy the name of this one. I'm copy the name. So and I'm going to paste it here, so that Tailwind is going to shift its attention to this folder. Now I'm going to save it. All right, now we are good to go. So let's create our mini project. Let's say we have a form here. We have form. We don't need action, but we need class. So the form have a child div element. The div also has inputs as input of type text. Let's give the input a width of 100%. That is width full. Also give it border of 1 pixel. Give it border color of slate 300. Give it padding left and right of 3. That is 0.75 rem. Give it padding top and bottom of 2. That is 0.5 rem. Okay, let's save that and see what we got. Okay, this is our input there. We are going to have a paragraph there for error message. So let's say minimum of 6 characters. That will be our error message for the input whenever the input is invalid. So let's give it font color of red. Yeah, these are inputs. Okay, let's give the inputs border radius. Let's say rounded large. I'm going to give it a border radius of 0.5 rem, 8 pixels. Then we have a submit button here. A submit button. So let's say submit. Now we give the button a width of 100%. That is width full. We give it background color of sky 500. We also give it horizontal padding, that is px of 3. Give it vertical padding, that is py of 2. Yeah. So let's give it font color of white, that is text white. And then we can give it font weight of 600, that is font semi-bold. Alright. As you can see, the form is spanning the entire width of the viewport. So we can give it a max width, let's say small, and that is going to give us a width of 24 rem. So we can centralize it horizontally using MX Auto, that is margin left and right of auto. It's going to centralize it for us. We can also give the submit button border radius, let's say rounded large. Okay, now we can put spacing between both children elements. So let's say space y, let's say 6, that is 1.5 rem. Okay, now we can centralize the form vertically to be in the center of the web page. So we can use body for that. Let's give the body main height of screen, that is 100 view height. And then we can say content center, that is align content to center. Don't worry about that, we'll get to that when we are dealing with flexbox and grid. Okay, so we have this and we have the submit button. Alright, we're almost done. Let's have another container here. So I'm going to give it space y of 6. We're spacing the children element. Okay, let's put this up here. Okay, so we're going to have heading 3 here and give it font bold, that is font weight of 700. Let's see, this is a heading. Okay, beneath it I'm going to have a paragraph. Let's say the paragraph has 50 words. Okay, we can also give The container, let's give it a max width of small. Okay, and we centralize it horizontally with MX Auto. Okay, now we can give this paragraph font color of slate 600. And now we can give this container, let's give it a margin top. We can say, let's say 6.2. I'm going to give it a margin top. We can also give this heading font color of slate 600. Let's say 600. Or better still, we can just put the font color at the parents on the container so that both the paragraph and the heading will inherit the. There's an error somewhere. Okay, I'm mixing this. Okay, so that both yeah. Now at the base of this paragraph we have a button. You can say click me, or let's say over me. This over me. Then we have a spanner. Give it text of yeah. Here. Okay, so this is this. You can also justify this paragraph with text justify. That is text align justify, text justify. So as you see how easy it is to work with Tailwind CSS. You don't have to be switching between your HTML and CSS file. You only have to do everything in your HTML file and you are good to go. Tailwind is going to take care of the CSS compilation for you. Now we are done with the mini project. Let's get started with the section proper. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about over focus, active and disabled states. You know, there are times that you will need to add a different style to an element whenever that element is overdone. Let's say this submit button, currently there is no different styles for whatever states. Every utility class with Tailwind CSS can be conditionally applied. So for example, let's say we want to apply a different color to this button whenever the button is overed. So we come to button, then to apply any styles and over, you use the keyword over followed by colon. So use that keyword. Now we want to, let's change the background color. Let's say presently the color is sky 500. We can give it the color of sky 700 whenever it is overdone. So let's see that. You can see whenever you go on the button, you have background color of sky 700. You can also say currently the font weight is semi-bold. You can also say whenever it is overdone, you want a font weight of bold. That is font bold. That will give you font weight of 700. Semi-bold, bold, semi-bold, bold, semi-bold, bold. That's that about over. You can use it with any Tailwind CSS utility classes. And for focus, the utility class for focus is the keyword focus. You can use it to apply style to any element whenever that element is focused. For example, this input element now, the default behavior is outline of black whenever it is being focused on. So you can change the outline. Let's say the input element, whenever you focused on it, the keyword is focus. You can say you don't want any outline of none. That's going to remove the outline whenever as you can see, there is no more outline. You can also say you want to give the outline another color rather than black. So you can say the sky 500. So whenever the input is focused, you give it another class. You can use the keyword focus with any styles that you want. For active states, the keyword is active. So you can use it to apply styles to any element whenever the element is active. Let's say this submit button now. If you want to add a distinct background color to it whenever it is active, let's give it a background of red. So whenever the button is active, it's going to have red background. You can see that whenever I click on the button, it's giving me a background color of red. So, and for disabled state, the keyword is also disabled. So you can apply whatever style you want using the disabled keyword. So the styles will be applied. The styles will be effective when that element is in disabled state. So you can say disabled. Alright, you can give the button, let's say you can give it sky, let's say DG sky 200. So whenever the button is disabled, the button is not disabled now, so it has the normal color of sky 500. So you can say, let's give it the attribute of disabled. That is going to make it, you can see it's currently sky 200. And you can also say whenever it is disabled, you want the cursor to be not allowed. Cursor not allowed. You can see that. That's the disabled state. You use that with the disabled keyword. Alright, that's that about focus, active, over, and disabled. Welcome back. This video we are going to talk about how to style children elements with respect to their parent state. So how do you style a child relative to the state of its parents? So you do that by using the keyword group. Let's say whenever you hover on this container now, which is the parent of these three elements. So maybe whenever you hover over it, you want to change the color of this paragraph. So what you do is you assign the class group to the parents, then you go to each of the elements. Okay, for example, let's say when you hover on this, let's say you give it a background of sky 500 when you hover on this container itself. So when you hover on the container itself, you give it a background of 500. Now on each of the children, possibly when the container is being overdone, you want to change the font color of the children. You can say come to this. So you use the keyword group, then you say over. You have different states you can use it with. You can say group first child, last, only, odd, even, and all that. So, but for our example, let's use over. So whenever the parent container is being overdone, we want to change the color of this text. So you can say group over, then you say text white. So you can see when you hover on the parents, you change the color of this. You can also change this also. You can say group over text, then white. You can see that same as this. You can say class as a group over, and change the color to text white. Okay, this is okay. This is text wraps. Sorry, white. All right, so you see that. Let's give this container padding. Let's say, can say, give it a padding of 3, vertical padding of 2. Okay. So whenever you want to style the children of an element, you use the keyword. You assign the keyword group to the parents. Then whatever state you want to style the children on, then you use the keyword. Okay. But there are cases that you will have nested parents in the same parent container. For example, look at this span here. This span is having this button as its parent, and it's also having this div container as its parent. So there are cases that you want to style this child element with respect to the state of this parent and not the main parent. So we call that nested parents or nested groups, whichever one you prefer. You can say nested parent or nested group. So to style a child with respect to a particular parent in a nested group condition, you can assign a specific name to each of the parents. Let's say you can call this, let's say, group. You can say parent 1. So you use / to assign name to each of the parents container. So you can call this you can say, okay, so just so we don't mess up the previous styles, we can leave this. Okay, so this parent, now you can call this one, you can call this group, or let's call it parents 2. So whenever you want to refer to this, now you use this specific name to refer to this. All right, so let's say we hide this, we give this a class of hidden, that is display none. That's the class name. If you hover it, you see display none. So use the keyword hidden for display none. So we hide this span. Now whenever you hover on this button, which is a parent to this span, you can say, so group over, then you say parents. What's the name you gave? We gave it the name of parents 2. So you say parents 2, and then you can now say you want to give it display of inline rather than hidden. So whenever you hover on this, currently now the overall container is the one that is having the name of group. So this one now is having group, then with the specific name of parents 2. Now let's see that in action. So you change the color whenever the major parent is overdone. So whenever you hover on this, we are going to have, you are changing the display from hidden to, from display none to display inline. You can see that. So you can also give this whatever name you like. You can call this parent 1. Or if you change the name, you know that you are going to effect the change on this styles too. So we can say this group over, let me select all of them. So we say parents 1. Yeah. So parent 1 is going to refer to this overall parent, and then parent 2 is going to refer to this. Now you can apply both parents. You can change the style of this with respect to any of the parents. So for example, you can say when you hover on group, when you hover on parent 1, let's call it parent 1, you want the font color of this to, which color should we use? Let's use red. That one will be visible enough. So what we are saying now is when the major container is overdone, where is it? You want to give it a color of red, but when this is overdone, you want to give it a display of inline. So it is currently hidden. So when you hover over this, you see this can be useful in several cases during your development. All right, so that's that about styling children with respect to their parent state. You are not restricted to only over. You can also say active. You can say focus. Depends on whatever case you have at hand. So, but for now we use over as our example. All right, that's that about that. Let's see how to style an element with respect to the state of its sibling. See you in the next video. Welcome. This video we are going to consider how to style an element with respect to the state of its sibling. For example, you have this paragraph here and we have this input here. You see that this input is a sibling to this paragraph. How can you style this paragraph with respect to the state of this input sibling? So you use the keyword pair, that is PEER. Use the keyword pair. Just as you have group for a parent element, you use pair for a sibling element. So to style this now, with respect to the state of this, you assign the name pair to the sibling, and then the element you want to apply the style on, you can say. So you say, okay, let's do that at the end. Let's say, so maybe when this input is invalid, you want to display this error message. You don't want to display this message by default. You only want to display it whenever the input is invalid. So you can give this a display of none that is hidden utility class. Let's see that. You see, we've hide that message. Now you can say when this input is invalid, let's say pair. So you can say pair invalid. So you now give it a display of block. So that means this message will only be displayed when the input is invalid. So let's say name. And let's try. Okay, we've disabled this. Let's remove this. Okay, let's put a condition on this input that let's give it a main length. Let's say main length of 6. So whenever the input is less than 6 characters, that means the input will be invalid. So let's say John. You can see John is 4 characters, so that means the input is invalid at this state. Then we are styling this sibling element. Now let's give it an input that is longer than 6 characters. Let's say Johnson. You can see this is 4 3. This is 7 characters, which makes the input valid. Then the error message is hidden. But whenever the input is invalid, we give it block. You can see. Alright. This can be useful for password or whatever input validation you want to use. You can also say focus. You can say focus. You are not restricted to only invalid. You can use any state. So you can see whenever the input is focused on, we want to display this message. Now we are changing the state from invalid to focus. So the input is not focused on now, so this message is hidden. So whenever you focus on this, the message is going to come out. You can see. So we can change the message to let's say typing. Let's say typing. Then let's give this, let's say gray 500. Alright, we can also give it italic, font style of italic. So when the input is being focused on, you display the message typing. You see? You can see. So to style a sibling element, you use the keyword pair. But to style a child element with respect to the state of its parent, you use the keyword group. Alright. So let's say we have multiple siblings. Here now we have just one sibling with respect to this paragraph. Let's say we have multiple siblings. How do we differentiate each of those siblings? So let's say we have, this is type, let's say we have an input of password. Let's say we have password. Alright, this is password. Let's give this a placeholder of, let's give this input a placeholder of username. Let's say this is a login form. Let's give this username, and let's give this password. Okay, we have this username, we have this password. Okay, so let's say your password should not be less than 10 characters. Let's say minimum of 10 characters. Minimum of 10 characters. We return this back to red. So now to differentiate each of these pairs, we want this paragraph to be associated with this username input. We want this paragraph to be associated with this password input. So how do you differentiate pair? Just like you have with group, you can assign specific name to each of those pairs just to avoid confusion. So for example, you can call this pair username. You are at the liberty to use whatever name you want, and you can say this one is pair password. So if you want to style this now, this you say peer focus, and then you specify the name. So you say username, and then you call this, what is it? You say peer password. So with this now you are differentiating the peers. So when this is focused now, you display typing, and when this is focused down, you say minimum of 10 characters. Google notification is not allowing us to see that. Okay, so you can see minimum of 10 characters, and you can use whatever state you like. You are not restricted to only focus. You can say if this is, where is it? You can say peer invalid if this input is invalid. So if you want to submit, this input is invalid. So you know now it is being focused on, the message is not appearing. So it will only appear if the input is invalid. You see, minimum of 10 characters. And this one is whenever you focused on it. Alright, that's that about peer state. Now let's consider how to style children directly from their parents, not with their parent states, but directly from their parents. See you in the next video. Welcome back, guys. So in this video, we'll be considering how to style children elements directly on their parents. So let's say we have another list with 5 children, with 5 list children elements. So let's say we have 5 of them, and each of them has an input of item 1, 2, 3 to 5 $sign. So we have it like this. Now, okay, let's open this with my server. Okay, let's give this a padding left of, let's say, 40 pixels. All right. So to style these elements, you can style each of them by applying class to all of them and then style them. You can say class, then you can say you want to give them text of red 500. So you can style them like this. And there is another way with which you can style them from their parents element. So let's clear this. How do you do that? You do that with the star modifier, and you apply that on the parent. So you go to the parent and use this asterisk modifier. So you can say, let's save this for now. Let's save this so you know that is gone. So you can say you use the asterisk modifier, and then you can apply whatever style that you want. You can give them a font color of, let's say, green. So all the children are going to inherit that style from their parents. But you take note that this modifier can only be applied to direct children elements, like the direct children, not nested children, the direct one. If you over it, you see that the element, the utility class is using this children selector, direct children selector, then it's selecting all the childrens. But there is a caution with this modifier. It is only advisable to be used whenever you don't have access to the children element. If you have the children element like this, it is not advisable to use this type of modifier. The reason being that you cannot override whatever style that has been written on the parent. You cannot override it on the children. Let's say you've given this a color of green. For example, you now want to give this element now a separate color. That cannot go. So you should only use this for children that you don't have access to. Possibly you are reading the children according to the data from your database and you don't have access to them. So you should only use, that is when this one is advisable to be used. So whenever you set a style on the parent element with this modifier, you cannot override it on the children, but there are times that it can also be useful. So just know that you can do something like this. You can do so much more than this. You can give this, let's say, with a shade of 200. You can say you want the children to have a background of, let's say, BG green. You can say green 600. So you can say you want the children to be inline, not block. You want them to be inline. So you can say you want to give them a border radius. You can say you want to give them border radius of that is rounded large. So you can apply whatever styles that you want, and you can give them padding also. You can give them padding, let's say px3, right? So you can also give them padding y, let's say py, you can say 2. So you are at liberty to use whatever styles, but it is only advisable to use this whenever you don't have access to the children element. Alright, that's how to style your children directly from the parent, and you use that with this asterisk modifier, which uses the CSS direct children element selector. Okay, that's that about that. See you in the next video. Welcome back. So how do you deal with responsive designs with Tailwind CSS? How do you apply different styles with respect to your screen sizes? Possibly you want one element to have a separate style on mobile screens and give it a different style entirely on the larger screen. So how do you do that? You do that using the responsive utility classes. And let me close this. So you have, by default, you have small, you have medium, you have large, extra large, and 2 extra large. So the small utility class correspond to 640 pixels breakpoint. The medium correspond to 768, large 1024 pixels, and it goes on like that. So Tailwind CSS it adopts the mobile first design principle. So whatever style you apply by default will be applicable to all screen sizes. So it uses the mobile first design principle. Let's see that in action. Let's say you have a paragraph. It has let's say 50 words. So we are giving let's say we give the paragraph a max width of small, and then we centralize it horizontally. Okay, now possibly you give it a font size of small, that is 14 pixels. So Tailwind CSS uses mobile first design principle. That means whatever style you do not apply any responsive utility class to, that style will be applicable to all your designs right from the get-go. So now let's say you want to apply a different font size at larger breakpoint, let's say from medium breakpoint 768 pixels. You do that by prefixing your classes with the utility class. So let's say we want from medium screens, we want to give it a font size of, let's say, extra large. So what you are saying now is right from the get-go, you want, let's give this padding, let's say px of 2. All right. So you are saying now that from the get-go, you want a font size of small, that is 14 pixels, but right from medium screens, from medium breakpoints, you want a font size of 20 pixels. So let's see that. Right now the font size is 14 pixels, but as soon as we get to 768 pixels, the font size will increase to 20 pixels. You can do so much more than increasing font sizes. You can say possibly right now we have a max width of small. You can say from larger screen sizes, that is 1024 pixels. You want the max width to be medium. On the max width to be medium. So let's see that is currently small. The max width is currently small, but as soon as we get to 1024 pixels, so the max width is going to, you see currently small, but now it's large. All right, you can do so much more. You can see a smaller screen. You want your flex direction to be column. but on larger screen, you want it to be raw. So, but we've not get into Flexbox. We soon get to that. Let's not be ahead of ourselves. And another thing is you can target a screen like a breakpoint range. Possibly you want to apply some styles between medium screen and the large screen. You want the styles to be applicable only between medium and larger screens. You don't want it to be applicable on small and the extra large breakpoint. So you can do that using this max keyword. Okay, let's have an example with that. Let's say you have a paragraph. Let's say you give it, okay, give it a background of red. Give it a background of red. And now you want the background to be blue between medium and the larger screen breakpoint. You use the keyword max. This is what we have here. So you can say, so from medium breakpoint to, you say max large. So what this means is, let's give it a background of blue 500. So let's say the paragraph is serving let's say serving 30 words. So now, so you are seeing the background is red, but between medium screen breakpoint and the large screen breakpoint, you want the color to be blue. So let's see that. So when it gets to medium, it's going to be blue. That's between medium and the large. Let me zoom out. I've zoomed in. So okay, that's too much. All right. So let's see this. Now on smaller screen breakpoint, the background is red. But between medium and the larger screen breakpoint, you want a background of blue. So you see, as we are going, we get to medium. That is, medium is 768, and the large is 1024. So red currently from medium it turns to blue, and that blue is applicable between medium and the large. As soon as it gets over large, it turns back to red. You see, that's how you achieve a breakpoint range. You first stipulate the first breakpoint, then you use the keyword max, and then you stipulate the second breakpoint. This will be the start of the range, and this will be the end of the range. And you can also customize your screen sizes in your configuration file. So by default, Tailwind gives us small, medium, large, extra large, and 2 extra large. So if you go to your configuration file, if you go there, you know that whatever property you apply directly in your theme, so it's going to override Tailwind default classes. So if you say screen directly here, if you say you're small, you don't want it to be 640 pixels, maybe you want it to be 500 pixels, for example. So if you go back to your working area, if you test, let's clear this. Okay, now let's clear this. Now if you say small is going to be, let's say small text 2 extra large. I'm going to see that your small now is currently 500 pixels, which is what you define in your configuration file. And because you set it directly in theme, so that means you have overwritten the other utility classes. So you don't have, right now you don't have medium, you don't have large, you don't have extra large, because you've overwritten it. So to build over what Tailwind give you by default, you put this in your extend. That's not new. We've talked about that over and over again. So you go to your extend. So with this now, you are only changing the value for small. Now you are retaining the value for large, extra large, medium, and 2 extra large. So if you go back, you see now that you have access to your medium breakpoints now. You have access to it, you have access to your large, you have access to your extra large. Alright, and if you want to extend, here we have 640 pixels, possibly you want maybe 480 pixels to be extra small. What you do is you say extra small, then you say 480 pixels. And if you want this one, what we have here stops at 2 extra large. Possibly you want 3 extra large. You can say 3XL. That will be in quotes. You can say 3XL. You want it possibly to be 1600 pixels. So this is how you customize your screen breakpoints. You can now come here. You say 6. Okay, you said 3XL. You say 3XL. Now you can say you want the text to be maybe 4XL, and that 3XL is going to be 1600 pixels according to your own definition. Alright, that's how you customize your responsive breakpoints. So this breakpoint, you can also make reference to them with your max width, but you use the keyword screen. Use the keyword screen, so you can say max width screen small. So it's going to apply a max width of that is 640 pixels. Okay, this is another function of Tailwind IntelliSense. If you're applying two different classes that does the same function, it's going to outline it for you. So you see max width small applies the same CSS property as max width screen small, even if it is large. So far they both perform the same function of applying max width to an element. So IntelliSense is going to analyze that for you. Let's clear that. Let's clear one of them. Now, if you want to apply a max width of 768 pixels, you use screen large. So you can make reference to your breakpoint using the screen keyword with your max width. So screen large is 1024 pixels. So that means you are seeing that this first paragraph should have a max width of 1024 pixels. So if you keep increasing, this is 1000. You can verify that with your dev tools. So you can see the value here. Okay, let me zoom in a little. I'm afraid we may not be able to get to 1024 at this zoom level. Okay, now we have see 1024. Okay, 1012. So the paragraph still keeps growing, but as soon as it gets to 1024, it will stop growing. So that's it. That's that about responsive breakpoints. You can use them to apply whatever styles. All the styles in Tailwind CSS can be applied conditionally at different breakpoints. So you can use that quite for all the utility classes. Alright, that's that about responsive breakpoints. Welcome back. So before we round up on modifiers, I want to quickly show you something about modifiers. With Tailwind CSS, or let's say with CSS generally, we have an exhaustive list of modifiers available. If you want to see, we've talked about focus, we talked about active, we talked about over, disabled, we talked about the asterisk modifier, which you can use to style your children from the parents. Which other modifier do we talk about? We talked about responsive designs modifier. That's your small, medium, large, extra large to extra large. We talked about pair, but we still have so much more modifiers. So to see that, you can go to the official documentation of Tailwind. That is tailwindcss.com/docs. Then you go to this over focus and other state. We have an exhaustive list of modifiers there. You can see them. It is impossible for us to go over all of these modifiers, but they are self-explanatory. Over is for over state, focus is for focus state, focus within, focus visible, active, visited, target. Use this star asterisk. We talked about this to style children from the parents. You can use this as modifier to check if a child element of a parent contains a certain attribute. This first is used to style first child. This last is used to style a last child. Let's say you have another list or ordered list with maybe 5 children. You can use this first to give the first child a separate style. You can use this last to give the last child a separate style. So you have you have a whole lot of modifiers there that you can use at your own convenience. If you want to go over all of them, yes, you are good to go. Just go to the official documentation and suit yourself. Alright, that's that about modifiers. Now let's talk about dark mode. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to consider how you achieve black mode with Tailwind CSS. How do you implement dark mode with Tailwind CSS? Tailwind CSS provides an easy method with which you can achieve dark mode using utility classes. Let's say we have this container with, you can say 20 words. Okay, so maybe on light mode, you want the background to be, let's say, you want it to be gray 50. You want it to be gray 50 on light mode. But on dark mode, you want to apply a darker shade of gray on dark mode. So you achieve that using the dark utility class. You prefix whatever utility class you want to use with the dark modifier. So you can say on dark mode, you want the background to be, let's say, gray 800. So you use the dark modifier. You can also say, okay, now the text is currently black, or maybe on dark mode you want the text to be, you can say, possibly white. Use the dark keyword, but currently you are not seeing it. You are not seeing it in action. There are two strategies with which you can implement dark mode with Tailwind CSS. The first strategy, which is the default, is the media strategy. The media strategy works directly with your machine, or let me say your PC. So if the PC is set to light, the media is going to, by default, Tailwind is going to use that light that is set by your system. Okay, let's see an example. I'm going to go to dark. I want to turn my PC now to dark mode. So by default, Tailwind uses the media strategy. We have two strategies. Let me include it here so that you can have that for your reference. The first strategy is the media strategy. While the second strategy is a class strategy. We have media strategy and the class strategy. So by default, you use media strategy. So now I want to change my theme for my PC to dark. So you can see when it is dark, this one turns to the dark mode styles. They got applicable. Alright, let's say you want to have this body. We can say on dark mode, we want the background of our body to be black. You can see. So if I put it on light, it goes back to light. If I put it on dark, then the dark styles will be applied. The second strategy is the class strategy. The class strategy works with class on your HTML elements. So with the class strategy, Tailwind is going to be looking for the class dark on your HTML elements. But right now it cannot be applicable because by default, Tailwind uses the media strategy. To invoke the dark strategy, the class strategy, I mean. So you go to your configuration file. And then you come here, not inside theme now, not inside the extend. you come here outside of this, then you can say dark mode. Then you want to use the class strategy. By default, you have the media as a default, but you can change the strategy to class. So by setting it to class, Tailwind is not following the theme set by the PC. Now you can see it doesn't work with the PC again. So you are using the class. So if you remove this class, now this dark class from this HTML, and it goes back to white. If you put dark again, it goes back to dark. So by default, okay, let me include this here. So you are going to see it in your own file. The either strategy is the default. And most of the times you are likely going to be using this class strategy because you can easily work with this using JavaScript. Let's say you have a button here that you want to use to toggle. Let's say toggle mode. On click, you can easily change the mode of your web page. Let's say you have on click. This is JavaScript. It's actually outside of the scope of this course. So you can say document dot document element. So that will select your HTML. Then you can say, let me increase this a little. Then you can say dot class lists. If you don't understand JavaScript, just don't worry yourself. I only want to illustrate how you can. So dark. So now, okay, let's give this a class. Let's give it font color of white whenever dark mode is invoked. So we say text white. Now we have this toggle button, or this button here. Can give it a margin top of, let's say, 2M. So now with this little JavaScript trick, we are telling this button and that whenever it is being clicked on, it should toggle this dark class on the HTML element. So let's click this. You see, you can easily implement your dark mode using this strategy. So most times you use the class strategy, but by default, Tailwind uses the media strategy, which works with your PC. So it works with your PC. If you change this settings back to media, change it to media. So now your style is not going to obey this class anymore. It's not going to work. It's not going to work with your PC. So whatever strategy is being selected. Let's put this back to class so you see that in your reference folder for your own reference. Alright, that is that about dark mode. Peace out. Welcome everyone. In this section we'll be talking about layouts. So we'll talk about display, we'll talk about positioning, we'll talk about flexbox, we'll talk about grid, layout generally. If you will agree with me, you know that layout is an important section in developing user interfaces. So for you to be more proficient in your development of user interfaces, you need to have a good grasp of layouts. And then talking about layout, we are going to start with display. Now we have various display properties within CSS. You have block, you have inline block, you have inline, you have none, you have flex, you have grid, you have inline flex, you have inline grid. So in Tailwind CSS, so instead of writing display block, for block you just use the keyword block. For inline you use inline block. Hidden for display none. Please take note of this. Hidden in Tailwind CSS correspond with display none, but if you want visibility of hidden, you use invisible. Hidden is for display none, while invisible is for visibility of hidden. Let's illustrate that. Assuming we have a container here. Let's say illustrating display. Alright, by default let's give this background of red so you see it very well. 500. Let's give it padding of 40 pixels. That is 2.5 rem. Okay, let's start our CLI npm run dev. That is going to run our command for us, and then we need to change our folder to this fourth section of layout. So let's go to config.js, and then we change it to 4 layouts. Yeah, that is going to change our focus to this folder, and we're back to display. So by default, a div container is blocked by default. So to change that to inline, for example, you don't need to write display of inline, you just have to write inline. That is the utility class for inline. You can see. So we've turned this container now to inline. If you want it to be inline block, just say inline block, and that's that. With inline block, you can say you want a width of, you can give it any width you want. Like you can say 50%. Alright, so that is width of 50%. That is 50% of the container, which is the body at this moment. Then if you want display of none, that is where you use hidden. Hidden corresponds to display of none. That's why I write it out here so you don't get confused. Hidden is display none, while invisible is visibility hidden. I want to guess that you know the difference between display none and the visibility of hidden. So if you want it to be hidden, that is display none. Hidden. So that is going to take out the elements from the flow. The element is going to be hidden. But if it is invisible, that is visibility of hidden. The element will still be there, but you want to see it. Let's say we have another container here. Let's say paragraph that has let's say 30 words. So with invisible, the space will be preserved, but the elements will not be visible. But for display of for hidden, for display none, the position will be collapsed. You can see that is for hidden, but for invisible, the position will be retained while the element is invisible. So for flex, let's say you have a container here. The container, it has 3 children, right? So each of the children, let's give this, each of them has, let's say, padding of 40 pixels. Then we can give this, let's give this 500. Let's give this green. I want to use this to illustrate and display of flex and grid. Okay, let's say this is blue. Yeah, let's say this is blue. So, okay, green. All right, so to give this display of flex, all you have to do is to just write flex, and that is going to make the display to be flex. And if it is grid, you have to do is say grid. That's going to make it display. That's going to give you display of grid. I think that's that about display. Then you have inline flex and you have inline grid. So inline flex is going to make the parent container to be inline element, whereas it will also be a flex container. So you can say inline flex. Inline flex. So that you see the difference, let's give this border. You can say border of line. Okay, let's say red. I think red is always very visible. You can give it a border 4. You see, so this is inline flex. The element is still flex. Sorry, the element is still inline, but it is also a flex container. But for flex, the element is going to span the whole width of the viewport. So this is flex, whereas inline is just going to be like an inline element, but a flex container. Alright, that's that about display. You have these utility classes: block, inline block, hidden, invisible, flex, grid. You also have inline flex. You also have inline grid. That will make your element to be grid container, but it will also be an inline element. Right, so now let's talk about positioning. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this unit, we are going to talk about positioning with Tailwind CSS. So in your conventional CSS, you have positioning of static, fixed, absolute, relative, and sticky. So they are also applicable with Tailwind CSS, but we just use the keyword static for position static, fixed for position fixed, absolute, relative, and sticky, as the case may be. So let's say you have a container with background of red, shade 500. So let's give the container, let's say, padding of 2 rem. Let's start with position fixed. Let's say position fixed. Say position fixed, but we will not be able to illustrate it with this except we have, let's say, a scrollable web page. Now we can have another container. Let's give this maybe 1,000 words so that we'll be able to scroll here. So now to demonstrate fixed, so we're going to give this container a utility class of fixed. That's going to give it position fixed. Right, so you can see the position is now fixed. That is why the element is out of the normal flow. You can also give it width of full. Yeah, so the element is out of the normal flow, but it is fixed. So static, that is the default position of every element. So static is always static. That class is not mostly used except possibly an element is initially maybe fixed or absolute or whatever, and then you are reverting it back to default. That's why you are most likely to use static, but in most cases we will not be using static. For absolute, I think we all know how absolute works. You use it to position an element relatively to its parent. So that is when you use top. You can say top 4. So that is going to position it like 1 rem from the top of the parent. You can also say left to be, let's say, maybe 50%. That is going to make it to start at the center of the screen. Yeah. So you can also say you have the utility class of bottom to position it from the bottom of the nearest container with a relative class. But now that it's directly in the body, so it will be positioned relatively to the body. So you have bottom and you also have right. And you have your inset. You have the inset class. So you can say absolute. Then you say inset of 0. That is going to make it to fill both top, left, right, and bottom as inset. Then you also have the position of relative. So that is going to position the element relatively to its own position. So you can say top maybe 2 rem or 1.5 rem. So it's going to position it relatively to its own position. You can see that the following elements, they are also adjusted down because the element is still so let's say the element is actually still in the normal flow. So now we have position of relative. So which other one do we have? We've talked about static, fixed, absolute, relative. Okay, we have sticky. Sticky is a combination of positioning of static and then fixed. So the element is first in static position, then later it shifts to fixed. We can also illustrate that. Let's have a container here. Let's give it a background of blue, so you see that. Let's say position sticky. Okay, let's give it padding of, or let's say padding y. Let's margin top and bottom of 10. It's going to be 2.5 rem, 40 pixels. Okay, so okay, not bad. We can position a paragraph here. In the paragraph of let's say 40 words, so that we can have a good grip of position of sticky. So with position sticky, the element is first in position of static. It's still in the normal flow, but as soon it gets to the position set by, let's say top of should we say 1 rem. Okay, so as soon it gets to this position, so it's going to switch to fixed. So let's see that in action. Currently it is static, so as soon as you begin to scroll, okay, we've now positioned it. So we say sticky. All right, you can see as soon as it gets to 1 rem to the top of the screen, it's going to switch from static to fixed. So you can see, to see that properly, you can say okay, 2 rem to 8. So it is currently static, but as soon as it gets to that position, it becomes fixed. Right, that's that about positioning. Now let's talk about container. See you in the next one. Welcome back. This video we are going to talk about container. So container is not a class that is available in your conventional CSS, but it's available in few CSS frameworks, and it's also available in Tailwind CSS. So container is a utility class that is used to like assign a fixed max width to an element to the current breakpoints. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you have a container as maybe 80 words. Let's give the container a background of blue so you see what we are talking about. So this is the container. The container utility class is used to assign like a max width, and the max width is equal to the current breakpoints. You know, in our responsive designs, we have several breakpoints. You have small, which is 640 pixels. You have medium, 768 pixels. You have a large, that is 1024. You have extra large, and then you have 2 extra large. So this container utility class is going to give the element that you applied it on is going to give it the max width of that current breakpoint. You know, Tailwind is mobile first, so our first breakpoint is going to be small, which is 640 pixels. So if you apply the container utility class, it's going to give it a max width of the current okay. During our responsive design class, we defined this max width of extra small. If you can still remember, let's go to our configuration file. So in our responsive design class, we defined this extra screen breakpoints, but by default we don't have this. So since we have defined this, so the first max width is going to be 480 pixels. So now the max width of this element is going to be 480 pixels, which is the next screen breakpoint if you continue to drag this now, you see. So as at the max width is currently 480 pixels, but as soon as the screen keeps increasing, the next max width is going to be 640 pixels, which is going to be small. So you see, the next one is going to be 778, you can see. So that is the function of container class. And the next one is going to be 1024. So you see, so container, it always apply a max width of the current screen breakpoint to the element it is applied on. And you can also centralize, the elements by applying you can centralize it using MX Auto, which is margin left and right. It's going to centralize it horizontally. So another way to centralize it is using the configuration file. As I wrote here, you see container does not center itself automatically. So to center container by default, you can set team.container.center to be true. So by default, the container class does not centralize the elements by default. So you have the option of using MX Auto, which is margin left and right. You can use this to centralize it. And another way that you can centralize it by default is to go to configuration file. Then inside of your team, you can say container. And then you say center, and then center, you set it to true. So by default, Tailwind is going to centralize whatever elements that the container utility class is applied on. That is another option of centralizing it. And you can also apply padding by default. If you want to be applying padding to whatever element you use the container class on, so you can also go to the configuration file and you say padding. So you provide the value of whatever padding you want to use. You can say 2rem. So that is going to apply a padding of 2rem to every container by default. That's that about container. I think to add padding by default, I provided the link. That's the documentation link, but that's what I just did. To apply padding by default, you use the config file. That's what we just did there. Alright, so in the next video we'll be talking about Flexbox. So I will see you in the next video. This video will be talking about Flexbox. So I know Flexbox is a very useful and a common CSS property that I use for multi-column layouts. Let's open this with Live Server. So you know, to work with Flexbox, you are going to have a container. Then you are going to have flex children. You have container. You have children elements. So let's say we have 3 children elements. That's times 3. So the first one, we can give this background of, let's say, red. The second one, you can say, background of a blue. Also background of blue. Then you can give this background of green. So we have 3 children elements now. You can give them, let's give them a padding of 40 pixels. Now we have 3 children elements, and then so to make this a flex container, just as we have seen in our display class, you just say flex. That's going to make it flex. So we have that. So you can say this is 1, you can say this is 2, you can say this is 3. So be able to identify them. You can also centralize the text. And that, so rather than typing it in each of the children, you can use the direct children modifier, if you can still remember. So you can say text center. I'm going to align our text to center for all the children elements. You can also give them a font color of white. So let's say text of white. It's going to give all of them a font color of white. All right. So now let's talk about flex direction. You know, we have a flex direction of row, we have column, you have row reverse, and you have column reverse. Your flex direction is row by default, but you also have flex of column. That is flex direction of column. If you want to use row, you say flex row. That's the utility class. Flex row is going to give you flex direction of row, while row reverse is going to give you flex direction of row reverse, flex row reverse. So let's give this flex call, as flex direction of column. That's going to make them to sit upon each other, just as if they are not flex children. We can say column reverse is going to reverse the direction of our children elements. So we're going to have 1, 2, and 3. But normally it's supposed to be 1, 2, and 3. How is that about flex direction? We also have flex trap. So flex trap is used to wrap the children so that they do not overflow their parents. Just in case you have a number of children that if you don't use flex trap, they are going to overflow. So let's say we have we can duplicate this maybe 2 times. So let's go back to our flex row to illustrate flex trap. So you can see now that without trapping, the elements, they've overflown their parent container, they've overflown the viewport. So you have to be scrolling left and right to see them. But to prevent this behavior, you can use the flex trap. So flex trap, so you just write flex wrap, and that's going to wrap the children so they do not overflow the parent container. So they do not overflow the viewport. But if you don't want it to wrap, you can say flex no wrap. So it's going to make them overflow. We also have a wrap reverse. So normally these ones are supposed to be at the base for flex trap, but wrap reverse is going to reverse their positions. All right, the next one, let's talk about flex grow. Flex grow is assigned to children element. Let's comment this out. Flex grow. So you use the grow CSS property to tell an element that, all right, so if your size is less than the size of the available space, so you can grow up to fill up the rest of the available space. So we can apply grow to this third child. So let's say grow. So that is going to make this div to fill up the rest of the available space. If you apply it to this, so they are going to share the rest of the available space. They're going to share it. That's that about grow. You should take note the difference between the properties that you apply to the parents and the ones you apply to the children. You apply flex to the parents, flex direction is to the parent, wrap is to the parent, but grow is to the children, shrink is children, basis, we get to that, and we also get to flex basis. All right, so for flex shrink is used to instruct a child element that if the available screen size is not up to your own width, you should shrink to accommodate the available space. so it won't overflow the container, the viewport. So to see that in action, we can give this width of, let's say, I want us to have a larger size. Let's give it 64. Okay, that's going to be 16 rem. Let's give it 64. Okay, or we can also give it 96. All right, so by default your element is going to shrink. That is the default behavior. But if you don't want it to shrink, you can say shrink 0. So that will tell the element not to shrink. But because the width is higher than what the screen size can accommodate, so that's why we have an overflow here. So shrinking is going to tell the element to reduce its width with respect to the viewport. But if you say shrink 0, so you are saying it should not shrink, whatever the case may be. But in that case, you are going to have an overflow. So if you want it to shrink, you say shrink. That's going to make it to shrink and reduce the width. Flex basis is used to set the initial width of a child element. For example, you can say, instead of using width, you can say basis. So basis inherits the same values as spacing. The same values you use for width, height, mean width, max width, and all that. So basis also inherits the spacing value. So you can see you have 0 to 96. Then you have auto pixels. That's going to be 1 pixel, 0.5, like that. You have 1 over 2 for 50%, 1 over 3 for 33.3%. You have all that. So you have basis full, that is basis of 100%. So you can say basis of this first child element should be, you can say 64. So you are saying that whatever the case may be, you can increase in size, but your width should not be less than 16 rem. That's basis. So you are saying the width should not be less than 16 rem, which is basis of 64. You can also say basis of, you can give this basis of 32. You can give this basis of, let's say, 3. So use basis to stipulate the initial width of a child element, of a flex child. So yeah. But if you reduce the screen size, now you see that the elements are going to shrink. That's because by default every child element has the shrink property. So if you say it shouldn't shrink, that means you are going to have an overflow. You can also say this one shouldn't shrink also. Shrink 0. So you have more overflow. See that? And that's that about flex basis. And let's talk about flex. So the flex CSS property, it combines the grow, it combines it with shrink, and it also combines it with basis. That is for the flex. You have flex grow, you have flex shrink, you have flex basis. So this keyword of flex, it combines flex grow, flex shrink, and the flex basis. So let's illustrate that here. Let's copy all of this. Let's illustrate that. And then say you have a div as flex. I'm going to uncomment this. Let's comment this out. I'm gonna as well clear this. Let's comment this out. Alright, so we have it like this. Let's clear this. Clear this. Clear this, and also clear this. Can also clear this, so that we'll be able to illustrate here. So flex, the keyword flex, it combines grow, shrink, and the basis. So By default, Tailwind provides these 4 utility classes for us. We have Flex1, Flex Auto, Flex Initial, and the Flex None. So what are the difference between each of these? To illustrate this flex property, let's give this width of 6. Let's give this width of 14. We can also give this width of 28. So yeah, width of 6, 14, and 28. So flex one is saying that this child element that we applied it on, it's telling it that it can grow. That is for one. Then it can also shrink, and then it shouldn't like give any consideration to the initial width. We've set the width of each of these children elements. So flex one is telling it that it can grow, it can shrink, but it shouldn't give consideration to the width at all. If we save this now, so this one is going to grow, and it can also shrink as the screen increase or reduce. So it will grow along with the screen, and it will also shrink along with the screen. That's for flex one. It can grow, it can shrink without giving consideration to the width. Alright, so if we apply it to others also, you say flex one, and there you say flex one. All of them are going to grow, shrink without giving consideration to the width. This is width of 6, 1.5 rem, width of 14, width of 28. Ordinarily, this one is supposed to have the highest width, but because we are applying flex grow, flex shrink without giving consideration to their width, so they are going to have the same width. But for flex auto, okay, let's centralize the text. So we can say text center. For flex auto, the difference between flex one and flex auto is going to grow, is going to shrink, but it's going to consider the width of each of the child elements, unlike flex one. So let's say flex auto. Let's say flex auto. Okay. If you overwrite, you see that this one has the grow has a value of 1, which means it can grow. Shrink has a value of 1, which means it can shrink. And then it has a basis of auto, which means it should give consideration to the width of the elements. So we can also give this flex auto. So the elements can grow, it can shrink, but they will be considering the width of the growth or their shrink will be proportional to the initial width of the elements. So if you look at this closely, you see that this one is greater than this in width, and this one is also greater than this in width. They will be growing, they will be shrinking, but their growth will be proportional to their initial width. You can see it here too. This one is wider than this is wider than this. So their growth will be proportional to the initial width. Whereas for flex one, their growth is not proportional to their width. They just grow of their own accord. They grow equally and they shrink equally for flex one. Whereas for flex auto, they grow and shrink with respect to their width. To see that more plainly, I think these ones are close. We can give this a value of, let's say, 44, so that you can see it more glaringly. So you see now that all of them, they are growing, they are shrinking, but they are giving consideration to the initial width. So you see that this one is growing, this one is growing, this one is growing, but the rate at which this one is growing is higher than these two because it has a greater width. As if it is flex one, let's say this is 1, this is 1. So they are just going to grow at the same rate. They will not give any consideration to their width. But for auto, they are going to consider initial width. That's about flex auto. Flex initial. Flex initial is telling the element that it shouldn't grow, but it can shrink. So let's say initial. Flex initial is the default. It's like going back to the default CSS property for flex, grow and shrink. So flex initial is the element should not grow. That is for 0, but it can shrink. Don't grow, but you can shrink. And then you also consider the initial width. So if you save that, you can see that the first 2 elements they are not growing. Even if you increase the width, see the first 2 are not growing, but they can shrink. They can shrink. It's only this one that is growing because we have flex auto. So if you also say flex initial, they cannot grow, but they can shrink. In case let's give this width of 96. So because this one now has a width of 96. So the element will not grow, but it can shrink in case the screen size is lesser than the width. So it can shrink. You can see if it doesn't shrink, you are going to have an overflow across the x-axis. Alright, so flex none. Flex none is telling them that you should not grow, you should not shrink. Don't grow, don't shrink. Because maintain your width. That's about flex none. So you don't grow, you can see now that we now have an overflow because this one is not shrinking. That's why we have that overflow. It's not shrinking, that's why we have the overflow here. So in the next video, we'll talk about flex gap, justifying content, align items, and the aligned content. So I'll see you in the next one. Alright, welcome back. We're still working the same flex file, so you don't need to go to another page. So we want to illustrate flex gap, justify content, which is used to position your children elements along the horizontal axis, while align items is used to align your elements in the vertical axis. Okay, so we have flex. Let's get rid of this. We're not dealing with this. You can comment this out so it doesn't fill up our page. You can also get rid of this width. Alright. So gap is used to give spacing to you flex children elements, either along the horizontal axis or along the vertical axis or along both axes. So if you use just gap also inherits the value for spacing. So you see it from 0 to 96 and then it goes on and on like that. So gap gives your children element spacing in both the horizontal and the vertical axis. So you can say gap of 8, that's going to give them spacing of 2 rem as 32 pixels. So if you say, so gap is applicable to both horizontal and vertical. If you say, if you change the flex direction to column, you see that, so they still have the spacing along the vertical axis. That's for gap. Gap X, it gives the children element gaps along the x-axis, which is the horizontal axis. If you change this back to, okay, you see now that currently we're in the flex direction is column, but the gap is not applicable because gap X is only applicable to the x-axis. If you change this back to row, we now have the gap along the horizontal axis, whereas gap Y is for the vertical axis. Now it is not applicable to this, but if you change the flex direction back to column, so now we have gap, that's gap Y, but only gap is applicable to both X and the Y axis. Alright, so for justify contents is justify is used to like position your children elements along the horizontal axis. So to use the justify content CSS property, all you have to do is just use the keyword justify. So we have normal, you have start, end, center. That's between is for space between. Justify start is for justify content flex start. End is for flex end. Center is for center. Between is justify between is for space between. Justify around is for space around. Justify evenly is for space evenly. While justify stretch is for stretch. So let's start with this is going to be flex start, but that is the default value for justify content. If you say flex end, just say justify end. So that is going to justify your elements at the end of the flex container. If you say center, that's going to centralize your elements along the horizontal axis. That's for justify content. So you use the keyword justify, then you stipulate the position. Use the keyword justify. So for align items CSS property, use the keyword items. For justify content, you use the keyword justify, but for aligning items along the vertical axis, you use the keyword items. So to see that in action, we have to give the flex container, we have to give it height so that we'll be able to align the items in the vertical direction. So let's give it, we can say a height of, let's give it 50 view width, 50 view height. So okay, let's give this border, give it border so we can see the height of the parent container. We can say border red 500. Okay, so this is the container now. Now by default, the default value for align items is stretch. So the children is going to stretch the whole height of their container. So possibly you want to align them to the start, you will say items start. That is going to be align items to flex start. You see, that's going to align them to the start. If you want end, you can say items end, that's for flex end. Items center is going to align them to the center. That's going to place them to the center. Now to centralize them in both vertical and the horizontal direction, you use item center. You also use justify center. That's common combination to centralize your elements in both vertical and the horizontal direction. So align content. Align content is mostly used when you have more than a single row. Let's say we have okay, let's give them a width of 50% of their container width of 1/2. That's 50%. Okay. Now let's say they are currently not 50% because of the default shrink property. So you can say flex wrap. Yeah. So you have two rows now. That's when you can use the items just align contents. So you can say content center. That is going to centralize them. Let's remove this. All right. So content center is going to like align them in the center. Align the content in the center. You also have the option of space between, you have space around, you have start, you have end. Let's use space between. That's going to align the contents with the value of space between. So there will be spacing between them. Space evenly, you say content evenly. Yeah, this is align content of space evenly. So you have further properties. You have start, you have end. So start is going to align them to the start of the flex container. Alright, that's that about Flexbox. Now let's talk about grid. Welcome back. This video will be talking about grid. So you know that grid and the flex, they are kind of synonymous, but they have different use cases. So let's say we have a container that we want to use as a grid container. Then let's say we can just copy the one we use for flex. So we'll save ourselves the stress of doing this. So say this is this, and close this. So we can okay, so we have this. We can align the text and align the text to center. Alright, so to make this grid container, all you have to do is just use the keyword of grid. I'm going to make it grid. Using the CSS property of grid template columns, to use this, to write this with Tailwind CSS, you just use this utility class of grid calls. So grid calls is the utility class for grid template columns, and by default, Tailwind provides from grid column from 1 to 12. So let's say we want this to be two grid columns, so you just say grid calls 2. So that is going to give us a grid template column of 2, and each of them will be one fraction. So minimum of 0 pixels and maximum of 1 fraction. Let's save that. We are going to have 2 columns. Let me close this. So we use grid calls for grid template columns. If you want 3 columns, I'm just going to say grid calls 3, and that's going to make it 3 columns with each of them or with a width of 1 fraction. And you are at the liberty of using arbitrary values, and this is how you write your arbitrary values. You can say possibly you want the first one to be 1 fraction, you want the second one to be, let's say, 300 pixels, and you want the third one to be 1 fraction. So Tailwind does not allow for space. You don't write space in your arbitrary value. Anywhere you want to write space, you use this underscore. So Tailwind is going to interpret that to space in your output CSS. So whenever you want to write space in Tailwind CSS, you use underscore. Alright, so this one is 1 fraction and 1 fraction, while this one is 300 pixels. So you can continue to increase that. This one is going to maintain a fixed width of 300 pixels, while this and this are going to be sharing the remaining space. If I zoomed out, you can see this one maintain the width of 300 pixels, while this and this are sharing the remaining space. Right, that is that about grid template columns. For grid template columns, you use the keyword grid calls. Then you specify the number of columns you need. You have by default you have from 1 to 12. You see, from 1 to 12. Grid calls 12 is going to be grid template columns of 12, min max 0, and 1 fraction. The minimum width will be 0 pixels, while the maximum is 1 fraction. Alright, now let's consider grid template rows. Just like grid template columns that use grid calls. So for grid template rows, what you need to use is grid row. Okay, let's clear this out. So we use grid rows. Okay, but to see this in action, because now we are using implicit grid from our utility class, we need 2 rows, but because we have even if we have more children, let's make this yellow. let's make this gray. Let's make this orange. Let's make this orange. So here we need 2 rows, but because we have more than 2 child elements, so CS is going to use simplicity grid to place the remaining children. So to see these grid rows in action, we can change the auto flow. Let's say read the flow, read for auto flow column. So now we are going to see our grid rows in action. So here we say we need 2 rows. So now we have 2 rows. But because we've changed the auto flow, that's the direction of the placement of the child element to column. Now we have 2 columns. So if you say you need 3 rows, so it's going to arrange it into 3 rows. So for grid template rows, you use the CSS class. I use the utility class grid rows. So if you say 4, so you have 4 rows. So that's that about that. So by interpretation, Tailwind CSS interpret this to be one fraction. You are at the liberty of also using arbitrary values. So you can see grid rows. Possibly you want the first row to be height of 100 pixels. You want the second one to be, let's say, 200 pixels. You want the third one to be 100 pixels again. And you want the last one to be maybe 150 pixels. So you can write your arbitrary values like this. Put it in mind that wherever you need space, you use underscore. So you see, this is 100 pixels, this is 200, this is 100 again, this is 150, this is 100, this is 200. That's for arbitrary values. Let me duplicate this here. So we return this back to normal value. So we have arbitrary value here. All right. Let me comment this out so we don't fill up the screen. Alright, so in the next video, we're going to talk about justify items, justify self, align self, place items, and place self. We've already talked about this in Flexbox, so there's no need of repeating that. We use the same utility class for them. Gap is for gap, justify content is justify, align items is items, the same property as Flexbox, and the align content is content. So we don't need to go over that again. That will be repetition. So in the next video, we'll talk about this. See you in the next video. Welcome back. This video will be talking about, we'll be considering these CSS properties with respect to grid. So we'll talk about justify items, justify self, align self, place items, and then place self. So to illustrate them, let's duplicate this. So we can have this here. Let's comment this out first. Let's clear this also. So we have a grid container with 3 child elements. The justify items CSS property, to use that in the, justify items is used to like justify the child elements within the grid area. So you can say, so justify items, you use the utility class of justify items. So you can say center, that is going to justify the children in the horizontal direction within the grid area. So justify is for justify content. If you go over this, you see justify content, whereas justify items is for justify items. Okay, and you have the option of start, end, center, and then stretch. Stretch is the default property. So you can also centralize them and centralize them. You can also put them at start, that's flex start. So they will be here, flex start. You can also use end. So that will be flex end. Okay, that's for justify items. Now for justify self. Justify self is used to align a specific child element. For example, we can justify all the children elements. We can justify them to, let's say, center, but we want a specific child to have a separate justification. So we can say this one now we want to justify it to end. So for justify self, we use the utility class of justify self. So let's say we want this to be at the end. We don't want it to align with others. So we are justifying others to the center, whereas we want to justify this to end. So we use this utility class of justify self. We apply this justify self on the child element, whereas justify items is on the parent element. For align self, that is, you use it to align a child element vertically within the grid area. You apply align times on the parent element, whereas align self is on the child element, just like justifies content and then justify self. So to illustrate this align self, we can give let's clear this out for align self. Let's clear this out too. So we can give this parent, we can give it a height of, let's say, 50 view width, or we can say 100 view width. I say height of 100 view width. So let's give it 3 columns. It costs 3. So we have 3 columns now, and by default they are going to stretch the entire height of the parent container. So for align self, now you use the keyword self. Please note the keyword. So for justify items, you use justify items, justify self. But for align self, you use the keyword self, not align self. Now you use the keyword self. Right. So let's this blue now, let's align it to the center. You can say self center. So you can say self, don't like me, center. So it's going to align this blue to the center. You can see, whereas others, they are stretched. All right. So you can see self starts. It's going to align into the starts of the parent container. You have other options. You have photo, start, end, center, stretch, and the baseline. So place items combine the property of justify items and then align items. So it combines both properties. The place items is a shortcut for combining justify items and align items in case you want to give both of them the same property. For example, you want to use justify items of center and the align items of center. So instead of writing both properties separately, you just use place items. All right, let's illustrate place items. To illustrate that, we need to clear this out. So place item, we apply it on the parent container. So for example, we want to justify each of the child element. We want to justify it to the center within the grid area, and we also want to align it to the center within the grid area. So it will be at the center horizontally, and it will also be at the center vertically. So we can, let's use the long form first. Let's say justify items center, and we say items center. So we have this is the long form of justify item center. You are justifying it horizontally at the center. Align item center, you are justifying it vertically to the center. So the shortcut for both of them is place items. So you say place items center. That's going to achieve the same result of both. So you see now that there is no difference. And you also have the option of start, you have end, you have baseline, you have stretch. So this one is going to be at this edge. You are justifying it to the start, and you align it to the start. You also have end. So it's going to be end here. Sorry, you are justifying it to the end and you are aligning it to the end. That's it. That's about place items. Place self, it combines justify self and align self, just like place items. So place self is justifying both, is combining both justify self and the align self, and you apply that on the child element, not on the parent this time around. So assuming we want to place only this, we want to place it to the, want to place only this third one, want to place it to the center. So you can say place, place self center. So it's going to justify this to the center and align this to the center. So that's that. I think I wrote the utility class out here. Grid template columns, you use grid cores. Grid template rows, you use grid rows. Justify items, so you use justify items, either center, start, end, and stretch. Justify self, you use justify self, either center, start, end, and stretch. For align self, you use self, either start, center, end, stretch, auto, or baseline. For place items, which combine both justify items and the align items, so use place items, start, end, center, or stretch. For place self, use place self, start, end, stretch, or auto. Let's clear this out. I'm going to leave this for your reference. You see it, you see them all in the reference folder. Okay, that's that about CSS grid. Now let's consider column and the row span. See you in the next video. In this video, we'll be talking about column span, column start, column end, row span, row start, and the row end with respect to CSS grid. So let's say we have a grid container. Okay, let's say it has 6 children. And this has a background of red. So it has 6 children, and each of the children, let's write, let's give them number. Okay, so I'm start with this live server. All right, so let's give this green, let's give this blue, maybe this orange, let's give this which color do we have there? Let's give it gray. And let's give this let's give it lime. Okay, so we have all of them here. Let's give, say we have 3 columns, 3 plus 3. We can apply padding to all of them, so when they have more space. To have multiple cursors like this, in case you don't know, so you hold down your Alt key and then you begin to click Alt key. Some people call it option. So just hold down your Alt key and then you click, so you have multiple cursors. Then you say padding off. Let's give it 10 as we used to do. Okay, and you can also say text of center, and that is going to populate our screen. All right, so column span is used to stipulate the number of columns that a child element is going to fill up, that is going to span across. For example, now we have 3 columns. If you want this first child now, if you want it to fill up 2 columns, so you just say column span 2. So this first is going to fill up 2 columns. So that's this. So use this col span for CSS property of grid column, and you have the liberty of, you can also stipulate the start and the end. Let's say we want this blue, this number 3 item, number 3 child, we want it to start from the first grid line up to the last grid line. So you also have the option of stipulating the start and the end of each child. For example, this blue now, this third child, we want it to span from the first grid line to the last grid line. So you can say, that's number 3, you can say call starts from 1. So this will be line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. So you say call starts 1 and you say column end, that is going to be 4. So that is going to make 3 to span from here up to this place. So column span is just going to tell it the number of span it should span across, the number of grid area it should span across, while start and end is used to specify from which grid line to which grid line. Start is the start of the grid line, end is the end of the grid line. This number 550 children, you can say to span across a call span, you can say call span 2. So, and this last one you can say call span 3. Call span 3 is going to make this to fill 3 grid columns. And this call span 3, you can also achieve the same result by saying, when you start, let me just copy and paste, start and end. Okay. So you can achieve the same results by saying start from 1 and then at 4. So now you start. If you want this 6 to span across 2 columns, you can see from grid column 1, 2, and 3. So it should end at 3. So that is going to make it to span across 2 columns. That's that about column span. Now let's talk about row span. So to talk about row span, let's copy this, use it. So we need to do a little cleaning. Let's clean up this. Let's clean up this. So let's clean up this. What else do we have to clean up? Okay, let's say we have 3 rows, grid rows 3. Alright, okay, let me grid rows 3. Because of implicit grid, you can see grid flow of a column. So we have 3 columns now. We have 3 rows, I mean. Alright, so for row span, like row span is used to specify the number of rows an item should span across. For example, we want this second item now to span across 2 rows. So with that, you go to the second one, or whichever one you want to apply to, you say row span, then you say 2 or whatever number of rows you want. So it's going to make this to span across 2 rows. So you have that there, and you can also specify the start and the end line. So let's say we want this third one, we want it to start from grid row 1, line 1 to line 4. So you say, so that is 3. Say row starts, then 1. Say row span 1. Oh no, row starts 1 to row starts 4. Oh, sorry, this row end 4. Alright, so you are telling this third element to start from row 1 to, from row line 1 to row line 4. That's for start and the end. It's just synonymous to also column, but this one is applicable to rows. Alright, so that's that about layout. We've talked about display, we've talked about positioning, flex, grid, column, and rows for grid. Alright, see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this section, we talk generally about effects. We talk about box shadow, we talk about opacity, we talk about transform, we talk about animations and then transitions. But in this video, we'll be talking about box shadow. Let's start with box shadow. So to apply box shadow to our elements in Tailwind CSS, how do we achieve that? So we have a container that has width and height of 40. So you know that size is the shortcut for both width and height. So let's give it a background of, let's say, red 500. Okay, let's start that with live server. Alright, so you know that you have to get your CLI running, and we do that with npm run def, which is going to run our command for us. Right, so we have our CLI running now, and then we also have to set our current folder in our configuration file. We need to set it to this 50 part. So let me copy the name of this folder so I don't have to write it again. Configuration file. So we do that in our contents. Just need to change this. So we are changing the focus of Tailwind CSS now to our current folder. Let's close this. We're in box shadow. Alright, so we have this container. Okay, let's centralize it. So on the body, we can give the body flex. Can make it a flex container. We centralize it horizontally with justify center and then vertically with item center, that is align items. Then we can give the body height of screen, or let's say main height of screen. I'm going to centralize this container on the screen. Alright, now we have our container here with a background of red. So by default, Tailwind gives us these utility classes to apply shadows to our elements. We have shadow small, we have shadow medium lag, extra lag, 2 extra lag, and then we have shadow inner. So let's test them out. So let's start with the shadow small. So it's going to, let me zoom this. The shadow is there, but because it is small, you may not be able to see it properly. Let's go with large so you can see that more visibly. Yeah, so you see now, if you compare it with when there is no shadow, let's say this, you see there is no shadow here now. But now if you say large, now you see there is shadow here. Then we also have extra lag, 2 extra large. Let's say 2XL. Take note of this. I've not saved it. Now let me save. You see? So that is shadow with Tailwind CSS. You have the option of using either small, shadow, medium, large, extra large, and then 2 extra large. And we also have the shadow of inner. Let's remove the color so that we can see that. Alright, so this is 2 extra large. So this is the container itself. Let's give the body background of, let's say, green 100. So we have a separate background color. Alright, so see the body. Let's give this a background of white. So the container is distinct from the body. Alright, so this is the container, this is the body, and then you can see the shadow here. You see the box shadow. Shadow itself, you can see, you have the shadow there. If it is small, you have a very faint shadow there. Yeah. So shadow inner is going to apply the shadow inside of the elements. You see, you can see the shadow there as shadow inner. And then arbitrary values. You can also possibly, if you want to define a shadow that you don't have it in the list, possibly you want to define a shadow with values that are not on the list. So you can come here, let's copy this to illustrate arbitrary value of shadow. Then, so you say shadow, you know that with arbitrary value, you use square brackets. So possibly you can say 0 pixels on the x-axis. And then, you know, to write space in utility class, you use underscore. So you can say 5 pixels along the y-axis. Then you can say possibly 8 pixels blur. Then the color, you say RGBA, whatever color you want to use. Let's use black, which is 0, 0, 0. Then we can give it opacity, let's say 0.4. See? So this is this. That's how you define your arbitrary shadow. Possibly you want a shadow that is not in any of this list. That's how you define your shadow. You can say x-axis, you want 2 pixels. So you see that. And you can use whatever color you want. Let's say this is 243. You see. So you are at the liberty of defining your own shadow using arbitrary values. Just note that underscore standing for space. Alright, that's that for box shadow. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video, we are going to talk about opacity. So how do you apply opacity to your elements with utility classes? Let's start this. Alright. Let's say we have a container with background of red. I'm always using red so that you can see that more visibly. Let's give the container width and height of, should we say 80? 80 is going to be, okay, size of 80. It is going to be 20 rem. You see size, width and height of 80 rem. Let's centralize it on the screen. You can say this is grid. To centralize with grid, you can say justify items and then align items to center. So the shortcut for both is place items center. And then you give the body, let's say min height of screen. Yeah, so we have a container. So how do you apply opacity? You apply opacity using the keyword opacity. And then you have Tailwind defined some default values in steps of 5. You have 0, you have 5. 5 is going to give you opacity of 0.05. So you save that. You see, this is the container with opacity of 0.05. So the higher the figure, the higher the opacity. You have from 0 to 100. So if you say opacity of 80, that is going to give you opacity of 0.8. If I save that, you see. So that's that about opacity. And there is a shortcut to apply. There's a shortcut to stipulate both the color and the opacity in the same line. Or in the same sentence, whatever you call it. So to do that, you just put a / here. So whatever value you provide at the back is going to be the value for the opacity. Let's say opacity of 25, that's 0.25. So this is the shortcut for opacity. Let me duplicate that so you have it for your reference. So you can say it's going to be opacity of, let's say 40. So the shortcut is going to be the color / and then the opacity. So you see now that we achieve the same result. Let me comment this out. Then for arbitrary values, you use your square bracket. You have, I don't need to write, let me just say. So for arbitrary values, you use square bracket. You can say opacity and then your square bracket. So you are at the liberty of maybe 0.67. 0.67. Let me comment this out. I'm going to write here that shortcut for color, shortcut for color and opacity. So this is opacity with arbitrary value. Use your square brackets. And to use shortcut for arbitrary values, so you do same, can clear this out. So you come here, you say / and then you write your arbitrary value, possibly 0.46. So if you over this, you are going to see RGB, then the value of the opacity. So that's that about opacity. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about filters. So we are going to be considering the various filters that Tailwind give us out of the box. We have a series of filters that we can apply on our elements using Tailwind utility classes. So let's say we have a container. The container is containing an image. So let's say we have an image here, images, and then we have, let's start this with live server. We can give this container, let's give it width of 80, that's 20 rem. Alright, we can centralize this on the screen. We can say flex, J center, and then item center. So we can give it a main height of screen, that is 100 view height. That is going to centralize our image on the screen. Alright, so the first filter we'll be considering is blur. With this utility class, you can apply blur to your element. Let's say we have a class on the image and want to blur the image. So we have various blur properties. You have, or let's say values. Girls blur is going to give you a blur of 8 pixels. Small, none is going to remove blur. Small is 4 pixels. Medium, 12, on and on like that. You have various values that correspond to each utility class. So let's start with small. To apply a blur of 4 pixels to the image, you can see that. You can say large, that is going to be 16 pixels. So that is going to blur the image the more. Alright. So, and you can also use arbitrary values. So blur, you can say possibly you want 2 pixels. You're going to apply a blur of 2 pixels. So you have that options for blur. And then brightness, you can also apply brightness. So you have these values out of the box. You have 0, you have 50. 50 is going to give you brightness of 0.575, 0.9, 0.95, then brightness of 1, brightness of 1.05. You have that. Let's test 1.25. You can see now that your image has a brightness of 1.25. You can also use arbitrary values. You can say you want a brightness of, let's say, 1.75. So that is going to make your image to be more brighter. You can see now that the sky has blended with the background color. So the higher the value, the higher the brightness. We also have contrast. We have series of filters. We have contrast. So you have these values by default. You have contrast more, contrast less. You have 0, 50, 75. That's contrast of 0.75. So you have contrast 150. That's 1.5. Let's test this out. You can see if you remove the contrast, this is the normal picture. So if you say contrast of 150, you can see the difference. We also have grayscale. We have series of filters. So that is going to apply shade of gray to your elements. So you can say grayscale. So you see that is grayscale. We have series of, we are not limited to this. We have series of filters. If you go to documentation, then come to filters, you see we have blur, we have brightness, contrast, drop shadow, grayscale, hue rate, invert, saturate, sepia, backdrop, blur. So we have a lot of them. So if you want to check all of them out, just head to Tailwind official documentation and then come to this filters section. Alright, that's that about filters. I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we'll be talking about transform. We have various properties, various values for transform. You have scale, you have rotate, you have translate, you have skew. And then you can also change the origin of your element using transform origin. So to illustrate that, let's say we have a container just like the other time with width of 40, and the container is containing an image. So images, alright, we can centralize this. So you can use grid, you can give the body height of screen. Then you can say place item center. That is for justify and align item center. Alright, to see our image very well, we can give this value of, let's say, 64. So we have a more wider image. Alright, so let's first consider scale. Scale is used to scale your element, either you want to scale it up or scale it down. A value above 1 is going to scale it up, while a value below 1 is going to scale it down. Right, let's start with that. We can come to our image, let's say class. So we have these values out of the box. You have 0, 50, 75, 90, and so on and so forth. So let's start with a smaller scale. So to use scale, you just write scale. Let's use 0.9. That is going to scale our element down. You see? So to scale it up for a bigger size, you use a value that is above 1. So you can say this one is going to apply scale of 1.25. So our element is going to scale up. And then we have the scale X and scale Y variants. Scale X is going to scale your elements in the horizontal axis, while scale Y is going to scale your element in the vertical axis. Okay, we can test that out. Let's say scale X, then let's use 90. So it's going to scale the element in the horizontal axis, only in the horizontal axis. The height is going to remain the same. Let's remove scale first. So this is the normal width and height. But if we say scale X of 75, it's going to scale it only in the horizontal axis. Let me save that so you can see. It's going to scale it only in the horizontal axis. Alright, for scale Y is going to scale it on the vertical axis. So this is the normal width and height, the normal size. So for scale Y, which is going to affect it only along the Y axis, let's increase the size with 1.5. So the height is going to get enlarged while the width remain the same. Alright, that's that about scale, transform of scale. Now for rotate, we have these values out of the box. Rotate 0 is going to rotate it at 0 degrees. That means no rotation. 1 degree. So you have 45 degree, 90 and 180. These are the values we have that by default. So let's come here, let's remove scale. So this is our image normally. So to rotate it, you can say rotate, let's say 45. That is going to be more visible. Rotate 45. You see, we've rotated our image by 45 degrees. If you use negative value, if you start your utility class with negative value, that is going to rotate it in the opposite direction. If we save that, so the image is going to be rotated in this direction. Yeah. This negative sign is also applicable to top, to bottom, to left, to right. Possibly if you are positioning your image maybe relatively or fixed or absolute, whatever the case may be. Whenever you need a negative value, so you just need to prefix your utility class with minus. Then the resulting utility class is going to give you a negative value. Yeah. So we also have rotate of 180. 180 is going to rotate the element in 180 degrees. So that's about rotate. You can also use arbitrary values. Same with scale. You can also use arbitrary values. You know that with your arbitrary values, you use square brackets. So you can say possibly you want to rotate it by, okay, let's remove rotate first so you can see the normal position. This is the normal position. So for arbitrary value, you can say rotate. Let's say, should we use 32 degrees? So if you save that, yeah. So if you hover over this now, you see your element is rotated with 32 degrees. Alright, that's that for rotate. Then we have translate. Okay, I didn't write out the default values because translate also inherits the spacing values. That's from 1 to 96. Then you also have the percentage values of possibly 1/2, 1/3, 2/4, 2/6, things like that. Let me open this link. So to open a link in your file with VS Code, just hold down your Control or Command key and then you click the link. So you can see we have translate X, translate Y. You see translate X0, translate Y. We have lots of values like that. So as you can see here, we have translate X, we have translate Y, and all of them, they share the spacing values from 0 to 96, and then the percentage values 1/2 for 50%, 1/3 for 33%, full for 100%, translate Y, same as translate X. So full for 100%, 3/4 for 75%. Let's see that in action. Right, let's get rid of rotate. So we know that translate text is going to translate your elements in the horizontal axis. So let's say translate X. Then 10 is going to be 40 pixels. You are translating the image by 40 pixels to the right. You see that? Translate Y. Translate Y is going to translate it along the vertical axis. So you can say 20. Going to translate it along the vertical axis. If you need a negative value, possibly you want to translate it to the top, all you have to do is just put hyphen in front to denote a negative value. So if you save that, it's going to be translated to the top. Yes, that's that about translate. Don't forget that you can use arbitrary values. So you just use your square bracket and then you provide the value. Maybe you want to translate it 4M. So that's that about arbitrary values. And you can also use pixels. You can say maybe 20 pixels. So it's going to come down a little bit. Yeah. That's that about translate. Which other one do we have? We have skew. We have skew. So we have skew. We have skew X and skew Y. So we have this default value 0, 1, 2 to 12. Then skew Y 0, 1, 2 to 12. Let's start with 6. So you can see 6 corresponds to 6 degrees. You can see the image has been skewed. Say 12 corresponds to 12 degrees. If I save that, you can see. So you can also use arbitrary values. Possibly want to skew it maybe 45 degrees. You need the higher value that is not provided by Tailwind by default. You can see that's a skew, but because this is outside of the flow, now we have an overflow. So we have skew X and then we have skew Y. Skew Y. So you can say skew Y3. That's going to skew it. You can see to see it more visibly. You can say to F. So it's going to be skewed. And you can also use arbitrary values. You can say 30 degrees. It's going to skew the image 30 degrees. Alright, that's that about skew. Then transform origin. Transform origin is used to change the origin of an element. You know, by default, the origin of your element by default is always at the center by default. But you can change the position of the origin. So by default, the origin of the element is always at the center. So if you rotate, it's going to be rotated using the center as the origin. If you rotate, let's say rotate by 45 degrees. So it's going to be rotated with the origin, with the center as the origin. But you can change the position of the origin. Let's first get rid of this rotate. possibly you want to make this edge, you want to make this the origin. So you're just going to say origin of top right. Okay, this is top left. You say origin of top left, then you are going to have this point as the origin. So whatever transformation you do on the element will be done with this place as the origin. Let's see that. Let's say origin top left. So now this place has become the origin. So let's say you now rotate the elements in 45 degrees. I've not saved it now. So that means this place will be the origin. So rotating it is going to be rotated like this. Let me save it. So you can see this place becomes the origin. This place will be unmoved. Alright. But if you leave the origin at the center, which is the default, then it's going to be rotated along the center, around the center as the origin. So you can also change the origin to, let's say you want to change the origin to this place. That is going to be top and right. Okay. And get this. So you want to change the origin to this place. That is going to be top right. So you can say origin top right. So whatever transformation you do will be done with respect to top right as the origin. Let's say 90. Okay, let's say 90. So you see the image has been rotated in 90 degrees using this top right as the origin. That's how you transform your origin. So that's that about transformation. We've talked about scaling, we've talked about rotating, we've talked about translating, we've talked about skewing, and then we've talked about transforming origin. That's that for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome. In this video, we are going to talk about transition. So we'll be talking about transitions generally. We talk about transition property, we talk about transition duration, transition delay, transition timing function. And we also talk about how you can define your own transition with Tailwind CSS. So let's get started with transition property. Let's say we have a button. Let's say we have a button in a container. So let's say we have a button with padding X of, let's say 6, padding Y, let's say 2. Alright. Okay, let's give it background of, no, let's use blue 500. Okay, and inside the button we have a click me. Okay, let's save that. Okay, it's our button. We can give the button font color of white. We can also give it border radius large. Okay. We can give it width of full. That's 100%. Alright. So we can give the container a max width. Let's say max width of, let's say 64. And then MX Auto to centralize it horizontally. Okay. We can also centralize it vertically. Let's go to the body and let's give the body a height of screen. That's 100 view height. And then let's say content center. That's going to centralize it vertically. Alright, so we have our button here. Okay, so you can see that possibly when you hover over it, you want to change the background color to let's say blue 700. So currently we have blue 500, so on hover you have blue 700, but you can see that the changing of the background color is happening immediately. There is no transitioning. So to use transition, you first specify which of the property you want to transition. Transition all is going to apply transition to all CSS properties. If you come and you say transition all. Transition all. So it's going to apply a transition to it's going to apply transition to all CSS properties. And transition is going to apply, transition is going to apply transitioning to some properties, and these are the properties. You have color, background color, border, text, fill, stroke, opacity, transform filter, and backdrop filter. So for transition colors, that is going to apply transitions to only colors, as that is going to be color, background color, whatever has to do with color. You have border, you have text, you have fill, and you have stroke. So you also have transition opacity, which is going to apply transition to only opacity values. So if you hover over this, you're going to see you have opacity. You have shadow that applies transition to shadow, then transform, middle, rotate, skew, translate. Which other one do we have? So you have, this is for arbitrary value. Possibly you want to apply transition to a value that is not specified in any of these default classes. Alright, so here now we want to apply transition to the background, because background is the only thing we are changing now. So you can either use transition all, and then you can apply duration. Possibly you want 300 milliseconds, so you say duration 100 is going to give you 100 milliseconds, so 300 is going to give you 300 milliseconds. That means the color is going to change from 500 to 700 with a duration of 300 milliseconds. Now you see. So you see the difference. The other time it is changing immediately. If you clear all of transition, you see, it is going to change immediately. You see. Now you can compare it to this. So this is going to transition with 300 millisecond duration. Right. So, here now we are dealing with background color. So you can also say transition color. So background color is also covered with transition color property. So you see, but if you say transition opacity does not cover for background color. So you can see transition opacity does not cover for color. You can see that the color is changing drastically immediately. Alright, you can also use arbitrary value. In this example now we are transitioning the background color. So you can come here and say, okay, we need square brackets, not curly braces. So you can say background color. Just as example, that background color is also covered with colors. So you can say background color, and that is going to give you a transition it's going to apply transition to the background color using this arbitrary property. Now if you overwrite, you see now that we are transitioning with duration of 300 milliseconds. This duration, you can also define your own duration using arbitrary value. You can say possibly 2 seconds. So that is going to make the transitioning more slower. You can see, it's taking a duration of 2 seconds. Alright, we also have delay. So delay also inherits the same value as duration, but instead of using duration, you use delay. So let's give it transition of, let's say, 200 milliseconds. So we can also give it delay of, let's say, 1 second. That is 1000 milliseconds. So the color is not going to transition immediately. It will be delayed with 1 second before transitioning. So you see, immediately we hover, it's not going to change immediately. You see now, there is transition delay of 1000 milliseconds. We also have transition timing function. And you know that with that, we have the properties of linear, ease in, you have ease out, then you have ease in and out. So to use any of this, you just write it down. Let's get rid of this delay. So you can say ease in. So ease in is going to be slow at the beginning, and then at the end is going to be faster. That's ease in. Then ease out. It's going to be faster at the beginning, and then slow towards the end. So see, that's ease out. Then you have linear, you have ease in and out. You have ease in and out. Okay, we've already talked about arbitrary values. We've used arbitrary value here. Alright, that is that about transition. Let's talk about animation. I will see you in the next video. Welcome. In this video, we'll be talking about animations. How do you use animations with Tailwind CSS? Alright, so let's say we have a container here. Let's give this container width and height of, let's say, 40. Alright, let's give it background of, okay, let's use blue this time around so we don't ever use red. Let's use blue 500. Okay, we can centralize it. We know how to centralize, say class. Then you can use flex, you can use grid, whatever. You can use MX Auto. So let's say justify center, then align center. That's going to place our item at the center, but it's currently not at the center now because the height is still the same as the content. Now we have our element at the center of the screen. So to use animation with Tailwind CSS, by default, Tailwind provide these animations by default. You have spin, you have ping, you have pause, you have bounce. So to use any of them, you can just say animate spin. So that's going to apply animation of spin to this. It's a default animation provided by Tailwind CSS. You can see. So that is animate spin. You can say ping. That's going to be pinging the elements. Animate ping. This is animate ping. You also have pulse. Animate pulse. And this is animate pulse. This is useful possibly if you want to design a template, possibly a loading template. This is pulse, and you also have bounce. That's going to be bouncing your element. These are the default animation properties, or these are the default animations defined by Tailwind CSS. So this is animate bounce. You also have animate none, possibly an element has been animated once, then you want to remove the animation, you use animate none. Possibly you want to animate an element in smaller screens, but on larger screens you don't want any animation, so you use animate none to remove that. We can also illustrate that. Let's say we want to give this animate of bounce. Alright, but on larger screens, you don't want any animation, so you say animate none. Alright, so now it is bouncing, but as soon as it gets to larger breakpoint, the animation is going to be removed. If not gotten there, okay, let me zoom out now, so you can see has gotten to larger screen breakpoints. Now the animation has been removed, but in smaller screen breakpoints it's going to be animated. That's that about animate none. You also have the option of modifying the default animations that are provided by Tailwind. For example, this animate spin, you can see that the spinning time is fast. Let's say 1 second, maybe the current duration is 1 second. We can modify this animate spin so that your element, the duration of the spin is longer, so the spin is going to be slower. And to do that modification, you do that in your configuration file. You can also use arbitrary value to do it here. Okay, let's do the arbitrary value first before we go to the configuration file. So to use arbitrary value to modify this, you can use your square bracket for arbitrary value. So you say spin, then you say the duration. Currently it is, I think, 1 second. So you can say 3 seconds. So that is going to make it more slower. Then you can say is in and out. That is the animation timing function. You can say is in and out. And then you can say infinite. so that the animation continues infinitely. So that is going to make it more slower. You can see now that it is slower than before. So you can make this linear. So that is going to be linear, so that the spin is just going to continue linearly without stopping. So that's how you modify your default animations, and you can also modify it using your configuration file. So you can clear this out. Let's use spin. This is how it is with the default Tailwind configuration. So you can go to your configuration file, go to .config.js. Let's close this. So to modify it, you go to extend. If you use theme, you know that you are going to override all the default animation. So you go to extend, you say animation. So maybe you need a slower spin. So you can say whatever name you want to give it, just give it anything. You can say slower spin. So you can say spin, which is the default name provided by Tailwind CSS. So you can, then you say the time, that's the duration, then the timing function, then you say infinite, so that it continues infinitely. You've defined a custom animation that is built upon the default animation. So you go to your animation, then you apply animate. So you can say slower spin. So that's going to make it to go more slowly. So that's how you modify a default animation. So how do you define a custom animation that is not built on the default ones? Possibly you want to create maybe you want an element to be wiggling, or you want it to be going up, or you want it to be expanding and contracting. So you can also define a custom animation, and you also do that in the configuration file, like always. So before you do that, you know, in your normal CSS, you have to define your keyframes first. So same as Tailwind CSS, you need to define your keyframes. So you say keyframe, then whatever name you want to give to the keyframe. So let's call this scalar. You are at the liberty of using any name. So we can say at 0% and at 100%. So we want our element to be transforming. So it says scale 0. So then at 50%, use transform. It says scale. You can give it a scale of possibly 1.5. Now you've defined your keyframe. So to create the animation so that you'll be able to use it with utility classes. Even as it is now, you can also use this keyframe in your file. You just have to use the arbitrary value, just like we did with spin the other time. So let's duplicate this. We can comment this out so it doesn't create confusion. So to do that, you just say animate, use the animate keyword, then you say scalar, which is what we defined in our keyframe. So you say scalar, you can say possibly 2 seconds. You want it to be 2 seconds. You want it to be linear, and then you want it to be infinite. So this is what we defined in our keyframe. If you don't want it to go inward totally, you can say in your config. So we can say we want the scale to be 1, not 0. So that is going to make it to see. So that is our scalar. And if you don't want to use arbitrary value. Can clear this out. Can clear this out. Then go to your configuration file, and then you come to animation. Then you can call it whatever name you want. You can still use scalar, or you can use scale, whatever name you wish. But whatever name you define there is what you are going to use in your HTML file. So let's call it animate scale. Let's call it scale. Alright, so then you specify your keyframe name, which is scalar. Then whatever duration you want to give to it, you can say 2 seconds, you can say linear, and you can say infinite. You can also use alternate, whatever one you want to use. It's dependent on your preference. So what you come here, you say animate scale, which is what we just defined. So it's going to apply the animation to the elements. So that's how you define your custom animations. That's that about animations. I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we'll be talking more about Tailwind core concept. We'll be talking about functions, we'll talk about directives, and then we'll talk about Tailwind Preflight. There are some group of styles that Tailwind called Preflight. We'll get to that in a moment. So let's first talk about functions and directives. We first start with directives and then we go to functions. As you can see from Tailwind documentation, directives are custom Tailwind specific art rules that you can use in your CSS that offer special functionality for Tailwind CSS projects. So if you go to your input.css file, you know, at the beginning of the course, I told you that we get to talk more about the input.css file. So in my own terms, I call this input.css file, I call it the entry point for Tailwind CSS, because Tailwind is only going to compile only what it sees in the input.css. If there is nothing in your input.css file, then there will be no output styles. Tailwind only compile the styles that it can find in the input.css. That may be confusing a little, but before the end of this section, you understand what I'm saying. Okay, let's illustrate that. Okay, before we clear out our input.css, let's check our output, which is our style.css. You can see that currently we have some styles in our output.css, which is our style.css. We have some styles there. But if you go to your input.css file and you clear everything, if I save that, now let's go to our style.css and see what happens. You can see now that in our style.css, which is the output file, there are no styles again, because there are no styles in our input.css. So Tailwind only compile the styles that it can find in the input file. It only compiles it into the output file. If there is nothing in the input file, then you will not have anything in your output file. Now let's go to our directives. So Tailwind has, let me say, 4 major directives. You have the @Tailwind directive. That's what they mean by Tailwind specific art rules. So you have the @Tailwind directive, you have the @layer directive, you have the @apply directive, and there is also @config directives. Let me see if I'll see that. Yes. So you have @config directive. So those are the 4 directives that we have in Tailwind CSS. Okay, in our input.css, let me bring back our styles. So if you go back to the output file now, you are going to see that our styles are back. So the input.css file is the entry point for Tailwind CSS. If there are no styles in the input file, then there will be no styles in the output file. So let's talk about the @Tailwind directive. You use the @Tailwind directive to insert Tailwind's base component, utilities, and variant styles into your CSS. So what do they mean by that? You know, by default, when we've not done anything in our tutorial, we don't have this. and we also don't have this. So we only have these 3 directives in our input file. So you use the @tailwind directive to insert Tailwind's base component utilities and variant styles. Let's first consider this base style. So these base styles, there are some styles that Tailwind call them Preflight. These base styles are used by Tailwind to give your design a uniform output across various browsers. So we have various browsers, and each of those browsers, they have some specific styles that are specific to them. Like they apply different styles to various HTML elements by default. So Tailwind use these base styles to ensure that your design is uniform across different browsers. So these base styles, we can see them in the output.css file. Let's comment out these 2 directives first, and let's consider only the base styles. So we can as well delete them. So let's go to our output file now. All these styles that you are seeing here, from here up to the end, they are the base styles. They are used by Tailwind to achieve uniform designs across various browsers, so that you will not have a separate output design in Chrome and you have a separate output design in the Firefox or Safari or whatever browser your user may be using at that moment. So let's consider some of the outputs, some of the base styles. So if you read this now, you see, use a consistent sensible line height in all browsers. So that is why they have these styles here. So prevent adjustment of font size after orientation changes in iOS. So you can see this one now is this style now is used to remove the margin in all browsers, inherit 99 from HTML, so users can do all that. So in this one now, this style is used to add correct height in Firefox. So you can see these base styles, they are there so that your output design will be uniform across various browsers. These are things that you may likely not do by yourself, but Tailwind helps you to achieve a uniform designs across different browsers. Look at this. It says add correct text decoration in Chrome, Edge, and Safari. So that is the function of these styles. If you look at this now, this will remove the default font size and wait for headings. So your headings from heading 1 to heading 6, they are going to have default and font weight. So they won't be bolded by default. So you have lots of those styles that is used to achieve these uniform designs across various browsers. Look at this now. This one is saying add the correct font weight in Edge and Safari. So all these styles, they may look kind of plenty or big, but all of them actually have their own function. They help you to achieve uniform designs. So your user won't be having a separate design on Chrome and another user using Firefox will have another design. Look at this. Remove the margin in Firefox and Safari. This one, remove default padding in all browsers. So I think you get what I'm saying now. So all these default styles, all these base styles, they are injected using this as Tailwind base directive. So all those default styles, they are injected at this level. So if we return this now, if we remove this base directive at Tailwind base directive, you remove that, you will see that all those base styles, they are not there again. So these ones are utilities. We'll get to that. You can see that those ones are not there again. All those base styles are gone. Now let's talk about this components at Tailwind component directive. So this base component and utilities, they are actually we also have variants. But these variants, if you don't include it, Tailwind is going to include it for you by default. We'll get to that. So we have like 4 buckets of styles generally in Tailwind CSS. So this base styles is what we've talked about for uniform designs across various browsers. But these component styles, these components group or buckets of styles, this is where Tailwind gets component styles. For example, let's say, okay, let's comment out these two for now, since we've not talked about them, we can as well delete them. So this components buckets of styles is where Tailwind injects. You can see it's here. So Tailwind injects Tailwind's component classes and any component registered by plugins. So for example, maybe in your designs you have uniform designs for all your buttons, all your card. Possibly you have in your design you have blue buttons that share the same styles, or you have red buttons that share the same styles. You can add two styles to this component layer. So to do that, you can say, okay, I think we are already going to the layer directive now. So to do that, you say at layer. So you use this at layer directive to add styles to any of these layers. Maybe base layer, component layer, utility layers, or variant layers. So you say at layer, then any of these layers that you want to add the styles to. So you say, since you want to define components like buttons or cards, so you say at layer components. So you choose components. You can also do so for base. Possibly you want to add more styles to the base styles provided by Tailwind, or you want to modify the base styles provided by Tailwind. You use the at layer, then you use base. So we'll go back to that after this component. So let's say you want to have a blue button. So you can say dot blue btn, blue button. So you can say possibly the background color. Say background color. You can say blue. You can say padding. You can say 0.5 rem top and bottom. You can say 1.5 rem left and right. So what are that? Okay, you can say border radius 10 pixels. Okay, you can say color. You can say white. So you've defined this blue button component. Now you've added it to the components layer. So you can now use this class now in your design, your work file. Let's test this out in this animation file. You can open this with live server. Let me see if my CLI is running. Right, it's running. So we can come here. This is just an illustration, it's not part of animation. So you can now say, you can say btn, button, you can say button, right, you can say, click me, we have the button there, alright. So now you can now say class, and then you use the class defined in your component layer. So you can say blue btn. Now, so you can see all the styles that we defined here, they are now applied on this button. So possibly you have several buttons across your work, across your design that share the same styles. So you can use this, you can create a component style for it and apply it to the components layer. Same is also applicable for the base layer. So possibly you want to make modification to the base styles provided by Tailwind. Let's check some of the base styles that we can make modifications to. Let us change this. These are all base styles. We want us to change this. I'm looking for one that is familiar that we can easily modify and we see it real time. Okay, so let's use ordered list and another list. So from Tailwind base styles, Tailwind has created list style to be none and the margin to be 0, padding to be 0. So if you have base styles if you have a list in your You have list in your work. Let's say you have ordered list. So you have ordered list with, like, let's say possibly 3 children, and each of those children is having the content of a, let's say, child. Then you can say 1, 2, and 3. Alright, so we have this list now in our work file. But because of this Tailwind CSS base styles, the style has been removed, the margin has been removed, the padding has been removed. That's according to Tailwind base styles. So if you don't want this behavior, then you can now modify this base style using the layer directive. So you can come here, you say at layer, then you say base, because you want to add the styles to your base. So now you can now say ordered lists, unordered list, you say ordered list. Then you can now say list, the list style. So you want to revert it to the default CSS value. That's going to be disk or decimal for ordered list. Then you can now say margin. You can also revert that. And then padding. Say padding, you can also revert that to default value. So now if we check our output CSS now. So let's go. So as you can see that the styles have been applied to our work. The output has been modified. I want us to see, okay, you see now. So you see it in the output file, the output styles. So that's how you modify the base styles. And if you don't want any of the base styles, you can just delete the directive. But that is not advisable because of different browser behaviors to this HTML elements. So you won't want to do that. Keep it. You keep the. It is advisable that you keep the base styles, but any of the behavior that you do not want in your design, you just revert it using the at layer directive. So let's go to the third layer, which is the utilities layer. So this utility layer is the layer that Tailwind injects all the utility classes we use in our project. All the classes we use in our project, this size 40, background of white, all the classes we use, they are injected at this layer. This is where they are injected. So if you remove this layer now, so all the styles you use in your work, they will not be applicable. They will not be compiled to the output CSS file. So if you go down, you see there are no utility classes there. These are all base styles. All these you are seeing are base styles. So all the utility classes you used in your project, they are not in the output. They will not be compiled because the layer is missing in the input CSS file. So to ensure that all the utility classes you used in your project are included in the output.css file, so you include the utility. Alright, so I think this video is long enough. Let's talk about other directives in the next video. I will see you there. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be considering the rest of the directives before we go into functions. So just like I said in the concluding part of last video, that this utility layer is where all our utility classes that we used in our project are injected into our output styles. So you see that because I've not saved the file, so all the styles that we apply to this animation file, they are absent. So as soon as I saved it, all those utility classes will be included in our output.css file. So you can see now we have mx auto, we have flex, you have grid, you have size 40. These are the classes we used in our project. So as soon as I included this layer and I saved it, all the classes, they are injected into our output styles, and then it becomes effective in our project file. Another directive which still falls into this layer is the variant. It also works with Tailwind directive, and then we have variants. These variants, this is where this variants layer is where all the utility class variants, this is where they're injected, like variants like focus, like active, like disabled, all those variants. So this is where they are injected. But if you don't include it, Tailwind by default is going to include it at the end of your file if you don't include them in the output. So all those variant styles like focus, like active, like over, all those ones, Tailwind will automatically input them at the end of your file. So you see that these classes, they come at the end of your output file. So that is if you check the documentation, you will see that if omitted, that is the variance layer. If omitted, Tailwind will append these classes to the very end of your style sheet, to the very end of your style sheet by default. So you have the option of omitting you have the option of omitting the variance layer. So if you omit it, all those variant styles will be added at the end of your style sheet, at the very end. So variants like focus, like over, like active, like disabled, like dark mode, all those variants, they are injected at this layer, but you have the option of omitting it. So that is why you will not see it in most of CSS work files, Tailwind CSS work files. So next, we'll talk about the layer directive, which you've already seen in operation. So use the layer directive to tell Tailwind which bucket a set of custom styles belong to. You know, this is a custom style. This is a custom style. So you use this layer directive to tell Tailwind that which bucket of styles does this custom styles belong to. So now these custom styles, they belong to the components level. These ones, they belong to the base level. So since the base styles are included at the very top, even though this one is at the base here, it's at the bottom of the file. So in the output styles, this style will be inputted before component and layers. Let's check. So we have list, style revert, margin revert, padding revert. Because we're adding it to the base layer, which is at the top here. So even though this one is at the very end in this file, in the output file, this one will be moved to the top before component and utilities. We can confirm that. So rather than scrolling, we can just find revert. Alright, so you see now that this one is at the end of the base styles before components and the utility classes. Even though you see these are utility classes, even though this is written even after this utility layer, but in the output file, it is before the utility classes. These are utility classes. That's the beginning of it, and this is where it is written in our output.css file. So the layer determines whatever layer you add these styles to, they determine where they will be placed in the output.css file. We can also compare, this one is at the base, we wrote this after this, but let's check where this blue class, let's check where it is in our output style. So we can search for that. Blue btn. Okay, it is not used in our work file, so it might not be in the output. let's use it. Let's create, you can say button. So you say blue, you can say blue button. So now in class, so whatever class you don't use, it will not be included in your output file, which is another advantage of Tailwind. So it keeps the size of your output CSS, it keeps it in check. The size is minimized because only the styles you used are in the output file. Let me save this. Right, we have this now. So let's check our output file. So you can see now that we now have the blue button class, and because it is added to the component layer in the output file, it is written after this type, because this one is in base while this one is in component. So you can see this is the blue button. So if we go up, we are going to see this. So this one comes before that, even though it is after it here, but this is base layer while this is component layer. So you use the layer directive to indicate which layer does your custom CSS, which layer does it belong to in the layers that we have in Tailwind CSS. That's that about the layer directive. We also have another directive, which is apply, at apply. So you use at apply to inline any existing utility classes in your own custom CSS. For example, you want to use utility classes in this input CSS file. So you use this at apply directive to include them. So for example, we want to use Tailwind utility classes here. What we need to do is just say at apply, then you can say bg blue 500. So which is the same as this. So you can now say, px is 1.5 frame, that is 6, px 6. So you can say py is 0.5 frame here, that is going to be 2. The border radius of 10 pixels, we can say rounded large. Okay, let's use large, which is 8 pixels. You can also use arbitrary value. Then color white, that is text of white. So with this, you can clear out this. So you use this apply directive to write to use utility classes in your input.css file. So let's check the output. You see now that we still have the same output. That is what you use at apply directive for. And you are at the liberty of combining even utility classes with normal custom CSS properties. So you can combine them. Possibly you want to write your padding with custom CSS, so you can remove this padding. You can remove the padding. The background color, we are keeping it using utility class. Color white, you can also remove this utility class. So we are combining both custom CSS and the Tailwind utility class. Let's see the output. You see we are going to achieve the same output. So you have the liberty of combining custom CSS and the Tailwind utility class. But whenever you want to use Tailwind utility class in input.css, you use the apply directive. There is one more directive that we need to talk about. That is the config directive. This one you most likely will never use it in working with Tailwind CSS. You are most likely not going to use it ever. So the at config directive is used to indicate to Tailwind CSS, possibly you don't want to use this default configuration file. You want to use a separate configuration file. So you use this at config to tell Tailwind that, okay, well, I'm not using this default configuration file. I want to have another configuration file. So after you indicate this at config directive, then you are going to stipulate the paths of your configuration file. Possibly the name of your configuration file is John. I say john.config.js. So, but the path to that configuration file must be relative to this input.css file. So you use this as config to indicate to Tailwind that this is the configuration file I want to use, but you most likely don't need this. I've never used that ever since I've been using Tailwind CSS. Alright, that's that about directives. Now let's move to functions. We'll talk about that in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. So in this video, we are going to talk about functions. We've talked about directives. Now let's talk about functions. So there are two major functions that Tailwind CSS provided. You have the theme function and then you have the screen function. The theme function is used to access your Tailwind config values using dot notation. So you use this theme function to access the Tailwind values using dot notation. So possibly you want to, let's say you have, let's say you want to define a custom CSS for card. So, and you want to add maybe padding. You want to add padding of, let's say 2rem, but you don't want to write 2rem. So you can access that 2rem using this theme function. So you can say padding, then you say theme, and then, so 2rem is 8 in Tailwind values. So you can say spacing, dots. 2rem is going to be 8. So you say spacing dot 8. That means you've applied the padding of 2rem to this card component. You can also say you want to give it a background of red 500. So you say background, then to access that red 500, then you use the theme function. Then you go to colors, then you say red, colors.red.500. So you use this theme function to access Tailwind configuration values in the input.css file. Always take note that you do not have any business modifying the output, the style.css file, because if you do any modification there, as soon as you make changes to your work, Tailwind is going to do compilation and overwrite whatever is inside the style.css file. Whatever custom CSS you want to write, it should always be done in the input.css file. So Tailwind is going to look through the input.css file and then compile the outputs into the style.css file, or whatever name you call the output CSS file. So this class now, you can also use it. Let's use the animation file for it. You can say div. So you can say, what's the name? I think we call it card. So let's go to animation. You see, this is the card we have here, and the styles are gotten from this theme function. So you can, let's say testing theme, and give it that. You can comment. Okay, we can remove this. They are not part of animation. So you say testing theme. If you want to change the color, you can come here. You say color. So you can say theme. Then you say colors dot, okay, it is, colors dot white. That is going to give it the color of a white. So that's how you use the theme function. But most of the times you don't use these things. I'm just showing you so you know what are obtainable with Tailwind CSS, just in case the need may arise in the future. And then you also have another function which is called screen function. The screen function allows you to create media queries that reference your breakpoints by name instead of duplicating their values in your CSS. So possibly you want to make reference to the breakpoint defined in your configuration file. If you want to make reference to them in the input.css file, you can use the screen function, and you can also write the media query yourself if you so wish. You can say at media, then say mean width possibly 768 pixels, and then you define your CSS styles here. So if you wish, you can use these custom CSS values, and if you wish, you can use the screen function. So to do this, to achieve the same thing with if you save this now, if you save this before we go to the screen function, and you go to your style.css. So let's go to this. You see this now. This is what is compiled to this place. You can achieve the same result using the screen function. So all you have to do is say at media, then you say screen. So here you specify the screen breakpoint. Maybe you want small is 640 pixels. So you can say, so you write your styles here, write your custom styles. Yeah. So with this now, using this screen function, Tailwind is going to compile it into normal media query. So we can also check that. Let's go. So you see, we have mean width of 640 pixels, which is corresponding to the screen breakpoint of small. If you use large is going to be 1024 pixels. So you can check that, you see. So that's how you use screen function. That's that about functions. We have just screen and the theme as at the time of this recording. That is Tailwind version. That is version 3.4.10. So that's that about functions. See you in the next video. In this video, we are going to talk about Preflight. So to get to this page in the official documentation, just go to tailwindcss.com. Then you go to the documentation, that is /docs. So if you come to the navigation bar here, so you go to base styles. So this is base styles, and then you go to Preflight. So Preflight is an opinionated set of base styles for Tailwind projects. Preflight is built on top of modern normalize. This Preflight is injected through the base layer, that is at Tailwind base. That is where this Preflight is injected into the output.css file, that is our style.css. So Preflight is built on top of modern normalize, which is used to achieve uniform designs across various browsers. So Preflight is a set of base styles for Tailwind projects that are designed to smooth over cross-browser inconsistencies and make it easier for you to work within constraints of your design system. So all those base styles that we talked about when we were talking about this directive, so they are actually Preflight. That's what Tailwind called Preflight. Tailwind injected those Preflight styles through this base directive. And if you want to see all the Preflight class styles, all the Preflight styles, just come to this place and click on see the style sheet. So these are all the Preflight styles. They are used to reduce all these inconsistencies across various browsers. So those are the styles that you are seeing at the beginning of your style.css at the top. So these styles are Preflight styles. So you can see them. You can see them: prevent padding and border, this and that. They are used to achieve consistent designs across various browsers. To prevent adjustment of font size after orientation in okay. Prevent adjustment of font size after orientation changes in iOS. So that is the work of these styles. These are the preflight styles that are injected through the base layer. So, and you can also make modification to them as you have seen using the @layer directive. So, in the preflight list and unknown style, I think we've considered that and you've seen how you can modify that. So, images are block level elements. So your images, the video, canvas, audio, iframe, embed object, all of them they are given display of block, vertical, and line of middle. So all those styles are applied to preflight. Images are constrained to the parent width. So by default, through the preflight styles, your image has a max width of 100%, which will make your image not to overflow its container by default, and it has height of auto. So these two styles now, they will ensure that your image doesn't go outside of its container, and then using the height of auto will make sure that the image maintain its aspect ratio. So your border styles are reset. You have a border width of 0 by default, border style of solid, and then you have the border color that looks like a shade of gray. That is this color here. So all those styles are applied through preflight, and you can make modification to your preflight using the @layer directive. So by default, all these headings, all their sizes have been reset, the font weight have been reset. So possibly you want to add a specific style to maybe your heading one, then use @layer base, and then whatever style you want to apply to heading one, then you use this @apply directive to use Tailwind utility classes in your input CSS file. So that's how you extend or you modify your preflight. And this is how you can disable preflight. Just go to your tailwind.config.js file, and then you go to core plugins, and then preflight, you set it to false. That is going to disable the preflight styles. To illustrate that, we can just copy this, copy it, then you go to your configuration file. So you come here, you can just say paste that. So with this, you are disabling the preflight. Let's check our style.css file. So you see now that all those preflight styles, all of them has been removed. This one now is coming from our input.css file. So that one is this. So all those preflight styles, they have been removed because we disable it in our configuration file. But this is not advisable. It's not advisable thing to do, else you are going to have inconsistent designs across various browsers. Any of the preflight styles that you don't want or you don't like, you can just make modification to them using the @layer directive. That is a better alternative. Alright, that's that about this section. I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. So in this section, we'll be dealing with the mini project. Just like I said in the beginning of the course, I said the course is divided into 3 major categories. So the first category is the tutorial section, then the second one is the mini project, and then the third one is the project. So now in this section, we'll be dealing with our mini project, and we have few mini projects at hand. So the first one is this responsive card. Even though all the projects are responsive, from the mini projects to the main projects themselves, all of them are responsive. So we start with this card, then we go to this pricing plan, then we go to this image gallery. So after then we go to registration form, and then after then you go to this feature comparison table. The mini projects are arranged in such a way that we start from the from the simplest one to the more serious ones, so that we'll be able to apply what we've learned during the course into practical projects. So with that being said, let's get to the project proper. So the first thing we need to do now is to set up our project environment. And to do that, we need to first install Tailwind CSS so that we'll be able to work with it during our development. So now that we are done with the tutorial, so we won't be using the tutorial folder for now. So this section we'll be using the mini project folder. So as I said earlier in the beginning of the course, you have the reference folder for you so that whenever you are doing your own projects or during the course, you can actually come to this reference folder and then make references to all the examples that we've done during the course. But for now, since we've only deal with the tutorial, that's why you have the tutorial here. And as soon as we are done with the main project and then the project, I'm going to make copy of all the project and the examples we've done inside this reference folder. We are working in this starter folder. We are done with the tutorial. Now we want to deal with mini project. So what we are going to do is you are going to drag this into your VS Code to open the folder with VS Code. So now we are done with this. All right, so as we already know, to be able to install Tailwind CSS as a dependency in our project, we first need to initialize Node. Let me zoom this in so you can see very well. We need to initialize Node, so we open our terminal, and then you should always make sure that your terminal is open inside the folder you want to work on. So if the terminal is not open inside the folder, you should change your directory to the folder you want to work on. And to initialize Node, you type npm init then -y. That's going to create package.json file for us. So with this now, we'll be able to install Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. So to install Tailwind CSS, you don't need to memorize anything. Just go to the documentation, and the first page that will come to you in Tailwind CSS documentation is the get started with Tailwind CSS. So we go to the Tailwind CLI to install Tailwind as dev dependency. We copy this command, then we paste it in our terminal, and that's going to install Tailwind CSS for us. All right, now Tailwind CSS has been installed. The next thing is to initialize the Tailwind CLI. So copy that, then we'll paste it here to initialize the CLI. Right, so after initializing the CLI, it's going to create this configuration file for us. And then we know that the next thing to do is to set the file path that will be working inside this content property. So you can close this, you can close our terminal now. Then to set the file path so that the CLI will continually watch our project files for any changes and then continue to compile our output CSS. So we say we provide that as a string, and we say source or whatever the name of your working file of your working folder is. If you are not using source, if you are using dist or whatever name you give to it, make sure you are using the accurate name, the correct name, and then you make sure that the path is relative to this configuration file. So we say source, and then we say that it should scan all files and subfolders inside of source folder. Then we continue to say that it should scan all files that has the extension of either HTML or JS, that's JavaScript folders files, I mean. That's so we're good to go with that part. Now the next thing is to create the input.css file, which is going to be the entry point for our Tailwind CSS. So we create that inside the source folder. We have input.css. All right, so copy and paste these directives so that Tailwind will be able to inject our CSS styles. All right, and then the next thing is to run the CLI so that we continue to scan our files and then compile the styles into the output.css file. So we have the liberty of running this directly in our terminal, but just to prevent us typing and retyping this command every time we stop our terminal or we want to restart working again, possibly after closing the VS Code. So we can set that as a script in our package.json file. So we come to this place. You can replace this text, or you can actually create another script for yourself. So you can say dev, now you paste this command there, right? So save that, and then to run the command now. All right, we will not be using output.css. If you prefer output.css, you can leave it, but I prefer style. I think style is kind of more generic. You see style more in uh, in projects than output.css. So I prefer style. All right, now we can run our command. So since we've set this as a dev script, all we need to do is type npm run dev, and that is going to run the command for us. All right, so now we have our CLI watching our files with this watch flag. Okay, we have this warning there that says that no utility class were detected in your source files. So this warning can either come in two scenarios. Either you've not started working, just with our case now we've not started working, so there are no utility classes in our work files. So, and the second thing that can bring that warning is if your part that you set in the configuration file is not correct. If the file you set here is not correct, then that means you are also going to have this one if Tailwind does not come across any utility class. So you can have these warnings in those two scenarios. But now we've not started working, so as soon as we started working, the warning is going to go. All right. So that's that about the setup. Now let's start working on our project. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So in this video, we are going to be dealing with our responsive card. So we'll be dealing with this responsive card, and as I said that the card is responsive. So with respect to your screen size, the card is going to adjust itself to your screen size, so you can see. All right. So now let's get working on it. Right. So we'll be using this responsive card file. Okay. So to create your HTML structure, you can type this exclamation mark, and the Emmet is going to fill it out for you. You can close this part. Right. So we have the title as Santorini, and we have Greece. Okay. Don't forget to link your CSS file. So we have style.css. Sorry. Okay, now we can start our live server. You can start your live server with Alt-LO. Right, we have our empty page here. So the card is going to have an var container, and inside of the var container we're going to have image. The image is going to have a source of this image. Then we give it a note of Santorini. Let me say Greece. All right. So after the image, we're going to have another container for this text part. So after the image, we have a container that contains this text, and so we have a container, and inside of the container we have heading 2 that contains Santorini. Heading 2 Santorini. We have comma there. Yeah, we have comma. So Greece. Now you can save that so that we have a preview of what we are doing. So after the heading 2, we have a paragraph. The paragraph contains experience. Experience the breathtaking. Alright, we have the paragraph. And after the paragraph, we have a dummy link. So the link is dummy, is not going to anywhere. Let me say discover more. Okay, now we are done with the HTML structure, so we can start styling it. So come to the var container. give it a max width of small, then you say overflow hidden, and then give it a border radius of large, that's 0.5 rem. Then we give it background of white, give it shadow of large, shadow large. Then from small screen breakpoint, we give it max width of medium. And then from medium screen breakpoint, we give it max width of large. And then from larger screen breakpoint, we give it max width of extra large. Now we can save that. Okay, so if we increase the screen size now, as you can see, the image is responding to our screen sizes. Right. So we can centralize the objects inside of the web page. So to centralize it, we come to the body, we give the body a class of grid, make it grid container, and then we use place items center just to centralize it in both horizontal and vertical axis. So we give the body background of a gray 200. We also give the body padding X of 4, and then from smaller screen breakpoint we give it padding X of 6, and then from larger screen breakpoint we give it padding X of 8. Right. So those paddings are necessary so that even on smaller screen breakpoints, the card will not be extended to both edges of the browser. So we save that. All right. So now we can come to the image and style the image. So we can give the image a height of 48, give it width of full, and then we say object cover so that the image can retain its aspect ratio. All right. So from smaller screen breakpoint, I'm going to give it a height of 56, and then from medium screen breakpoint, we give it a height of 64, and then from a larger screen breakpoint, we give it a height of 72. Nice, 18 rem. Okay, so if we check that, as we increase the size, the height is also increasing. So you can see that the card is not centralized vertically, and that's because the body does not have height. So we can give the body a mean height of screen, that's 100 view height, and so that's going to centralize it vertically. Okay, I think we are getting there. Now we can come to this text container. I will give it a padding of 6, so that is going to give the container padding all around. Now let's style this heading 2. So we'll give it a margin bottom of 2, that's 0.5 rem. I'll give it text of extra large. So we'll give it font bold, that's font weight of 700, that's font bold. And then from smaller screen, we give it a font size of 2XL, that's text 2XL. And then from medium screen, we give it text 3XL. And then from larger screen breakpoint, we give it text 4XL. All right, so you can save that. So if we check now, you see that the font size will keep increasing with the screen size. Okay, we're almost done. Now let's type the paragraph. So we'll give it a margin bottom of 4. That is 1 rem. Then we give it font color of gray 700. That is text gray 700. Then smaller screen breakpoint, we have text of large. Then medium screen breakpoint, we have text XL. Then larger screen breakpoint, we have text 2XL. Alright, so that's that for the paragraph. So we have text 2XL. This XL, so from a larger screen breakpoint, we are going to have text 2XL, but we couldn't get to the larger screen breakpoint because I've zoomed in massively so that you can see it more visibly. All right, now let's style the link. So we can give the link font weight of semi-bold, that's 600. Then we give it text of indigo 600. And then when you hover over the link, we give it color of text indigo 700. Okay, so now we have our card. We have our responsive card, so we can put it on there. We have our responsive card. You can see, right? So yeah, here we have our responsive card. All right, that will be all for this video. And let's get to the next project. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be moving on to the next mini project, which is our responsive pricing plan. So I think I should just stop using responsive because all the projects are actually responsive. So we'll be dealing with these pricing plans. So without much waste of time, let's get to it. So we have our pricing table, just these plans. So say pricing plans. Save that and start our live server. All right, let me increase this a bit. I'll go to body. Let's first style the body. We make the body flex container and give it main height of screen. Main height of screen, text 3XL, font, then item center to align item center. Yes, we have justify center. Then we give the body background of gray 100. Right, so we have that for body. Okay, we couldn't see that because we've forgotten to link our CSS file. Just link CSS and then say, so now, yeah, so we are good to go. So inside of the body, we have a container that we use to import marks with, so that our contents don't get destabilized on very large screens. So inside this container, we are going to give it a max width of 7XL. Give it padding X of 4, padding Y of 12, and from smaller screen breakpoints, give it padding X of 6, and then on larger screen breakpoint, that says, I think that is 1024 pixels, so give it padding X of 8, right? Now we have heading 2, so then the 2 contains pricing plan. Okay, so we can style our ND2 now. Give it a margin bottom of 12. Centralize it. Text center. So font size 3XL. Font extra bold. Text gray 900. And we have small text of 4XL. And then from larger screen breakpoint, we have a text of 5XL. Okay, now we're good to go with the heading 2. So after that, now we have a container that contains a grid container that we're going to use for the column views, 3 column views of each of the plans. So we have a grid container. So by default, we're going to have grid column of 1, but from medium screen breakpoints, we're going to have a grid column of 3. Grid cos 3. So don't forget gap, so that there will be spacing in between the grid children. So give it gap of 8. That's 2 rem. Then now we can go to each of the pricing plans. So we can comment this and we say basic plan. And say basic plan. Let's comment it so our code doesn't get confusing at the end. So the basic plan has its own container, and we're going to give the container border radius of large as rounded large. Then we give it background of white. With P6, padding 6, we centralize the text, that is text center, and then we give it shadow of a large. Right, so that was the basic plan. We're starting with the basic plan. So inside of the basic plan, we have a heading 3. Heading 3 that says basic. Now we're going to style the heading 3. So give it a margin bottom of 4 MB4, that is 1 rem, and text of 2XL, fonts bold, that's font weight of 700, and give it a font color of gray 700, that's text gray 700. All right, so after the heading, we have a paragraph. That says perfect plan for should be inside of this. We have perfect plan for individuals and the small teams. So now we can style that. So we give it margin bottom of 6, that is 1.5 rem. Then we give it font color of gray 600. So after the paragraph, we have a container. That contains this. Alright, so we have a container. Container contains 2 span. I have span times 2. So the first one contains a $sign, that is minus $19, and the second span contains per month. So if we save that, we have this. Let's type the container first before we go to each of the span. The container has a margin bottom of 8, that's 2 MB8. So the first span, we give it fonts extra bold, that's font width of 800. Then we give it text 4XL, that's font size of 36 pixels, 2.25 rem. And then we give it font color of text, that's text gray 900. That's that. Now we go to the second span. We give it font color of text gray 600. All right, now we can move to the next thing. So we have another list that contains the features of each plan. So then we have 4 list items. That's times 4. So the first one is saying 5 projects. The second one says 10 gig of storage. The next one says basic support. I'm going to give that analyze. So the last one says community access. So we save that. Now we can style another list. So we give it MB8, a margin bottom of 2 rem, space Y2 to put space in between each of the children, and then we give them gray 600. All right. So after another list, we have a dummy link. So the link is dummy. And then you can say get started. We have the link there. So the first style we give the link is make it block element, make it block level element. And then we give it the background of indigo 600. Then we give it border radius of large, rounded large. So we say px2 4 py of 2. Then we give it font color of white. All right, we are getting there. So on hover, we give it the background color of 700. That's indigo 700. All right, so when you hover over the link, we're going to have a font color of indigo 700. And if you wish, you can give it a transition duration. Let's say duration of 300 milliseconds, so the background doesn't change instantaneously. Right, so you see that. Okay, now we are done with the basic plan. Let's move to the which one? Let's move to the pro plan. So to do the pro plan, we can as well copy this basic plan and then make whatever changes we want to make. Let's copy this. Come in, set make. So say a pro plan. So copy this. Then after that, we say think enterprise. So now we're going to make changes to this. So this one is going to have a background of indigo 600, PG indigo 600. Then give it text of white. Everything is going to be white. So we're going to remove this font color of gray. Remove text gray. Text gray. Everything is going to be white. And then text gray. All right. We also remove this. Okay, I get it there. So we need to add this. And okay, this one is also going to be BG of white. So we'll give this link BG white. And then on hover we can give it gray 200. Gray 200. Gray 200. And then we give it text of indigo 600. Okay, all right, so we are getting there. Now we are left with this most popular tag. So to do that, we come to the top. Before this heading 3, say span, and then say most. Say most popular. Let's have that, the most popular tag here. We'll give it a background, give it background of yellow 300. Then we give it the font color of yellow 800. All right, we're getting there. Give it by the next of 3, then by the y of 1. It needs to be here by the y of 1. So give it font size of small, text small, that's going to be 14 pixels. Then font semi-bold, that's font weight of 600. All right, and then we say rounded full as for border radius, rounded full. All right, so we are going to position it as absolute. So to do that, let's give this relative. That will position it relatively to the parent container. Then we give this absolute. So we say top of -1 rem. So to use a negative value, use minus before the utility class. So we say top -4. Then you say right of 4. Right, so we have our pro plan. This is supposed to be pro. Okay, we've not made changes to the text, so say pro, and then the price is $49 per month. 49. So we go to this one is 50 projects, and then we have 100 gig of storage. We have priority support, priority, yeah. And then we have advanced analytics, advanced analytics. Okay, now we are done with the pro plan. Let's go to the enterprise. The enterprise is going to be a copy of the basic plan. So we go to basic, then we copy basic, yeah. So I'm going to copy it, right? I know you might be wondering, how do I make my selection? So to select this old container now and the content inside, just click on the container. You can use the, so you say Command Shift P. That is going to open your, did I say command palette or what? Okay, yeah, command palette. So you search for bound outward, balance outward. And if you click on that, that's going to select the content of the container itself. If you select balance inward, it's going to select the content inside of the container. If you say balance inward, it's going to select the content, and not with the container. Outward is going to select the container itself, but I've mapped that to a shortcut. So Auto is going to select it for me. So just in case you are wondering. And now let's go to our enterprise plan. So we change this to enterprise. Yeah. So text is going to be best for large organizations and enterprises. Best for large organizations and enterprises. Price is 99. Price is $99 per month. Then we have unlimited projects, 1 terabyte of storage, unlimited. So this is 1 terabyte. So we have 247 support, 247 support, and the customer solutions, I guess. Customers, custom solution. We have custom solution. Custom solution. Okay. Now we are done with our pricing plan. So if we increase the screen size now, so as from a is it medium screen, or is the grid container? Okay, as from medium screen, yes, the column is going to increase to 3 from 1. So you can see from medium screen is going to increase. Then if we put it on the full screen, we are going to have this. All right, that's that about our pricing plans. Now let's get to the next project. See you there. Welcome back. So in this video, we are going to be installing one Prettier plugin. So, if you look at our utility classes, when you are developing, you can actually start styling your project from whatever angle you want to start from. Possibly the first thing that comes to your mind is background of white. The next one might be shadow light. But Tailwind CSS developed a plugin that automatically sorts your classes according to a defined standard. So to install that plugin, you can go to the official documentation, then come to editor setup. Then you see here automatic class sorting with Prettier. So you maintain an official Prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS that automatically sorts your classes following the recommended class order. So to install the plugin, you can go to GitHub. So you use this command to install it as a dev dependency. You don't need it in production, you only need it during development. So I'll copy this command. So in our project, I will open my terminal. I can either end the process or create another terminal, but I will just end this process. Then I will install to install it, you copy this command and then you paste. I already copied it. So if you open your package.json file, see that for now you have only Tailwind CSS installed. Alright, the Prettier plugin has been installed, so that's why we have this in the dev dependencies. So to activate the plugin, so you create this Prettier this .prettier file, and then you paste this setting inside the file. So we are going to create that. We are not creating it inside of our source folder. Create it in the root folder. We say .prettier. RC. I hope I get that correctly. Then we paste that setting. Paste it and then save. .prettier RC. I didn't get it correctly. So I will rename Prettier. Yeah. .prettier RC. Okay. So after doing that, you can start your CLI again with npm run dev, or you can run this command if you don't want to use this npm run dev. So to see the Prettier extension at work, if it doesn't work for you right away, you may have to restart your VS Code. Just close your VS Code and then restart it. So we can go to any of the ones we've worked on. So we can save. So as soon as I saved it, you see that my classes were rearranged, but you may not see that. So just to test it, let me copy this and put it at the back. Let me put it at the back. So if I save now, you see now that the margin bottom has been brought back to the beginning. We can test that with this also, just to test that the extension is working. So if I save now, let me expand this. So if I save, you see now that text extra large has been brought to the front. And then if you have double space between your classes, then the extension is going to get rid of one. So you see that, and possibly by mistake you wrote the same class twice on a single element. You see, IntelliSense is going to highlight it, but as soon as you save it, the Prettier plugin is going to get rid of one. You can see now that one of them has been gotten rid of. Alright, so that's the function of that plugin. It rearranges your utility classes in a recommended order, and it also get rid of multiple utility classes on the same element. So that's that for the plugin. Now we can get to the next project. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be developing this image gallery. So if you hover over it, you see this description show up. If you hover over any of them, the description is going to show up. So without wasting much of our time, let's get to it. I'm going to create our HTML layout. Call this image gallery. If you want to make it more fancy, you can say responsive image gallery. So we can start our live server now. So we can close these two. Okay, we are working with image gallery. Don't forget to link your CSS file. So say, yeah. So to start with, I'm going to give the body a class of flex. Make it flex container. Give it min height of screen. That is 100 view height, give it item center to centralize the content, give it justify center to centralize the content horizontally. Then we give it background of gray 100. All right, so I'm getting started. So inside of the body, we are going to have a container that we use to enforce a max width of 7XL so that our content doesn't fly out. We'll give it a width of full, give it padding X of 4, then padding 1 of 12. So on smaller screen breakpoints, give it padding X of 6, and then from a larger screen breakpoint, give it padding X of 8. That's 2 rem. So if I save that now, so if I rearrange this now and I save, you are going to see that our plugin, the Prettier plugin we installed in the last video, is going to rearrange it. Now if I save, see now that the PXO has been brought back to its normal position. All right. So inside of the container, we have a heading 2. The heading 2 contains the text of a image gallery. All right. So we'll give it a margin bottom of 12. Now it's 3 rem. We centralize the text center. So give it a size of 3XL. That's 1.875 rem, 30 pixels. So font extra bold, that's font width of 800. So we'll give it text gray 900. So from small screen break, we'll give it font size of 4XL. From large screen breakpoints, we give it font size of a 5XL. Alright, so now we are done with the heading. You can close the sidebar. Okay, so after the heading, we have the grid. Let's call it gallery grid. I can also mark it in our minimap. I can say mark. Just so that I'll be able to see it in the minimap. You use this keyword map to create like a mark on your minimap. So whenever you are working on a large file, you can use this. So as soon as you use this keyword in the comment, then you have this in your minimap. I hope you can see it. So here I can say end of grid, end of gallery grid. Okay. So we have a grid container, have grid, then by default we have grid cost 1, and then we have a gap of 6, that is gap of 1.5 rem. We have font color of white. So from smaller screen breakpoints, I'm going to have grid cost 2, grid column 2, and then from medium screen breakpoint we are going to have 3 grid columns. 3. Right. So inside of the grid, let's call this grid item 1. You can also mark it. You can also mark it in your minimap. You can mark. So we have a container for grid item 1. Then the container, I'm going to give it the keyword of group because we'll be styling the children with respect to the overstate of the parent container. So give it group, then give it a position of relative. Then we give the container a height of 80, which is 20 rem. Now it's overflow of hidden, rounded large, then shadow large. Okay, now we have our grid item 1. You can see the shadow here. So inside of the container, we have an image. So we have image. So go to images. There is a gallery image one. So hot, you can see gallery image one. As the hot, then to style the image, we give it height of full, that is height of 100%. Also give it width of full, and then we say object cover for object fit, so that the image is going to retain its aspect ratio. So after the image, we have a div with the class of gallery title. I intentionally use this custom class just so that we can demonstrate how you can mix CSS custom classes with Tailwind utility class, just in case you need it. But for this project, it is actually not necessary. If you want to use utility classes or true, but I just want to use it to illustrate how you can write your custom CSS in case of maybe you need it in the future. So you can say majestic mountain view, right? So we are going to style this using custom CSS. Then after that, we have a paragraph. So inside of the paragraph, we have a breathtaking. So to style the gallery title now, we are going to go to our input.css. Just so you see how to add custom CSS to your utility classes. So you say that gallery title. So we have position of absolute. Bottom 0, left 0. Can save that. Have left 0. We have width of 100%. So we have background color, background of RGB 0. That is background of black with opacity of 0.6. Then we have padding of 1 rem. Then we have text align center. We need semicolon here. All right, so we've styled our gallery title. Okay. So this is actually not necessary. All this you can do them with Tailwind utility classes, and you also have the option of using Tailwind utility classes even in this input.css. So to do that, you can say that gallery title. Then you say, and you know that, so let's comment this out. You know that to use utility class in this input.css, you use @apply directive. So for position absolute, you just write absolute, then bottom 0, top 0. You see, this is even, left 0. You see, this is faster than custom CSS. Width of full as width of 100%. Then BG black with opacity of 0.6, that's 60. Then you have P4, that is padding of 1 rem. Then you have text center. So see, now we used utility classes for this, so you can achieve the same results using different views. All right, so that's that. Now we want to style this padding so that whenever we hover over this container, which is why we use this group utility class. Should I say utility class? It's just like a class that we use to style children with respect to the state of their parents. Now let's style the paragraph. You can't see it now. If we remove the overflow, we're going to see it. Let's remove the overflow class. So you see, this is the paragraph here. So let's return overflow. So that's gone, and let's type the paragraph. So give the paragraph class of absolute, say bottom 0, left 0, width of full, and then translate y. Okay, before we translate, let's save. So you see the paragraph there. So we're going to translate it 100% so that it will be hidden. Translate y full. And translate y full so that it will be hidden. And then we give it a background of black with opacity of 80, that's 0.8. Then we give it a padding of 1 rem all around. So we give it font size of small, that's 14 pixels. Then we give it a duration of 300 milliseconds so that whenever you hover over it, it's going to transition from translate 100% to translate 0. So we're going to say group over. So whenever you hover on the parent container, then you say translate y0. All right, as that. So when you hover over the parent, paragraph is going to show up. So you can see that now. All right, so that's that for the first gallery item. So to do the rest, we are just going to copy them, going to duplicate this in 6 times, 6 places, or sorry, 5 places. So copy this. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Then we have the first. So let me save. I'm going to have them the same. So here the second one, we have gallery image 2. Okay, that JPEG. And the title for that is Cityscape at Dusk. So here we have Cityscape at Dusk. So we have that. And then the paragraph, the city lights. So we're done with the second one. And let's go to the third one. You can see that if we start increasing, let's close this. So if we start increasing, now you can see. So that is the function of our grid container. So from smaller screen breakpoint, we have 2 grid columns, and then from medium screen breakpoint, we have 3 grid columns. All right. So now let's get to the third grid item. Can you locate that? That is the function of this mark. So we know this is the first, this is the second, and this is the third. You can click on it, and then we are here. So we have 3. If we save that, see this, and then the title, Serene Beach Sunset. So we come here, say Serene Beach Sunset. So the paragraph says a peaceful. Okay, so if we overwrite, yeah, we are good. So the fourth one, I'm going to say image 4. And then what is the title? Lush green forest. We have lush green forests. This is going to be 4. The height is going to be 4. Okay. Forget to change this. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 2. So now let's go to the paragraph of the fourth one. So we have a immerse yourself. Okay, if you hover that, yes. So we are left with 2. Now we say gallery image 5. So the title is Charming Village Streets. So come here, we say Charming Village Street. Okay. And then the paragraph says A. Then you have Quaints Village. Right? So if you overwrite, yes. Now we are left with 1. Let me open this. I have image 6. Yes. So the title is Snow-Capped Peaks. Snow-Capped Peaks. Snow-capped peaks. Okay, snow with an S. So here we have a snow covered. All right, now we are good to go. So we have our 6 image items. So our gallery is done now and it is responsive. So to increase it, to reduce the size, the images, the gallery items are going to adapt to your screen sizes. You can see this is how you work with Tailwind CSS making responsive designs. The responsive utility classes, they make your workflow easier. So the responsive utility classes, they make working with the responsive designs easier. So you see your small breakpoint is going to create custom CSS of 640 pixels new width with dark query. Okay, so that's that with our image gallery. Now let's get to the next project. See you there. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be developing this registration form using Tailwind CSS. We are not using any JavaScript even for the validations. Tailwind CSS is what we use for all the validations. As you can see, by default, the inputs are invalid because all the inputs are required. So as soon as you start providing the inputs, the ones that satisfy the requirement is going to get rid of the invalid state. So for email, you can say, let's say email, you see it is still invalid, but as soon as the email address get valid, then the invalid state is going to go away. So for password must be at least 6 characters, right? So you can see. So if you register, and it's going to reset your form. But if the requirements are not fulfilled and you try to register and you see this, yeah. All right, so without much ado, let's get work done. And let's go to the registration form, create this. So I'm going to call this registration. All right, so I'm going to link our CSS. So now we can start this with live server. Right. Let's close this. You can open and close that with Ctrl B. Right. So just as usual, to centralize our form in the middle of the screen, make this flex container. We can also make it grid. As you like, justify center, item center. Give it a background of a gray 100. Then by default, we give it a padding of 1 rem, padding next, left and right. So from smaller screen breakpoint, we give it padding next of 6, that's 1.5 rem. And then from larger screen breakpoint, we give it padding next of 8, which is 2 rem. So if you save that, you are going to see your plugin in action. It's going to rearrange your classes just in case the arrangement is not okay. All right. So we need to give this a mean height of screen so that our phone will be at the middle of the screen. Now you see that your mean height left this last position and go back to its appropriate position. So we are going to have a container for the form. So we give it a width of full. Then we give it a max width of a large. Give it border radius of large also. Give it background of white. Give it padding of 8, that's 2 rem. Padding 8. And then we give it shadow of a large. Shadow large. Now we're going to have heading 2 that says create. Okay, you can say create account and then we use CSS to capitalize it. So you see create account. So you can say capitalize. It's going to capitalize it. So we have margin bottom of 6, 1.5 rem. We can centralize it, text center. So we give it text 3XL as font size of 30 pixels, 1.875 rem. So we give it font bold as font weight of 700. And we give it font size of gray 700. Font color, I mean. Right. So as that with the heading. Now we go to the form. We can as well mark it so that we see it in our mini map. So you see form. We have our form element. So we don't need actions, we will not be making the form active. Let's say full name. So it's good to always comment your code so that maybe the next 3 years you might need to come back to work on it. So you won't be stranded at the first site. So we have a container for our input and label. So I'll give it margin bottom of 4, that is 1 rem. Then we have a label. So a label for you can say full name. Full name. There we say full name. Right. So after the label we have an input text here. We have class. So we're going to have a placeholder of you see first name and then last name. Okay, so we've now styled it. We give it attribute of required so that we use that for our validation. The input is required, and then we give it ID of full name so that the label can focus the input. Say let's move this up so that we have the class last. To give it let's say ID of a full name so that the full name so that this will focus our input. Now let's style the label and the inputs. So we have class, so we make it block, give it margin bottom of 2, give it font semi-bold, that is font weight of 600, give it text gray 700. we are going to use the after pseudo elements. We have before, we have after pseudo element and other pseudo elements. So we are going to use after pseudo elements to insert this asterisk. We could have used normal HTML element, but so that you can see how to use all those pseudo classes with Tailwind CSS. So to use after pseudo class, pseudo element, you say after, then you can say content. If you don't write the content, then Tailwind by default is going to give you an empty content. And most of the times you use empty content for pseudo element, but in few cases that you need the content for your pseudo element, you use the content keyword. So we have star asterisk. So we're going to have that at the end of the so we have it here now. Can keep this just so our HTML is properly formatted. Now we can give it color of red. We say after, then text, and say red 500. That's how you style your pseudo elements. So whatever style you want to give it, you start with the keyword of after. All right, so now we are done with the label. Let's go to the input, which is our major work here. So give the input width of full, nice width of 100%. Give it border, then we give it border color of gray 300. It's border, not border X, border gray 300. All right, so we say rounded large, that's border radius. So give it px of 4, padding left and right. And then we give it py2, padding top and bottom. So we have want to style the placeholder now. So to style placeholder, you use the keyword placeholder. We say placeholder, and then we give it font color of gray 400. You have this option. You can say placeholder gray 400, and then you can also say placeholder. Then you say text gray 400. So you have those two options. They perform the same work. So whenever the input is invalid, currently it is invalid because the input is required and there are no value provided. So during invalid state, we want to style it as invalid state to give it border red 600. Now whenever the input is invalid, give it a border of red 600. You can see that. And also when it is invalid, we give it a font color of red 600. Currently, either invalid or not, we have the default color. So whenever it is invalid, give it color of red 600. So see, currently it is invalid, but as soon as you provide value, so it's turned to black from red. So on over, we give it border of till 500. And you over it with a border color of till 500. When you focus, you also give it border of a till 600. It's border, not border top. Border of, and it is focus, not focus within. So focus border till 600. And then when you focus, you want to remove the outline. When you focus, you see outline none. Most of these properties, most of these classes are just to illustrate how you work with Tailwind utility classes. You might not need all of them if you are doing your personal project. This is just a project for you to see how you work with Tailwind CSS. If you save that, whenever you focus on it, you are going to have a border of till 600, and then the outline will be removed. That's the work of this this outline none. Right, so when you focus, also want to give it ring. The ring is like a form of shadow, so give it ring 1 and focus. And then so on focus, we give it range color of till 600, till 600. So the range is like shadow. So that's the range you are seeing. Without the range, you are only going to have border, right? So on invalid, if the, currently the input is invalid now, and we have range of till 600. But if the input is invalid, we still want to give it, if it is invalid and focus. Whenever you focus on it and the input is still invalid, give it a border of red 600. And then if it is invalid and it is also focused down, then we focus, not focus within, because we also give it border of red 600. Border. All right. So if when you hover over it, you have border till 500. That is the work of this class. So when you click on it, okay, we still need to give it ring 600 and focus invalid. So you say invalid, focus, and you say ring red 600. All right. So when you hover over it, you have this in action on hover. So as soon as you click it, if the input is still invalid, you have ring and border of red 600 and the font color is still 600. But as soon as you give it a valid input, you have the ring and the border to be teal. You can see that. You can see. So when it is invalid, the color is 600, the border is 600, the focus, the ring is 600. And as soon as you have a valid input, so it changes to teal. Right, so that's that for full name. Now let's go to email. So to work on email, since we are having same type of inputs with same style, so we are just going to copy this. Right, so we have for email, we have for password, and we have for confirm password. So let's save them. Right, so this is for full name. We are done with full name. Now we have a email. So we're going to give this for email, because so that when you click on it, it's going to focus on the input. So we call this email. So we call this ID email, that's same as for the label. So we call this and say mail at example.com. Right, so I guess there I think we are done for email. So, okay, we should give it type of email, so that if the person enters a value that is not a valid email, the input will always be invalid. But as soon as it is a valid email, so it becomes valid. You can see that. You can see what we are achieving with just Tailwind without JavaScript. Right, to achieve this with only CSS, you have to go back and forth from HTML to CSS, write plenty custom styles and all that. So after that, we have a password. Let's call this password. So we call this a password. And here we say password. The type we say password. So this one we are going to give it password, and then for the password, we require for a mean length of 6 characters. If you like, you can use 10, you can use 15. But this is just for illustration. So we say mean length of 6 characters. So if the input password is less than 6, the input will remain invalid. So for placeholder 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Right, so we can test that out. Click on this, yes. So if the input is less than 6, it will be invalid, but as soon as it gets to 6, it becomes valid. Yeah. So the last one now, we have a confirm a password. So we have confirm password. Right, so we have confirm password. Okay, confirm a password. Okay, so we said type of this is password, required main length 6. So placeholder, to say asterisk in 6 places, right? And we are good to go with that. Yes. So on over then that. So now we are left with the submit button. So let's say submit button. All right, so we have button of type submit. Say submit. Like my hash doesn't want to work. So we have submit, and then we have a class. So we give it width of full. That's width of 100%. We give it background of a till 600. Alright, so give it padding Y of 2. Then font bold, that's font width of 700. Right, so give it a font color of white, text white. Give it a transition duration of 200 millisecond. And then so when you move over it, we change from till 600 to till 700. 700, not stone. Till, yeah. So if we save that, so when you hover, change from till 600 to 700 with duration of 200 millisecond. So I'm going to style it that whenever you focus on the submit button, focus, you want to remove the outline, and then when you focus, we give it a ring of 2. So and then when you focus, give the that's not focus within. So when you focus again, you give the ring color of a till 600. Till 600. Also when you focus, you give you give the ring opacity of 0.05. Need to give it border radius, so you say rounded large. I know your border radius is not supposed to be high. The last utility class, so as soon as you save, your plugin is going to put it in the right position here. So just to give it more space, we can go to confirm password and give it a margin bottom of 1.5 rem. Alright, so that's that for our, so we can say your name is John Doe. So email, can use this email we already used. Password should be anything that is greater than or equal to 6. So you can submit. Take note of the focus stage. We are going to have a ring with color of till 200, but it's not going to last long because of the reset behavior of a form. So you can see that. brief, we can change that to active. I can change the focus to active so that you see it when I click on it. I can say active. Let's change this to active too. And say active, 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 and active. Now whenever I click on it, the ring is actually there. I can see it, but you can't see it because it is faint. So let's give it opacity of 50, that's 0.5, so that you can see it very well. So you can see the ring now. You can see the ring whenever I click on it, which is the active state. See the ring now. So that can signal to the user that the button has been clicked. You can see. So that will signal to the user that the button is clicked. Alright, so that's that for our form. The form is responsive. It's responsive. So you see, the form is responsive. Right. So that's that about our form. Now let's get to the next project. See you there. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be developing this feature comparison table. So we see how to work with table using the Tailwind CSS. Don't waste too much of our time. Let's get to work. Right. So we go to comparison table. Element is going to help you with your HTML. So we call this a feature table. Yeah. So don't forget to link your CSS, very important. All right. Let's start with live server. All right. So we are going to give the body color of a background color of class attribute. So we give it background color of a gray 100. We also give it padding Y of a 12. So we save that. So we have a container with MX Auto. So we are not using Flexbox to centralize it now. We are using margin left and right to centralize it, MX Auto. Then we give the container a max width of a 5 XL. So the table doesn't grow more than 5 XL. And then we have a padding X of 4. So from a small screen breakpoint, I have a padding X of 6. And then from a large screen breakpoint, we have a padding X of 8. Right. So we have a heading 2 with the text of a feature comparison. So I'm using Emmet shortcut. So we have a margin bottom 12, B12, that's 3 rem. We have a we centralize it as text center. So text 3XL, that's font size of 1.875. So font extra bold, that's font width of 800. So we give it font color of a gray 900. So from small screen breakpoint, we have a font size of a 4x and that's 2.225. So from larger screen breakpoint, you have a text 5XL. So the font size is going to keep increasing with respect to the screen size. So we are done with the heading, and let's deal with the table. So we are going to wrap the table with a container that has a overflow X auto, so that in small screens, possibly mobile screens, that the table will be much more bigger than the screen size. So with the overflow X of auto, when the screen is smaller, then the table can overflow so that the user can swipe left and right to see the full content of the table, and then we are going to give it a shadow of large. All right, so we're going to have a table with a full width, that is width of 100%. The table is going to fill up the total width of the container. So we give the table background color of white, and then we give the table font size of small, that is 14 pixels, 0.875 frame, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so we have T head, which is used to group the head of the table, and then we have a table row. Table row is going to have a background of gray 200. This is the table row, which is inside the table head, as background of gray 200. So we have background of gray 200. We have text center with centralize the text, and give it font bold, which is font weight of 700. Leading number, that is line height. So give it font color of gray 600. All right, 600. So we have a table row. So side of the table row, we have table head. This one has text left. So every other ones will be center, but this one will be left. If you check, you see this one is aligned to the left, while other ones are aligned to the center. So we have a features. And then we have a features. Then we have other table head, like that is the remaining table head. So the first one said basic plan, as the heading for basic plan. The next one is standard plan, while the next one is a premium plan. We save that. So the head is supposed to have a background of gray 200. Yeah. So we are going to give each of these padding x of 6 and padding y of 3. But other than the creating class in each of them and giving them one by one padding, so we can use the children selector, the children modifier provided by Tailwind CSS. So with this modifier, you can style direct children. Since all the table heads are direct children of this table, so we can use this. So we have px of 6, and then with this we have a py of 3. All right, but don't forget that this is only advisable to be used for children that you don't have access to. I'm only using them here so that you know that you have the option of styling your children like this. Okay, so we are done with the table head. Now we can go to table body. So with the table body, you centralize all of the text. So and then you give them font color of gray 600. Now inside of the table body, you have table row. So the table row has border bottom, as border B, border bottom. Then we give it border color of gray 200. Gray 200. So we are going to give all the children px of 6, and then we give them py of 3. So we have a table data. The other one is table head, while this one is table data. So this first one is going to have a text left. We align the text to the left, while others are center. So this is going to be 247 supports. So the next table data to be, so it contains the check mark, and the HTML code for check mark is a ampersand check. So that is the HTML code for check mark. All right. So you give this a font color of green 600. green 600. Yeah, so we have that. So we duplicate this. All of them are check. Well, this last one, if you check the last one, you see that this one has a background color of green. So we are going to give this background color of green 100. BG green 100. All right. So we are done with the first line. And let's go to the second line. The second line, we have cross. Of course, we have check. We have check. These two columns are shaded. They have background colors. So we have a. So let's copy this table row. Sorry, I used the wrong command. It's supposed to be Shift Alt down arrow. So here we have a custom domain. We have a custom domain. So this is basic plan doesn't have custom domain, so we are going to have cross here. There's no custom domain for basic plan. This one has, and then this one has. So this one is also shaded. It's green 100. Yes, we have that. So if you reduce the screen size because of this wrapper, the overflow is going to show up. So if you reduce it, you see now. So these wrappers give us a safe landing for the overflow. The user can easily scroll left and right for any overflow of the table. Okay. So the next line, we have unlimited storage. Cross check. So I'm going to copy this and duplicate it down. So this is cross, and then check. So cross is not shaded. So here we have a unlimited storage. Okay, so this is okay. This cross is supposed to be color. This cross is supposed to be color of red. So what do we have? We have cross in the custom domain. It's supposed to be red 500. Okay, so cross red 500. We have another cross here, red 500. Okay, so the next line, advanced analytics, check, no cross check, advanced analytics. So we are copy this down. Advanced. So this is cross check, and the check is going to be green 600. And next, custom reports, check, no cross check, custom reports. So duplicate this down. We have a custom reports, and we have a cross check. So we have cross is going to be red 500. All right, the next, priority support, cross check, priority support. So this is how you work with table. I've forgotten the feature, priority support. We have a priority support. So we have a cross check, cross. It's just the same as the previous one, cross check. Okay, then we have a user accounts 110 unlimited. So here you have a user account user accounts. For basic plan, it is 1. So this one doesn't have any color. It's the default color. So this for standard plan, it is 10. So inheriting the color from the parents. And then for the premium plan, you have unlimited user accounts. So it doesn't have a nice color. So we'll get rid of these two. So the border, this is supposed to be just border color, not border X. And border X. Right. That's all. Now we are done with our table. Table is responsive for mobile screens. Table is going to overflow, and then you have this. Okay, so this is our comparison table. You can check that on a mobile device. See, so our user can easily scroll left and right. You can zoom. So our user can easily scroll left and right. It is responsive. Alright, so that's that for the future comparison table. See you in the next video. Alright guys, just like I said in the beginning of the course is actually a paid one, but I released it here for free. So to get access to the remaining part of the course, why not grab the course? By purchasing the course, you have a lifetime access to the full course, including all the tutorials, all future updates, and all the projects, including the landing page for NovaFit smartwatch and a full multi-page urban trends e-commerce website. This project allows you to put your skills more into practice, which is the most important part of learning. We will also be issued a course completion certificate at the end of the course. To get the course, use the link in the description below. That's it for now. See you some other time. Peace out.